couple of days later, the fall inspector's case had drastically caused one of the largest arrestment spree known in the history of the realm. Almost all the spirits who purchased fall inspectors ended up getting punished by the government depending on the number of hired specters. Some had gotten away with a slap in the wrist, and some ended up losing their entire businesses or even being put into jail for a long period. As for their fall inspectors, they were forcefully retrieved and grouped up in designated areas prepared for them until a cure was found for their conditions. When the number of fall inspectors captured was announced, everyone was left absolutely stunned as the number was close to passing a couple of millions. This overwhelming number had caused the law enforcement supreme chief, arbiters, and the high inspectors to receive the biggest backlash possible across the entire realm. Right now, in the Ethereal Elders Council, the law enforcement supreme chief was receiving the scolding of a lifetime. Under your watchful gaze, the shadows have danced and the forbidden has been whispered. Your sacred duty was to be the guardian of balance, the protector of the divine. Yet more than 1 million poor souls were tainted. Elder Elysium called out, his voice filled with disappointment. How can you allow this to happen? Supreme Chief Alaric, his form seeming smaller in the spotlight, felt every note of their disappointment. He didn't try to defend himself or give out excuses. He remained silent, taking in their hurtful words, knowing that he deserved what was coming at him. Luckily, Lord Hades hadn't attended the meeting, or his fate would have been much worse than just listening to some scolding. Brothers and sisters, I know that I have failed my duties, and I will try my best to make amends, Chief Alaric uttered with an icy tone. Starting with finding the traitor in my department. Chief Alaric was smart enough to understand that without insider help, it would be near impossible for such a massive criminal operation to go unnoticed. The rest of the elders weren't too surprised by this, as they also thought the same. There is no need to look further. I think we already have a main suspect, Elder Kraken shared. I heard that Inspector Nolver has been giving Captain Charleston's squad a hard time since the moment they began investigating the fallen organization. Felix told him about this in private, knowing that Inspector Nolver had to go away if he wanted to remain in the law enforcement department. After all, he was their competition supervisor and they literally just went to war with him. He was bound to create trouble for them at every turn. Now, even outsiders bring me information about my own department. Chief Alaric got displeased internally while showing a grateful front. It had been a long time since he felt such shame and humiliation in front of his own peers, and he was going to cull the entire department to seethe his rage. Arbiter Danker, examine Nolver and see if he has any relations to the fallen organization, Chief Alaric ordered. As you command, Chief. With an arbiter put on his tail and his deep involvement with the previous cover-ups on the fall inspectors, it could be said to be the end of Inspector Nolver. Duke Humphrey knew this and still didn't show much of a reaction in the council. He remained silent and kept watching his peers move on from one agenda to the other. When they reached the cure agenda, Elder Kraken spoke with a deep frown. I have seen the Universal Codex writings on those gemstones. I don't know how they got their hands on such a thing. We have to inform Lord Hades about this, Elder Sheol said. Agreed, Universal Codex language might imply the involvement of higher beings. Aren't you guys taking this a bit too seriously? Duke Humphrey uttered calmly. You know that our spirit realm is full of mysteries and those gemstones could have been found somewhere. Let's not bother our Lord until we make sure we eliminate all possibilities. He is right. Elder Elysium nodded in agreement. Our Lord has just entered his meditation session, and it will be a grave mistake to awaken him without first trying to solve the problem on our own. The elders nodded one by one in support, understanding that their Lord had given them a considerable amount of authority to handle such issues without annoying him. So, it was best to investigate the gemstones on their own and only seek out his help when they eliminate all other options. Good. I bought a couple of days for me, but I can't stall for longer. Duke Humphrey thought to himself, I have to start the ritual tonight. Meanwhile, Elder Kraken had sighed, glancing at Duke Humphrey ever since he proposed to not involve Lord Hades. Felix had already told him that a noble was the mastermind and it might be even one of the elders. Still, Duke Humphrey merely stated the obvious, and his intervention was logical. So, he merely caused Elder Kraken to have a bit of suspicion in his direction. Duke Humphrey noticed Kraken's looks and continued behaving normally, not too bothered by him. After a while, the meeting was delayed until tomorrow to continue discussing the cure if there was any. When Duke Humphrey arrived at his massive mansion, he went straight to the dungeon, still draped in his prestigious robe. After reaching the bottom, the air, moist and dense with the echoes of silent whimpers, embraced him with the acquaintance of a partner in countless dark deeds. The dungeon had the same gruesome spectacle from 3 decades ago. In it were spirits, each one manacled, each one bearing marks of torment. Duke Humphrey's lips curled into a subtle, cold smile as he observed their suffering, a distorted kind of artistry painting his face. "You're in luck. Your eternal suffering will soon be over," he uttered as he walked to the center of the massive hall, surrounded by the tortured negativity fuelers. His words didn't seem to solicit any kind of hopeful reaction. Everyone's faces were already engraved with utter despair, knowing, certain, that their lives would be like this until the day they muster enough courage to kick themselves from the heavenly plane. Unbothered by their lack of reaction, Duke Humphrey walked to the nearest one and stabbed him right in the thigh with his finger. The spirit didn't even let out a whimper as he had already grown numb from such pain. Blood began to pour out of the wound after Duke Humphrey pulled his finger. The Duke placed a bucket under the wound and went to the second victim, repeating the process. After collecting 2 full buckets of blood, he returned to the center of the hall and kneeled down. He put his finger inside the bucket and pulled it out until it was entirely covered in thick blood. Then, with careful precision, he began to draw an immense array on the cold, stone floor, using the mysterious language of the Universal Codex, each symbol pulsating with forbidden power. The array was a masterful, intricate design, a maze of symbols and patterns, each one carefully drawn to channel and manipulate the profound energies it would soon unleash. It looked as if the universe's secrets were transcribed there, a silent whisper of the cosmos scribed in blood. If Felix were to see this, he would be even more confused about the origin of Duke Humphrey, as there was no way a mortal would be this proficient in a language even primogenitors struggled to understand. The spirits, their bodies contorted and chains rattling softly, bore silent witness to the forbidden act unfolding before them. Fear and sorrow merged in their spectral eyes, windows to the countless torments they endured. Some, the pain too great, had their eyes closed, whispering silent prayers, seeking a liberation that seemed more and more like an illusion with each passing moment. Meanwhile, every stroke Duke Humphrey made was deliberate, the array slowly coming to life, and symbols seemed to ignite with a haunting, eerie glow. The energy grew, the array expanding and contracting as if breathing, the symphony reaching a cacophonous crescendo. As the final drop of blood connected the last symbol, the movement stopped and the illusionary light disappeared. It seemed like the array became a scrabble on the tainted ground. Yet, Duke Humphrey had a pleased smile on his face, a rare reaction. "The array is done. Now I just need the sacrifice and the fuel to activate it." He smiled while his predatory eyes swam from one spirit to another, causing them to feel shivers course down their spine. Even when they were tortured, it seemed like a much worse fate awaited them. Duke Humphrey floated to the tormented spirits and removed the machine tubes and the chains from their bodies. Weak and helpless, even when freed, the spirits couldn't muster an ounce of strength to defend themselves. Their eyes were the only thing moving, watching him pick them up and meticulously arrange them at pivotal points marked on the extensive, intricately designed blood array. To avoid them ruining his array, he kept suppressing them with his telekinesis pressure, affixing them to their positions. After he was done with the spirits, he collected all the sinister dark gemstones and used them to decorate the entire array. The various gemstones scattered around the place gave the blood array a morbid glow, casting eerie shadows on the suffering spirits. Yet he hadn't finished. Duke Humphrey removed the celestial pendant from his neck and placed it carefully at the center of the blood array. Its celestial brilliance was a stark contrast to the macabre scene around it. The Duke folded his hands and began to utter words in the Universal Codex language. the very words that carried the whispers of the cosmos, resonating with the primal energies that wove the fabric of existence. His voice wasn't loud, yet every word uttered echoed across the entire dungeon. Once the incarnation reached its celestial crescendo, the pendant's core forged an unseen connection with the blood array, threads of celestial energy weaving through the intricate patterns. The blood array, now pulsating with forbidden life, slowly began draining the negative energies from the suffering spirits, pulling the essence from every gemstone in its vicinity. Arg, ugh, sob, sob. The air was charged with the silent screams and sorrowful whimpers of the spirits, their essence being pulled into the blood array against their will. This is going to take a couple of days at least. Duke Humphrey wasn't too pleased with the speed of the array's absorption, but he knew that he couldn't be complaining at the moment. Without the pendant, this wouldn't have been even possible. Duke Humphrey praised with an envious tone. Even a trash item from that place can power up a third-degree array. I have to return at all costs. Duke Humphrey understood that the pendant was using a new type of energy called celestial energy. It existed only in that place, and a tiny bit of it was enough to rival millions of elemental energy stones. A couple of days. Let's hope Hades remains in his meditation session until then. Duke Humphrey wished in his mind as he watched the blood array continue getting brighter and brighter at a steady rate. He knew that the moment the pendant's energy ran out, he wouldn't be hidden anymore from his all-seeing eyes. It was an instant checkmate if that happened. Meanwhile, Felix had just received a message from the hospital. It notified him that Carbuncle's wife had awoken from her deep slumber. Since she had no master and no family to act as her guardian, he filled in his name. I will be back soon, Felix said to Sekiro and Kara before taking off from Elder Kraken's mansion. In a short while, he arrived at the room and approached Carbuncle's wife with a soft smile, trying his best to not look cold. My savior, how could I ever thank you? Carbuncle's wife bowed her head with great difficulty after noticing Felix. Please don't force yourself. Felix pushed her shoulder gently and sat next to her. He soon inquired about her well-being and if she felt any discomfort or pain. After hearing that she was fine and pain-free, he proceeded to orchestrate her discharge from the hospital, wanting to take her with him to Elder Kraken's mansion. She agreed, placing her trust in him. Listen, I know that you are still pretty shook and this situation will seem quite peculiar to you, but I have to let you on something. Felix mentioned calmly after helping Carbuncle's wife settle down in her own private room. He understood that there would never be a perfect time to lay down on her the truth, so he might as well feed it to her right now. I am listening, Carbuncle's wife replied softly. Now that she had recovered from her wounds and cleaned herself, she indeed looked quite beautiful. But not to Felix, since she was still a descendant of a hamster-like species. Felix took a deep breath with his eyes looking upward and then narrated the mission that was assigned to him by Carbuncle. He told her that she was his wife in the living world and that he had entered the spirit realm for the sake of reuniting with her. He told her about how he became a scribe and was watching her from a distance, wanting to save her every day, but he couldn't without jeopardizing his scribe position. The problem was he might not even save her, since the instant scribes decide to share their knowledge or act on it, the divine punishment befell them almost immediately, like they had judgment swords pointed at their heads. So he placed his hopes on Nebula, teaching and preparing her for the mission. But eventually Felix appeared and handled the rescue mission. As Carbuncle's wife listened to his story, she didn't know whether to believe him or call him a crazy head. But the fact that scribes were infamous for knowing their previous lives made her somewhat inclined to believe him. In her head, Felix had nothing much to earn from lying to her, especially when she was a mere dark spirit with no special skills. Your husband has told me to tell you that you have two choices, and he will respect both of them equally. Felix shared. The first one, you will receive your old life memories and carry on the rest of your life with him as a couple. The second one, you will remain with your current memories and personality and hopefully work under him as a servant. He will protect and take care of you like no other, even if you don't accept his love. There is also the third option, which is living here as a servant until the day you decide to recover your memories. Felix added. Carbuncle didn't tell him about this, but he understood that both decisions were considered permanent and tough to pick from. Meanwhile, the third option would give plenty of time for her to see Carbuncle's true character after living with him. Who knows? They might even fall in love again without even needing their precious memories. Upon hearing those options, Carbuncle's wife was left in silence. She glanced at Felix's emotionless face and could see that he was not trying to trick or harm her. She had no clue how this Carbuncle was and whether he was a good person or not, but the fact she was given 3 options and none of them had an ounce of bad intention. She could feel his love. Feeling it was one thing, but accepting it was another. In the end, Carbuncle's wife smiled bitterly and said, "I have just lived through a trauma that should have destroyed me 100 times by now. I honestly don't think I have it in me to trust another stranger again." Understandable. Felix nodded in agreement. If you can't trust him, trust me at least when I tell you that he will never lay a finger on you. The love he has for you is something I can't even fathom. The fact that Carbuncle sought to revive his wife through any means possible, and when he failed to do so, killed himself to reunite with her in the afterlife was enough proof of his crazy love and loyalty. "I don't know." Carbuncle's wife tightened her fists and said, "Is it possible to meet him first?" "Of course, just tell me when, and I will take you there." Felix nodded. "How about now?" Carbuncle's wife said, "I don't think I can relax before I handle this. Let's go." Without a second wasted, Felix positioned Carbuncle's wife on the back of his 3-headed crimson lion and departed in the direction of the Northern Light City. Meanwhile, Carbuncle had seen everything that happened and even tapped into their telepathic conversation. When he realized that she was coming to him, he was left absolutely frozen in his place. He had anticipated and readied for this day for so long, and now that it was happening, he was as nervous as a teenage boy going to ask his crush to go to the prom with him. "I have to take a shower. I have to shave. No, I have to clean my office first. She doesn't like seeing a mess." He kept turning his head back and forth, his heart beating out of his chest out of agitation. Who would have known that the great Carbuncle would be this cute when it came to his wife? After a couple of minutes of emotional distress, Carbuncle finally realized that he was overreacting. His wife possessed a different personality and set of memories. The things she used to love and hate were different. "I might end up creeping her up if I acted like this before her." Carbuncle coughed as he fixed his little tie. "Be cool. Be cool. You only have one shot to impress her and win her over." Then, he waited with bated breath in front of his mansion's main gate, standing upright and staring at the sky without a single blink. He knew that it would take a while before they arrived, but he didn't care. He kept waiting and waiting for hours until a tiny dark dot appeared high above. In a few moments, the 3-headed crimson lion landed in his garden a dozen meters away from him. When Carbuncle saw his wife for the first time in millions of years this close to him, a loving smile couldn't help but break on his face. He approached them with eyes slightly glazing with water. "Amelia!" He whispered her name, a melody of love and yearning. But her eyes, those mirrors to her essence, reflected the shadows of forgotten love and unremembered whispers. "Hello, sir." Amelia bowed her head respectfully, seemingly not daring to meet his eyes. Carbuncle's heart ached at the sight, understanding that she treated him like any other high governmental official. Instead of letting this affect him, he kept his soft, gentle smile and introduced himself. "My lady, I am called Carbuncle, but you may refer to me with whatever you feel comfortable with." "It's a pleasure to meet you, sir." Amelia introduced herself politely. "My name is Noha." "The pleasure is mine, Lady Noha." Carbuncle called her by this name, knowing that calling her Amelia was weird when she had no memories of her previous life. "Please grace my humble abode with your visit," Carbuncle offered as he extended his arm welcomely. Amelia glanced at Carbuncle for a moment before nodding in acceptance. Delighted, Carbuncle led them back to his mansion. As she watched his back, Amelia touched her heart with a slightly disappointed expression. With everything that Felix had told her, she thought she would feel something when she met with Carbuncle. Alas, her emotions didn't even tingle a bit, which disappointed her somewhat. Felix noticed her reaction and advised her, Don't judge too early. You have just escaped from hell, and your heart can't be already open to accept new people in it. Don't rush things, and whatever is going to happen will happen in due time. Don't rush things, and whatever is going to happen will happen in due time. Felix feared that she would make a rash decision of not accepting Carbuncle due to this little problem. He would hate for that to happen, as Carbuncle didn't spend this much effort just to be left like this without even a chance to win her over. I know. Fortunately, Amelia wasn't that heartless, as she could feel Carbuncle's genuine happiness and feelings directed at her. Something she never experienced before in the heavenly plane. After they arrived at the dining hall, Carbuncle offered them to order anything they wanted on the menu. Felix took full liberty while Amelia was a bit shy and didn't order much. When the food arrived, the conversations held between them were quite awkward and downright uncomfortable. It was expected. One side was burning with love and affection, while the other seemed like she was on a dinner date with a complete stranger. The worst part? Carbuncle couldn't mention anything about their previous life, as it would be considered a breach of the rules. Since Amelia's life was darker than a moonless night, she had nothing to speak about. Carbuncle glanced at Felix with a beseeching look, wanting his help to improve the mood. Alas, with Felix's emotionless personality, he couldn't even brighten his own mood. He lowered his head and continued eating his food, ignoring Carbuncle's pleas. Little prick. Carbuncle's eyelids twitched. Knowing that Felix was useless, Carbuncle realized that he had only one chance to convince her before she finished her dinner. So, he mustered his courage and coughed to attract their attention. When Amelia looked at him, Carbuncle showed a gentle smile and said, I understand that the stars in your sky may seem unfamiliar, but I wish for you to stay, to give our shared stars a chance to shine again. But how can I trust you with my life when I can't recall a single memory of you? Amelia said with her lips tightened. That's where I come in. Felix interjected. Just say the word, and your memories will be restored. Carbuncle nodded in agreement. If you still feel nothing towards me after you recover your memories, then all I can say is that our story ended when you died, and I will accept it as such. Will you really accept it? Amelia asked. My love for you won't die out, but I will stop chasing you and wishing you happiness from a distance. Carbuncle smiled. For I only wish that you live happily and freely. Smooth, Felix praised in his mind, knowing that Carbuncle meant every single word of it, even when it seemed like the thought of it happening hurt him immensely. After all, even when we wish for our loved ones to be happy, a part of us would still greed to be happy with them instead of seeing them with someone else. That's a whole different level of hurt, and many people experienced it in their lives. This entire situation couldn't help but make Felix think of Asna. He raised his head and eyed the ceiling, wondering if she was living a happy life without him in her life. But soon he shook his head at the thought. Asna will never be happy as long as she is an imprisoner of her past and future. Felix uttered calmly. The day I free her from her celestial shackles is the day she will experience true happiness. I will give it a shot. Suddenly, Felix's thoughts were interrupted by Amelia agreeing to Carbuncle's offer. Really? Carbuncle's eyes shone brighter. His wings shimmered with renewed hope. The notion of his wife returning fully caused him to feel butterflies in his stomach. I don't think I can stay near you without my memories. I can see you hurting deep down and still, showing a bright smile to comfort me. Amelia said with a faint smile, I would rather give both of us a closure, whether it's a good or a bad one. Felix nodded in concurrence without saying much. Her decision was the correct one in this peculiar situation. While he had given her 3 choices, in reality, only the first one should be picked if she wanted to continue her life normally. If she decided to be Carbuncle's servant without his memories, neither of them would be at ease, as Carbuncle would want to offer her his affection and win her over. Since she was a distinct person entirely, she would feel like he was falling in affection with the outer exterior of his wife, and this wouldn't feel like authentic love to her. So, she could either stay as far as possible from him or give her previous life a chance to return. Good thing she made the better decision, as even Felix would feel devastated by the thought of Carbuncle losing his wife once and for all after everything he had gone through. After the decision was made, Felix and Amelia finished their dinner and returned to Elder Kraken's mansion. Felix told him about everything and requested his help with Amelia's memories, to which he agreed. He had already given them his word on this matter and had prepared the memories necessary from Carbuncle in the living world. Without further ado, they exited the mansion and went to the same abandoned house on the outskirts of the capital. The memories reformation machine was still situated there. Elder Kraken wasn't worried about someone finding it, since he would get alerted if they stepped into his territory. What if her personality changed too? Felix frowned. This process might make the situation even worse. Don't worry, it's different this time, Elder Kraken clarified as he wired Amelia to the machine. We will be merely putting new memories on top of her old ones, and it won't affect her personality as drastically as yours. Felix nodded in understanding. In his case, he was like a blank page, and whatever was put inside of him shaped his personality. But Amelia already possessed her own personality, and those memories would merely awaken her old self. Are you ready? Elder Kraken asked. Amelia nodded. Elder Kraken started the process right after, infusing all the memories given to him by Carbuncle into Amelia. Obviously, Carbuncle didn't hand over millions of years' worth of memories, but just enough for Amelia to understand that their life as a married couple wasn't a lie, and to remind her of all the good and bad times they spent together. As Amelia was absorbing those memories, a smile kept spreading on her lips. She was reliving her previous life, and she was more than pleased with how it turned out to be. When the memories stopped coming in, her face was already a mess with tears. She realized that what she had with Carbuncle wasn't just a common love story, but what would one call a once-in-a-lifetime companionship. The fact that Carbuncle was a primogenitor and considered a deity in the universe. Yet he never cheated on her or touched another female after marrying her spoke great volumes about his eternal loyalty. Unbeknownst to her, Carbuncle never touched another female even after her death. Are you okay? Felix asked. I am okay now. Amelia smiled and then requested. Is it possible to return me to my husband? Right away. Felix smiled back. Amelia thanked Elder Kraken for his assistance, and both of them returned to Carbuncle's mansion. During their flight back, Felix asked her about many things. One of them was her reason for accepting Carbuncle right away as her husband the moment she remembered their life together. Her answer was direct and simple. You won't understand unless you saw it with your own eyes. I see. Felix refrained from asking any more questions, knowing that both Carbuncle and Amelia deserved each other. It was the only answer he needed to know. After dropping her off in the garden, he saw that Carbuncle was waiting for them again near the gate. He gave him a slight head nod and left them alone. As he flew away, he couldn't help but glance one more time behind him. What he saw slightly warmed his frozen cold heart. They stood there, encircled by the enchanting Flora, in a tight, loving embrace, their fur mingling, creating a tapestry of moonlight silver and emerald green. It was as though the universe itself had paused to witness this beautiful overdue reunion. Carbuncle can at last put down the drugs. Felix chuckled to himself as he envisioned the other Carbuncle hearing about this news. He was certain that he would erase his wisp of consciousness almost immediately with a happy smile, stretching from ear to ear. Right now, Felix was heading back to the mansion to inform Elder Kraken and speak with his masters. During his entire stay in the spirit realm, he could be said to finally have something worthy to report. Meanwhile, in the living world, you sure have improved your skills. Now you can cheat without me noticing. Thor scoffed with an irritated tone as he moved a bishop piece in front of a pawn, seemingly sacrificing it. And you sure have gotten better at bitching every time you find yourself in a losing position, Jormungandr sneered. Plus, it's not even possible to cheat on chess. With snakes like you, anything is possible, Thor retorted. He didn't seem too happy as the last chance he had to win the game was the bishop's sacrifice, but Jormungandr was smart enough to ignore it and continue with his play. Now, he knew that he was fucked unless Jormungandr made a blunder. But who we are talking about here? It's two primogenitors. There was no such a thing as making a blunder for them when they could anticipate hundreds of moves ahead. Checkmate. This match doesn't count, Thor complained immediately as he pushed down his pieces and picked up a wine bottle. I wasn't drinking my juice. Whatever you tell yourself to feel better, loser. Jormungandr grinned while fixing the pieces, preparing for a second game. Pause the game for a bit. Felix wants to talk to you guys. Suddenly, Elder Kraken informed everyone. This caused the entire consciousness space to come to a halt as even Lord Shiva and Lord Loki had their ears peaked in interest. About damn time, Thor chided. That little brat forgot about us the moment he died. How can he treat his masters like this? No one bothered to entertain his remark, but they were quite curious about Felix's desire to speak to them at last. First of all, he greeted you all and apologized for not reaching out sooner. Elder Kraken delivered Felix's messages. Is he okay there? Did something happen? Lady Sphinx inquired, knowing that Felix would not speak with them unless he had something to show or he was in grave danger. No, he just wanted to check on you and inform Carbuncle that he has finally helped his wife reunite with his main consciousness, Elder Kraken said with a faint smile. The moment Carbuncles heard this, he started coughing out loud, a deep purplish cloud out of his mouth and nose, choking on it from shock. F.O.? For real? He exclaimed with reddened eyes, either from the drugs or emotion. Yes. And he even helped convince her to recover her memories. Elder Kraken nodded. So, it can be said that your main consciousness has gotten his peace at last. That little. Carbuncle's words were left stuck in his throat. He wanted to say a lot of things, but he realized that his main consciousness must have already said whatever was in his mind. So, he merely smiled widely in bliss and remained floating on the consciousness ocean, feeling like a massive weight was removed out of his shoulder. The others could sense his peace and calm, something all of them wished dearly to have. Alas, unlike Carbuncle, who merely wanted his wife and nothing else in this universe, they still had many things to settle before their hearts could be cleared out. Are you going to leave? Lady Sphinx asked Carbuncle. Not yet. Not until I see that boy return to us. Carbuncle shook his head. I have to thank him personally. When Carbuncle's wisp of consciousness was awakened the first time, he really never expected that this little runt would actually live up to his promise. The fact that he was dead and struggling in the spirit world, yet he still helped him out, made him feel more than grateful. For now, he said nothing else and remained floating on the ocean with a blissful smile, knowing that another him was in the company of his dear wife. When the others saw this, they didn't bother him anymore. Is he anywhere near acquiring the reincarnation opportunity? Lady Sphinx asked. He has just put down a massive underground criminal organization, and he will be moving on to the final examination of the captain position. Elder Kraken nodded. Whether he succeeds or not, he will be given at least a post as a low law enforcer over his achievements. Elder Kraken knew that many law enforcers were about to get replaced of the department after Inspector Nalver went down. After all, there was no way he had no underlings treasonous the government as well. This meant many positions would be unoccupied and Felix and Ravager had the biggest chances to fill them in. That's good to hear. I have already contacted to Lord Quetzalcoatl and he told me he is prepared to assist us as long as he doesn't get close to the heavenly plane. Lady Sphinx shared. If he doesn't get close to the heavenly plane, how are we supposed to find and retrieve Felix's soul before it enters a new body? Thor frowned. The original plan was to steal Felix's soul from Sharon, and the only way to do so was through being close to the heavenly plane. After all, the moment the Sharons put the collected spirits on the heavenly plane and embarked on a new journey, it was almost impossible to track them down. He doesn't care about any of that, Lady Sphinx said. He has already angered Lord Hades enough, and he doesn't want to completely disrespect him by stealing a soul right from under his nose. I will see what I can do to keep Felix's soul intact and track down the Sharon, Elder Kraken said. Tracking wasn't the only issue with their plan, as the fact that Felix would be losing both his memories and spiritual prowess was bound to happen. The only good thing coming out of reincarnation was being put into a much more fortunate environment, ensuring a better life for the soul as a reward for his achievement in the spirit realm. Though it wouldn't really matter much when you couldn't even remember your afterlife. Hence, why no one bothered to choose the reincarnation opportunity after stepping into the government. Do your best, but don't get too invested and attract Lord Hades' attention to you, Jormungandr advised. We don't want to ruin your life out there after everything you have done to reach your status. Don't worry, I know what I am doing. Elder Kraken smiled kindly. He was indeed taking way too many risks for Felix's sake, and if it was simply to repay Felix's awakening his wisp of consciousness, then he was overdoing it. After all, one could say that he had paid his debt the moment he bestowed Felix his water manipulation. Anything else was merely doing Felix and his masters a massive favor. Back in the heavenly plane, a few hours after Felix's report to his masters, a sudden piece of information caused the entire law enforcement department to halt. Inspector Nalver and more than 5 law enforcers from 4 different squads were arrested and put away by the Arbiter himself after evidence of their involvement with the Fall Inspectors organization had surfaced. They sure moved quicker than expected. Captain Charlson addressed this while sitting in his office with the rest of his squad. "Ha! Serves him right." Hazel laughed in delight. "Arbiter Danker sure is powerful," Ravager commentated with a serious tone. He extracted more than 5 pieces of key evidence in such a short time. Neither Nalver nor his subordinates were given a chance to defend themselves. Based on what they heard, Inspector Nalver and his people were taken straight to their cells and stripped away of their positions, awaiting for their trial to launch. None of them denied the acquisitions as the evidence against them was pretty heavy. With the Fall Inspectors' cases being now questioned and investigated, all sorts of abnormal actions related to them were caught. Either hiding evidence, burying cases, enforcing new rules/protocols, and the list goes on. Inspector Nalver understood that he had no way of escaping the charges. So, he didn't bother wasting his energy in denial. "It doesn't matter if I got caught now. The second phase of the plan is already in motion." Inspector Nalver smiled coldly while cuffed up to a wall. "The day of liberation is near." He didn't even tell the Duke about his situation as he had informed them not to bother him for the next few days. Inspector Nalver understood that he must be working his ass off to make the second phase of their plan work. He had no idea how he would do it, but he had full trust in his master. Meanwhile, the news had sent waves across the department and even outside of it. Many spirits realized that this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to enter the government due to the many available positions simultaneously. So, they began their preparation to apply for the examination the moment the government opened up the recruitment. Alas, just like this was a unique opportunity, the circumstances of it happening were also unique. Unique in the sense that a single squad had brought down one of the worst criminal organizations known to the spirit realm. This meant that they had earned a significant amount of credit to help them get promoted straightway to a higher position without any competition. While no announcements were made, almost all squad captains were already congratulating Captain Charlson on his upcoming promotion to become the new High Inspector. Since all of this happened abruptly and there was no preparation whatsoever for a change of inspectors, Captain Charlson was called to the Arbiter's office and he was advanced on the spot. "I hope you understand why we won't be holding any ceremony for the promotion in the upcoming days," Arbiter Danker said with a bitter smile as he put Inspector Nalver's insignia on Charlson's chest. "I don't mind if we don't hold it at all," High Inspector Charlson uttered with a solemn tone as he saluted. "I have never been a fan of such formalities and would like to carry on with my new duties right away. Usually, High Inspector positions were almost never empty since the higher one climbed the governmental ladder. The harder it was to get ahead. In the case of Inspector Nalver, his position should have been contested by all interested captains throughout the entire heavenly plane, which would create one of the biggest competitions ever for a governmental position. However, with Captain Charlson's credit score being over the roof after exposing the fallen organization and Inspector Nalver being part of it, ending up leaving his post empty, all the stars aligned for the captain to get a direct promotion. "Haha! As expected of you. Straightforward and professional as always." Arbiter Danker chuckled. "Too bad. The ceremony is a must to celebrate your achievements and establish your new authority." "I am honored. The honor is ours to have such a fine, upright enforcer on our side," Arbiter Danker complimented, meaning every single word of it. He had heard and watched videos of what happened between Captain Charlson and Inspector Nolver. The way he was pressured, hindered, and even used an arbiter's status to stop him, but he refused to cave in. Arbiter Danker understood that many squad captains would have done what Inspector Nolver wanted for the sake of moving up the ladder faster. So he was truly satisfied with having Charlson as the new inspector. I will leave the hiring situation for the new empty positions in your hands, Arbiter Danker informed. I will get it handled. High Inspector Charlson saluted and then took off, wearing his new insignia and carrying his inspector's outfit on his shoulders. After he returned to his old office, he was surprised to see that his squadmates had adorned the entire office with balloons and other celebratory decorations. Congratulations, Captain. Haha. He is a high inspector now, don't call him that. No one more deserving of such promotion than you, congratulations. Nidam, Hazel, Ravager, Miss Sinai, and even Felix uttered some nice words for their captain's sake. The moment he was called by the arbiter, they knew immediately he would get promoted, and they prepared the small party for him. We know that you hate parties and even more during work time, but you aren't our captain anymore to stop us. Nidam chuckled after seeing Inspector Charlson's face turn annoyed. I have lost my position for a few minutes and you already become this unruly. Inspector Charlson smiled through his vexation. You sure deserve a beating. Everyone chuckled in amusement and began their party, which could be also considered a celebration over their case closure. After the celebration was concluded, Inspector Charlson clicked twice on his wine glass and notified everyone. I have been given responsibility over filling the empty positions in the department. I have determined to appoint Nidam as the new captain of this squad. As for Ravager and Traveler, they will be advanced to permanent members of the squad, which means... Inspector Charlson hesitated for a little with a faint smile before announcing, Welcome to the government. We are in? Just like that. Ravager couldn't believe his ears. He had desired to join the government for a very long time now, and even when he applied to become a captain, he knew that it would be extremely difficult to join it in such fashion. But he applied anyway for the sake of his little sister's revenge. When you have the right qualifications, opportunity, and support from a figure of authority, it's that easy. Nidam chuckled. Thank you for thinking highly of us. Felix bowed his head a little in appreciation, not too shocked by his announcement. He had already expected as much to happen. There is some paperwork needed to be handled before you become a registered governmental official and receive benefits, Captain Charlson informed. I will have it taken care of quickly. Felix and Ravager nodded in gratitude. What about the captain's examination? Ravager soon inquired. You have qualified straight to the next stage of the examination. But since you have done it through other means, the qualification stage is still active, and the other contestants can join the next stage too, Captain Charlson explained. In other words, Felix and Ravager were considered like any other law enforcer, and this qualification stage was meant for golden spirits, not governmental officials. Hence, the direct qualification. This means Nebula and Seraphel can still contest for the captain's position, Ravager uttered with an irritated tone. It would have been better if they got eliminated, but whatever. Felix couldn't care less about any of this, as he was satisfied with just joining the government and getting the reincarnation opportunity. As for the captain's position, he had no interest in fighting for it. To avoid unnecessary drama, he didn't bother to mention this to his squadmates, knowing that they would annoy him to stay in the competition. A couple of hours later, Felix could be seen sitting in the living room of his new mansion in the northern district with Kara and Sekiro. The mansion was small compared to Elder Kraken's, since Felix's governmental rank was at the bottom, but it was 10 times better than any other house outside of the northern district. Who would have known that it would take you less than a year to become a governmental official, something that 99% of spirits haven't achieved in centuries? Sekiro smiled wryly. You sure are something special. Yes, yes. Kara nodded excitedly as she kept looking around her new home. Both of them were deeply delighted, as they felt like their future was finally secured. When Felix saw their expressions, he couldn't help but shake his head. They had no clue that Felix was going to accept the reincarnation opportunity and leave the spirit realm, which meant they would return to being masterless again. "Do whatever you want. I will be heading out," Felix uttered as he stood up. "Do you want me to prepare food for your return?" Kara asked. "No, I might be late." With that, Felix went to meet up with Elder Kraken to finalize his escape plan. "Listen, the reincarnation process is quite direct and doesn't need Lord Hades to supervise it. Usually, Elder Sheol runs the operation, but since almost no one bothers to reincarnate, I can find a way to take this duty out of his hand," Elder Kraken said with a solemn tone. "This will allow me to control where your soul will land and when it will land on a new body. With such information, we can track down the Sharon, and Lord Quetzalcoatl will steal your soul's jar from him and take it back to your body. This is the summary of the plan for now." "It sounds good, but isn't it quite risky for you?" Felix frowned. "Won't Lord Hades penalize you when he finds out that you helped me escape with my memories and soul power intact?" "There is always that chance, but don't worry about it." Elder Kraken smiled. "No matter what happened, I have already reached the pinnacle in my field, and there is nothing soul-related I can research in my current state." Elder Kraken entered the spirit realm willingly through suicide for the sake of learning more about the afterlife. After spending God knows how many years and even becoming an ethereal elder, he could be uttered to have already achieved his dreams and goals. In other words, it didn't even matter to him if Lord Hades kicked him out of the heavenly plane, as he considered his life to be complete. "Don't give me that look. I know what I am doing," Elder Kraken warned. "All you have to do is focus on getting out of the spirit realm and returning to your body. Lord Hades might even prioritize coming after you if he found out midway." "I am well aware." Felix nodded with a serious look. He comprehended that Lord Hades never killed anyone, so there was a high chance of punishing Felix by throwing him somewhere in the spirit realm with his memories still intact. This meant he would be wandering and roaming the spirit realm while his consciousness was active, which was thousands of times much worse than any other punishment. The worst part? He would get branded as a blacklisted spirit, which meant he would get ignored by all passing Sharons for eternity, and his soul would be unable to possess anybody. Felix was told about all of this by Captain Charleston to make him understand that there were stages to getting kicked out of the heavenly plane. "For now, spend all of your Loomis and time in absorbing as many spiritual treasures as possible. I have also cooked a decent stash of spiritual treasures for you," Kraken said. "Empower your soul to the limit, as you won't be having another chance like this again." Felix nodded in understanding. "Now excuse me. I have to go kiss Shul's ass a little to me handle the reincarnation process." Elder Kraken chuckled, seemingly not minding this at all. "Thank you, Elder. Truly, thank you for everything." Still, Felix bowed his head deeply in gratitude, knowing that his life would have been a catastrophe in the heavenly plane without Kraken's help. "Thank me when you return to your body. For now, focus on the plan. I won't let you down." For the next 2 days, Felix spent every hour of the day absorbing mountains of spiritual treasures until he started to get weird looks from Sekiro and Kara. Elder Kraken had at least given him a stash worth 1 to 2 million of Loomis, and with what he had purchased out of his own pocket, he collected enough to at least tenfold his spiritual prowess. Sekiro and Kara had inquired Felix about his reason for doing this and why he had wasted so much money on them, but he didn't bother answering them. He locked himself in his room and kept improving his soul, waiting patiently for Elder Kraken's call. While he was waiting for his call, Duke Humphrey was also waiting patiently for his blood array to activate. At the moment, it was shimmering so brightly, the entire dungeon seemed to have been painted with blood. At the center of it, Duke Humphrey was seen sitting in midair with his eyes affixed on the illuminating blood array. The celestial pendant already become dim and looked like it was about to break apart into fine dust. Meanwhile, the tormented spirits were no longer there, leaving behind them small blood-red floating marbles. As for the dark gemstones, they were turned into fine dust days ago. 5 minutes. 5 more minutes and the entire capital shall fall into the depth of despair. Duke Humphrey smiled coldly. 5 more minutes. While he seemed confident and mighty, deep down, Duke Humphrey was scared that Lord Hades would appear before him and stop all of this with a mere glance. Even though the pendant was keeping his eyes and other scribes' eyes away from him, he was growing more and more antsy by the second. Seconds went by and then minutes. Just like it seemed it was going to take a little bit more time than he anticipated, the blood array, saturated in sanguine fluid, began to convulse, a foreboding radiance seeping from its intricate lines. The crimson gleam intensified, converging above into a monumental beam of luminescence before erupting into the ceiling. Rumble, rumble. The ceiling was smashed wide open and the beam continued its uninterrupted journey, breaking apart Duke Humphrey's mansion like it was made out of Legos. Ha ha ha. That's it. Duke Humphrey protected himself with a telekinesis shield as he watched the blood array reach the sky akin to a beacon of malevolent allure. The blood beam captured the gazes of every entity near the capital. A sea of faces, bathed in the otherworldly red glow, lifted their eyes in sync, each countenance etched with shock and awe. Huh? What's that? The hell? Am I tripping, or is there a red beam touching the sky? Is Lord Hades going to descend to the capital at last? Some thought the beams were related to Lord Hades, and some thought a governmental official was putting on a show. No one was scared of the beam even when its size and color were alarming. It was expected as this was the heavenly plane and no one would dare attack its capital in such a fashion. Alas, those thoughts started to evaporate from their minds after they noticed the red beam expanding with alarming swiftness. It's not giving off good vibes at all. Felix narrowed his eyes coldly as he watched from his window the fast approaching walls of the red beam. Since he was in the northern district, the blood beam was extremely close to him, making him sense its ominous aura. I won't be able to escape on foot with Kara and Sekiro. Realizing that the speed of the beam was alarmingly quick, Felix didn't hesitate to use his teleportation ability and appear in front of his servants, before they could react to his sudden appearance. He took hold of them both and teleported at the last second, right before the blood beam engulfed his new mansion. Rumble, rumble. The blood beam's walls didn't destroy the mansion like it did before, but it caused the ground to tremble wherever it went, making everyone realize its danger. Run! What the fuck is going on? Is this the apocalypse? Many spirits across the capital weren't as capable as Felix, causing them to get devoured by the blood beam, disappearing almost instantly inside its crimson walls. Its red tendrils weaved through the buildings and the skies, a suffocating grip around the heart of the realm. Boom! Boom! Rumble! Spectral carriages and luminal vehicles collided in a chaotic dance, their paths skewed by the unseen force emanating from the blood wall. Metallic crunches and ethereal explosions painted the air, as the drivers lost control, their vehicles intertwining in a fiery embrace. Many spirits decided to use their ethereal forms and fly through the sky to avoid chaos, causing them to resemble scattered bugs fleeing the intrusion of light. Alas, their attempts were futile as the blood beam's speed was just too much for them. Meanwhile, Nebula, Celephel, Ravager, Nidum, and other powerful fighters used whatever means necessary to escape the entanglement of the blood beam while making sure to save the people in their path. I will be right back. Even Felix returned back to the city after putting his servants numerous kilometers away from the capital. The moment he teleported inside, he scanned the area around him for a split second and then utilized his telekinesis control to pick up the slowest spirits. Then, he teleported them near the exterior wall of the capital. When they opened their eyes and saw themselves almost out of the city, they were left absolutely stunned. But soon fear crawled back into their hearts and woke them up from their daze, forcing them to fly away from the city. There are way too numerous and my energy is limited, Felix said with a disgruntled tone, sweating from his forehead as he continued teleporting anyone in his path to safety. He could have not helped anyone, and if he wasn't a law enforcer, he would have honestly not offered his services at all. But, as cold and indifferent as he was, he still respected his duty as a law enforcer and carried on with saving as numerous citizens as possible. Alas, He was soon forced to give up and escape after the beam's expansion neared the capital's walls. With one last look, Felix teleported himself away. When he reappeared near Kara and Sekiro, he couldn't help but feel chills course down his spine at the scene before him. The heavenly plains capital, once a beacon of tranquility and ethereal beauty, was now ensnared in a crimson sphere, making it close to impossible to see within it. "Felix, are you okay?" Suddenly, Elder Kraken's erratic voice was heard in Felix's mind. "I am fine. I managed to teleport to the outside. What about you?" Felix asked. "I am still in the city," Elder Kraken shared. "I utilized my telekinesis barrier to shield my mansion and protect everyone from the beam. It seems resembling it's eating it away, but in a slow fashion. I will teleport to you right away and take you guys out," Felix stated. "Just give me a moment to recover my energy." "No need. I think I will be able to hold on until Lord Hades makes his move," Elder Kraken uttered with a strange tone. "I have no idea how this happened under his supervision, but it won't last for long." "What is it though?" Felix frowned. "It can't be someone trying to kill us, right?" In his eyes, trying to kill spirits was a dumb idea on its own, as there was no way they could be killed without Lord Hades' approval. Only he was able to erase their existence. That's what he assumed. But he had no idea how wrong he was. In the profound silence of the netherworld, a shadowed sanctum surrounded by echoes of bygone epochs, Lord Hades sat in a meditative position. However, his mediation session was suddenly interrupted by a distant, yet profound tremor, a dissonance in the celestial harmony. His eyelids, heavy with the weight of eternal watchfulness, fluttered open. His gaze pierced the veils of existence, reaching into the heart of his capital city. Unlike Felix and the others, his vision was able to pierce through the veil of the red sphere, allowing him to see what was happening to his citizens. What he witnessed would send shivers down anyone's spine, as almost all spirits imprisoned within the red sphere were lying on the ground without a single twitch. What was more shocking was the sight of their illumination being sapped out of their bodies, akin to candles on their last dying breath. Those with low illumination started releasing a dark aura around their bodies, an ominous aura, resembling the fallen specters greatly. "So, this is the method they have chosen?" Lord Hades uttered expressionlessly, seemingly unconcerned by the sight. Instead of making a move to save his own citizen, he lifted his head and showed an indifferent look at the cosmos above. "If you had to go this far to weaken me and open a portal to my realm, you should have just sent a message," Lord Hades sneered. "I would have opened the gates and welcomed you with open arms." Meanwhile, Duke Humphrey, enveloped by the crimson shadows of the forbidden array, lifted his hand in silent command. He knew that time wasn't his ally, so he straightaway began the second phase of the plan after ensuring that enough fallen specters were created. "By the authority vested in me by the Godfather," Duke Humphrey's voice resonated like distant thunder, echoing through the empty void of the spectral realm. "I hereby command all fallen specters across this realm to heed my call. It is time to cleanse this place of your wretched existence." As if compelled by an irresistible force, the fallen specters across the entire realm stopped whatever they were doing and lifted their heads to the sky. Then, their bodies began to twist and writhe in anguish, their ghostly forms contorting as if struggling against an invisible tide. "What the hell is wrong with you? Stop messing around. What's happening? Slavey? Are you good?" The masters near their fallen servants were left utterly stunned and somewhat freaked out at the sight of dark tendrils of energy surging from their servants' ethereal bodies, coalescing into massive, swirling negative energy clouds that hung ominously in the air. Before they could react, Duke Humphrey's eyes glowed with an intensity that seemed to pierce the very souls of those gathered. "Let the fallen embrace their fate," he declared, his voice resolute. "Implode and release the darkness that clings to you, and in doing so, taint those nearby with your malevolence." Boom, boom, boom. The fallen specters obeyed and unleashed their pent-up negative energies through a massive implosion, causing the clouds of darkness to billow outward, sweeping across the spectral realm like a storm. The masters were the first to get hit by the dark clouds. causing them to transform into fallen specters almost instantly before they could even utter a single scream. Just like a plague had been activated, they imploded on the spot as well and released similar dark clouds, enhancing the spread even further. Screams, shouts, and cries resounded in every city around the realm as the dark clouds kept engulfing other wandering spirits in their malevolent grasp. One by one, these hapless souls succumbed to the darkness, their forms twisted and contorted until they too became fallen specters. This macabre cycle continued relentlessly, spiraling into a never-ending cascade of implosions and transformations. This can't be happening. Ravager was witnessing this horrific chain of implosions happening right in front of him in the capital city while he was flying in the direction of his house. His heart was thrown into the depth of despair as he watched the fallen specters get erased from existence, not leaving even the spirit flame behind. Each implosion implied a confirmed death, and he refused to believe this for a simple reason. His little sister was still a fallen. Masha, Masha. Please be safe, please be safe. He kept begging, wishing, and hoping as he rushed at his top speed across the city, not caring about his telekinesis barrier getting eaten rapidly. The moment he arrived at his house, he burst through the door and rushed to his little sister's room, where he last left her. Alas, the entire room was filled to the brim with dark energy, making it close to impossible to see one's own fingers. It can't be. Not like this, Ravager mumbled with a petrified expression as he walked through the dark fog, step by step until he reached the bed. With a single stare, the wind picked up its pace and pushed the dark fog away from the bed, clearing his vision at last. What he found shattered his heart to pieces. A silver elegant ring was sitting on top of the sheets all by itself. This was the last piece of jewelry given to her by his parents, and she cherished it from a young age, not leaving her finger even when she turned into a fallen. He also had a similar one as they were purchased as two items for the price of one when their family was poor. Overwhelmed by grief, Ravager floated to the bed and reached out to clasp the ring in his hand. As he held it, his tears flowed freely at last, shimmering like spectral dewdrops. He could feel the echoes of their past, the laughter, and the warmth of their childhood. Why? Why? What did she ever do wrong to deserve this? Why? He sniffled silently as he hugged the ring. What did we do wrong to deserve this? All he had ever wanted was to live peacefully with his family. Nothing more, nothing less. But the cutthroat rules in the heavenly plane shattered his dreams. Now, even when his parents were already kicked out and he could finally afford to live in peace with his little sister after working his ass off, she ended up dead anyways. A fate that shouldn't have happened in the spirit realm. As Ravager wept, a sinister force seemed to sense his vulnerability. The dark energy of his little sister surged forth, battering against the telekinetic barrier he had erected around himself. The barrier crackled and wavered as the malevolence clawed at it, hungry to consume him as it had his sister. Despite the danger, Ravager clung to the ring, his sobs echoing through the room. The tears he shed were not just for Masha but for the countless souls who had met the same tragic, unfair fate. As the dark energy continued to assail his barrier, Ravager's resolve to live seemed to have shattered. His heart was filled with pain and hatred towards no one but Lord Hades, even when he knew that all of this was related to the Fallen Spectre's organization. He lifted his head, his hazy eyes reddened akin to a demon, staring into the ceiling, seemingly wanting to stare directly into Lord Hades' eyes. Lord Hades! Ravager's voice echoed like thunder, reverberating through the eerie expanse of the fallen city. You, who are entrusted with the souls of the departed, have failed us all. His words were a searing accusation, a condemnation that cut through the oppressive silence. The screams of the terrified surviving spirits and the constant implosions happening around the city seemed to agree in response to his rage. You swore to protect us, to safeguard our souls from the darkness. Ravager continued, his voice quivering with a mix of sorrow and fury. Yet, under your rule, we were put in absolute misery, and now my little sister and countless others have been consumed by the very darkness you were meant to keep at bay. The dark fog around Ravager picked up, swirling around him as if amplifying his words. But in reality, it was taking advantage of his emotional instability to enhance its devouring process. But Ravager didn't seem to care that his telekinesis barrier was about to shatter and expose him to a similar fate. You sit upon your throne, your chains a symbol of your power, while we suffer and wither away. His voice cracked with unprocessed emotion. You are a betrayer of trust and a blight upon this realm. If you weren't going to protect and care for us, you should have left us as mindless wandering spirits. Why bother giving us poor spirits a taste of an afterlife, and then forcing us to fight for our stay every single day? Why bother to free us from the shackles of eternal peacefulness just to put us into a torturous life? Crack! As his voice got louder and more powerful, he didn't seem to notice that his telekinesis barrier had shattered and his skin was in full contact with the dark energy. Without an ounce of mercy, the dark energy infested his body and began absorbing his illumination. Yet, Ravager wasn't even close to finishing his rant. What's the point? If you had any good faith, you should have created an actual heaven where spirits live in it without evil in their hearts, loving and caring for each other until eternity. Yet, you created a capitalistic hell-like society and called it a heavenly plane, not caring that more than 90% of spirits were barely living on a day-to-day basis. Ravager's chest heaved with anger and sorrow, but he knew that his words alone would not bring about the change he so desperately sought. He had uttered his defiance, his challenge to the ruler of the spectral realm, knowing that his words fell on deaf ears. In his eyes, Lord Hades didn't even know of his existence, and his entire rant was nothing but a mosquito buzz in the ears of a god. I am dying. As Ravager broke out of his tirade at last, he noticed that his entire body was on the verge of being consumed by the negative energy. He didn't know why, but he could sense his damnation fast approaching. Still, his grief-fueled rage burned hotter than the fear of death. In his final moments, he clung to his defiance and raised his darkened hand, fingers contorting into an unmistakable gesture. A middle finger. With a voice that seemed to shake the very foundations of the spectral realm, he bellowed, "Fuck you, Hades!" His words reverberated through the haunting stillness, a burning declaration of his resistance against the ruler of the underworld. His spectral eyes blazed with spite even as they faded into the abyss. As the last ignite disappeared from his heart, his soul exploded inward with a fiery burst of energy. Boom! The ring he was holding so dearly flew into the ceiling and fell back on the bed, sitting right next to his own silver ring. In such moments, one would say, I hope they reunite in the afterlife and live a blissful life. Alas, sigh. Ravager and Masha were nothing but a drop in an ocean when it came to the casualties the entire heavenly realm sustained. The death toll soared into the millions, and the spectral realm grew heavy with despair. The universe itself shuddered, sensing the unholy ritual taking place. At last, Lord Hades felt the mounting anguish of the fallen spirits, causing him to make his move and save them. With newfound resolve, he rose from his mediation position and extended his arms outward. A brilliant light emanated from his hands, unlike any the spectral realm had ever witnessed. It was a celestial radiance, a manifestation of his dormant powers, harnessed now for the salvation of his realm. Everyone on the heavenly plane lifted their heads and watched as the blue sky became golden all of a sudden. Then, it started raining with mesmerizing divine droplets. No one was able to escape from the divine droplets as they went through anything in their way, stopping only when they touched the spirits. What's this? Felix narrowed his eyes as he watched his entire body get covered in divine light, feeling empowered and refreshed like he could take an entire army by himself. While it only gave him this feeling, the newly turned fallen specters and other struggling spirits felt a profound transformation happening within them. The malevolent negative dark energy could no longer touch them. It was as though they were encased in a protective cocoon of radiant light, shielding them from the suffering that was about to befall them. It's the Lord's grace. He hasn't forsaken us. Praise the Lord. Praise the Lord. Run outside of the city while you are still under the Lord's protection. With their newfound immunity to the negative energy, the protected spirits began to flee their cities, seeking refuge far from the malevolent dark clouds. They moved with urgency, putting as much distance as possible between themselves and the chaos. Honestly, they didn't even need to do that, as the divine droplets were also erasing the spreading of negative energy in all cities. Even the red sphere around the capital had its powers wane over time, seemingly about to disappear at any given moment. TSK. He sure managed to restore order quite fast. In the distance, Duke Humphrey showed an irritated expression as he watched his efforts of more than 6 decades fade away in less than a minute. It doesn't matter. The death toll is enough for the universe to punish him. Duke Humphrey smiled coldly. The universe, ever watchful and unforgiving, had taken notice of the grave injustice that had unfolded under Lord Hades' rule. The cosmic balance, a force as ancient as time itself, stirred with righteous fury. The universe had no consciousness and didn't understand that punishing Lord Hades, it would make things worse for the spirits. All it cared about was right and wrong. The fact that a few million spirits were erased from existence under Lord Hades' rulership warranted a strict punishment. As the ruler of the spectral realm reclined back, his form shrouded in an eerie darkness, he suddenly felt a searing pain coursing through him. "It's starting," he thought expressionlessly. It began as an uncomfortable tingling sensation, like the prickling of 1,000 needles, spreading across his spectral flesh. When he looked down, he noticed tendrils of brilliant light emerging from his skin. They resembled chains of cosmic energy, radiant and pulsating with ethereal power. They wrapped themselves around his form, tightening with a merciless force that defied his control. These chains were not mere symbols of imprisonment but the embodiment of divine retribution. All unigens were born with them, as they were the constraints placed upon them by the universe, used to keep them in order and line. Since the ruler of the spectral realm didn't abuse his powers, but failed one of his duties, which was guarding the souls and spirits against erasure, his punishment was physical pain instead of forcing him into slumber. Even the demigods felt pain when it came to the universal punishments, as the chains coiled around him like serpents, their grip unrelenting, and he could feel their luminous energy seeping into his very being, scorching his flesh. The pain was excruciating, unlike anything the ruler of the spectral realm had ever endured. Yet, he neither screamed nor showed a different expression. The chains continued to tighten, sapping his strength and power with each passing moment, and Lord Hades knew that this would last for a couple of millions of years, corresponding each spirit's death with 1 year of his immortal life. When it came to demigods' punishments, the universe was an absolute merciless menace. Meanwhile, in the heart of the eternal celestial kingdom, one of many majestic palaces rose, its spires piercing the heavens. Its architecture was a masterpiece of divine craftsmanship, adorned with intricate, celestial motifs that seemed to dance and shimmer in response to the kingdom's vibrant energy. Within the palace, the Godfather himself, seated upon a twisted throne of fire and magma, wore an imposing cloak that seemed to absorb the very light around it. He was robust and muscular, with a sturdy frame that spoke of immense strength. His body was marked by scars and burn marks, seemingly glorifying the wounds his laws could cause to his enemies. His skin was a rugged, weathered texture, as if it has been forged by the very fires he commanded, bearing a reddish or bronzed hue, reminiscent of smoldering embers and cooled lava. His eyes gleamed with an inner fire, often appearing as deep, fiery orbs that seemed to smolder with an otherworldly intensity. This was the Godfather of fire and magma, the one and only Unijin with the powers to command those two laws and anything related to them. At the moment, his eyes were reflecting a hazy images that resembled the heavenly plane. That old coot has finally been weakened, and his seal over his realm started to give in. He showed an icy smile as he stood up from his throne. "It's time to show my worth to the upper celestials and earn my rightful spot amongst them." With a single step forward, he disappeared from the throne room and appeared at an everlasting expanse of mesmerizing green fields. Those fields weren't empty at all, as they were packed to the brim with armies upon armies of celestial illuminating humanoid figures. They resembled men and women, but their divine complexion and featherly large wings behind their back set them apart from any other race. Even high elves paled in comparison to those beings' elegance and nobility, seemingly screaming of superiority without uttering a single word. Yet, when everyone saw their godfather appear above them, they kneeled with their heads touching the ground, dirting their foreheads and clothes. They all shouted simultaneously with a tone filled with unquestionable reverence and worship. "Praise the Godfather Hephaestus." Godfather Hephaestus' eyes gleamed with evil intent as he stood before his forces. "Your sole purpose in life has arrived. Do not disappoint me," he said, indifferent as ever. Then he turned around and with a gesture of his hand, a rift began to tear open in the fabric of the eternal celestial kingdom. It crackled with fiery energy, expanding into a massive portal that connected their realm to the heavenly plane. The very sky above them darkened as the portal grew, an ominous gateway between realms. This sight wasn't appearing just for them, but also for everyone in the heavenly plane. Felix, Elder Kraken, Nidum, Captain Charleston, Mr. Atticus, Boss Alives, Inspector Nolver, and even Duke Humphrey. All of them were seen staring at the sky above with eyes showing different emotions. Most were left absolutely stunned and confused, but some of them showed looks of absolute excitement and fervor. "Ha ha ha! I am going back! I am going back at last!" Duke Humphrey laughed at the top of his lung, akin to a madman at the sight of the Godfather's forces descending from the sky. Thousands upon thousands of divine angels rushed from the portal and into the heavenly plane, their wings stretched far open, and their bright light casting an illumination as strong as the fake sun high above. When the netizens saw those angels, none of them felt an ounce of threat or fear. In fact, they kept staring at them with widened eyes in awe and astonishment. Alas, those looks didn't last for long, as the moment those angels reached the capital city below them, they didn't hesitate to expand their hands forward and release divine scorching light from their palms, destroying absolutely anything in the path, spirits included. "Is this really happening?" Felix's heartbeats started increasing in agitation as his eyes were affixed on the demonic angels, hunting down anything in sight, while more and more of them kept pouring from the portal high above. He didn't need to guess, as he was certain that portal was connected to the kingdom of those beings, the beings who were responsible for sending him down here. "Felix, this looks more serious than I thought," Elder Kraken said with a solemn tone. "I have never imagined the people of the Eternal Kingdom would invade the spirit realm. It's really them." Felix's expression turned cold all of a sudden. "Don't tell me they are coming after Asna?" "There is a possibility, but I believe this is more related to Lord Hades than her," Elder Kraken shared. "Lord Hades has locked the gates of the spirit realm to the Eternal Kingdom for some reason. So all of their dead spirits remain in their kingdom, and the residents there aren't so loving of the idea." Felix was left startled by the information, as he hadn't expected such hostility between the Eternal Kingdom and Lord Hades. The fact that Lord Hades dared to lock the spirit realm from the Eternal Kingdom was even more shocking, especially when Felix knew that the Eternal Kingdom was the home of all Unigens and those monstrous beings. Isn't doing that means starting a war with all Unigens? What pushed him to take such a decision? Felix asked. "Who knows? It's not like he shares with us the woes of his home," Elder Kraken warned. "Don't waste your time on such useless nonsense. Run as far as possible from the capital. I am certain a Unijin or even a couple are going to come down." He rumble. Before he could finish his sentence, the entire heavenly plane seemed to have been hit by a massive earthquake, causing almost everyone to hug the ground. Even when the ground shook, no one bothered to look at it. Instead, they all lifted their heads the instant they felt a monstrous, overbearing pressure falling on their shoulders. What they saw caused almost 30% of the spirits to pass out, 30% to lose complete control over their bladder in fear, and the remaining spirits to remain frozen on the spot with widened eyes. It was Hephaestus emerging from the portal with a towering colossal height of several kilometers, resembling a living volcano. his molten form radiating intense heat and his eyes blazing with fiery malevolence. His entire presence screamed of a holy deity who shouldn't even be looked at directly. Felix and many others were punished almost instantly for their disrespectful transgression, as their eyes were scorched from the inside out. Arg! Agoo! My eyes! Many spirits dropped to the ground with their hands grasping their flaming eyes tightly in absolute agony. Meanwhile, Felix and other experienced fighters swiftly used their telekinesis control to isolate the fire from their eyes, protecting whatever was left of them. With great difficulty, Felix opened his eyes again, and this time, he didn't dare stare at Godfather Hephaestus. Panic rippled through the entire city as no one had seen or interacted with an actual Unijin this up close. Even Felix's encounter with Unijins was through Asna and Nimmo. Both of them could be uttered to have never given him the real experience of dealing with a Unijin due to their weakened strength and relationship with him. Suddenly, before Godfather Hephaestus could utter a single word or unleash his fiery wrath upon the heavenly plane, a rift in the fabric of reality opened before him. From this rift, Lord Hades, dragging his radiant chains of cosmic punishment, manifested in all his spectral glory. "Let's take this somewhere else," Lord Hades said, his overbearing tone resounding akin to thunder across the heavenly plane. "Those chains sure suit a traitor like you," Godfather Hephaestus sneered. "Looks like those old geezers have managed to convince you that not accepting their rules and leadership is a traitorous act." Lord Hades replied calmly, "How shameful, a Unijin needing structure, rules, and hierarchy like mortals. The only thing shameful here is you, still carrying with your own universal duties for a master that will never appear again." Godfather Hephaestus retorted, "At least I am free." Without wasting any more time in talking to him, Lord Hades reached out and a rift opened beneath Godfather Hephaestus's colossal form. In an instant, both godlike beings were engulfed by the rift, disappearing from the heavenly plane under everyone's stunned expressions. Before the silence could last for even a moment, it was broken down by the angels' army restarting their destruction more brutally than ever. "Protect the citizens," High Inspector Charlson shouted with a strict expression, seemingly trying his very, very best to keep his cool in this bizarre and fucked up situation. At the moment, all he knew was that the heavenly plane was under attack and the citizens were being assaulted. As a law enforcer, it was his duty to defend them with his life. Felix, Nebula, Celifel, Nidum, and all the law enforcers outside of the city heard their new inspector's order. Besides Felix, the others all charged back into the city, which was now without a red sphere covering it, but under the attacks of a much scarier danger. Fortunately, Lord Hades' blessings from before had yet to run out and many spirits were saved from instant death because of it. Meanwhile, throughout this whole situation, Felix only managed to reach out to one conclusion. A chance to reunite with Asna, albeit cold-hearted and ruthless. Felix turned his back on the call and sought to meet up with his loved one. He realized that Lord Hades would not be bothered to look at him when he clearly had a much bigger problem to handle. This meant he would not have any other chance like this ever again if he dared miss it. However, just as he was about to reach out to Elder Kraken and ask him about Asna's location, he heard the echoes of children's wails, women's screams, and men's pained groans. The echoes were distant, but the vibrations made them crystal clear to his ears. "What am I doing?" he asked while staring at his reflection on his device screen. His face was indifferent, emotionless, and downright scary. He never bothered to care about how he looked like. But now, he felt like he was staring at a monster he couldn't recognize. Was I really going to ditch my own duty and turn my back on my squad for the sake of my own personal benefit? Was I really going to stoop that low? Felix knew himself to not be a white knight, a hero in shining armor who would jump at any danger for the sake of strangers. He wasn't like that, and he had no plans to be one. But he wasn't a lowlife who would ignore his job's duty, his captain's orders, and his squadmates' plight for the sake of his desires. What would his masters think of him if they heard about this? What would Asna see of him if she learned that he threw away everything that defied his character for the sake of meeting her? Would she still admire and cherish him? All Felix knew at the moment was he would not admire himself anymore if he dared turn his back on everyone who was there for him. So, without an ounce of hesitation, Felix put back his device inside his pocket and narrowed his cold-blooded eyes on the flying angels above the city, shouting down beams on the ground like they were playing a wreck-mole game. Let's clean this as quickly as possible before Lord Hades deals with his matters. While Felix didn't want to turn his back on his squad, it didn't mean that he planned on wasting this unique chance fighting those angels. So, he planned on going absolutely all out. Felix took a deep breath and extended his arm forward. He closed his eyes and imagined the creation of a powerful crystallized sniper rifle made out of adamantine gemstone. Since he had mastered this ability and understood exactly how it worked, his imagination bore to fruition. The crystallized sniper rifle manifested on his arm, shimmering with a blinding light akin to a beacon. Felix wasn't done. He snapped his finger and purplish deadly liquid bullets were created in bulks before turning into hardened bullets. He picked them up and loaded them inside the magazine while his right eye was placed on the scope, which was merely a small open hole. His eye reflected a zoomed-up scene of a flying squad of angels, terrorizing 3 law enforcers who were putting their lives on the line to protect a house filled with refugees. "It's been a while," Felix said while caressing the smooth surface of the rifle. His hand kept moving down until his fingers landed on the trigger. Zzzzzzzzzzz. The moment they touched the trigger, tens of electric lighting rings manifested on the long barrel of the sniper rifle. Now, the weapon was fully ready to devour anyone. Still, Felix didn't fire. "I never had the opportunity to use this technique in the living world against live targets." Felix smiled coldly as he eyed the angels. "Consider it your misfortune." His eyes suddenly turned white, showing a bright, detailed runic hexagon on his pupils. The moment it finished its creation, the electric lighting rings seemed to sizzle at 10 times the usual speed. Felix applied none other than a time acceleration spell on the lightning rings, causing them to add even more explosive speed to the bullets. He had tested this once in training and the result left his jaw wide open, and now it was time to be unleashed for real. Felix's heart beat in rhythm with his measured breaths. With unparalleled focus, he finally squeezed the trigger. The crystallized sniper rifle responded with a near-silent whisper, and the true poison bullet erupted from its barrel with supernatural speed, leaving a trail of shimmering essence in its wake. The bullet sailed through the heavenly realm's boundless expanse, a streak of iridescent doom hurtling toward its target. The celestial angel, graceful and unsuspecting, continued shouting divine beams at the law enforcers, who were barely resisting the onslaughter. If it wasn't for Lord Hades' blessings from before, their life would have ended much sooner. Then, in a moment that seemed to stretch into eternity, the true poison bullet found its mark. It struck the angel with pinpoint accuracy, a flash of maleficent brilliance against the celestial canvas. The angel didn't even seem to have felt anything as the bullet was so fast it penetrated right through his chest, and continued its journey before landing on another angel many kilometers further than the first one. "Get rid of them quickly. We have plenty of cities to cover." "We are trying. But it's mad annoying with Lord Hades' blessings protecting them." "Try hard, Arg. Kotham." The first angel felt his heart tightening up on him like it was being gripped by the Grim Reaper's hand. His face contorted in utter agony as the venom seeped into his entire being in less than a second. "Arg! Arg!" Alas, the true pain had arrived a tad later after his soul got poisoned too, leaving him incapable of mustering a single thought. All he could do was scream and bellow akin to a wounded dog in front of his squad's shocked expressions. "What in the Lord's name?" They muttered with chills coursing down their spine at the horrifying sight of their partner's once illuminated wings dimming and its feathers turning black and falling into the ground like he caught a deadly plague. Yet, what scared them the most was his brilliant faint skin turning purple with blackened spots appearing across his entire body. "Ugh!" With one last soft whimper, the sunken boneless angel fell to the ground and melted down, leaving behind him nothing but blackened, brittle bones. Both the angels and the law enforcers near the angel took a step back reflexively while holding their breaths in terror. None of them had ever seen such an instant and gruesome death before, and it made them fearful to have the same fate befall them. While the law enforcers were blessed to have Felix on their side, the same couldn't be the same for the poor angels. Arg! Ugh! It hurts! Before they could even react, they got taken out by the next barrage of bullets as Felix kept firing nonstop until he emptied the magazine. Then, he racked a new one and continued his killing spree, causing the celestial angels, in their agonized descent, to resemble plummeting fragile bugs, with their wings unable to bear them any longer. Someone is taking down the angels. Who is it? Inspector Charlson shouted in the intercom after noticing the sky getting cleaned off those heavenly bullies. It's not us. We got help too. Likewise, they were fighting us and suddenly collapsed into disgusting pools. It must be poisonous arrows or something. But how can poison causes such freakish damage? Plenty of law enforcers responded to the question, but none of them lied to take the credit. When Inspector Charlson saw that no one came forward, he didn't know whether it was an enforcer's doing or a powerful citizen offering his help. Whatever it was, he wasn't complaining in the slightest. 10, 20, 50, 100, 200. As the number of fatalities began to climb higher and higher while the sky seemed less populated than before, the Angels Battalion commander was finally notified. Commander Nottingham, someone is slaying our forces at a rapid rate and we have yet to locate him, an angel reported, his voice seemingly trembling a little. He had witnessed his close partner melting right in front of him, and he couldn't save him even when he used divine healing, which was powerful enough to heal any wound. How many casualties have we suffered? Commander Nottingham asked composedly. He was a figure of unwavering authority and discipline, presiding over the celestial angelic forces with an iron will. His countenance was marked by a stern visage, and his eyes bore the weight of countless responsibilities. His position within the Eternal Kingdom seemed quite decent, as even Duke Humphrey and his organization's 5 heads didn't dare to act brazen in his presence. It has crossed 200, and it doesn't seem to be slowing down anytime soon. 200 angels killed in less than 10 minutes without the assailant being spotted? Duke Humphrey frowned. Impossible. No one in the city is potent enough to pull this off without us knowing about him. All-powerful high-level law enforcers have their positions marked and accounted for, so it can't be them. Sharkey suggested. It must be an outsider. Sharkey and Nolver were freed from the prison the moment the red sphere covered the entire city. At that point, no one was in his right mind to protect the jail when the citizens were getting blown into dark clouds. Even though they weren't informed of Duke Humphrey's plan, they were prepared for anything to happen. In this manner, they managed to not turn into fallen specters and survived with their telekinesis barrier until the portal opened up. What do you suggest, then? Commander Nottingham asked with an indifferent look. Leave it to us, we will handle this outsider. Duke Humphrey uttered coldly. You guys just focus on keeping the residents terrorized. The more spirits die, the weaker Lord Hades will be and give our Godfather an advantage in their battle. Don't take too long. Commander Nottingham waved his hand, agreeing to their plan. Let's go. Duke Humphrey turned around and flew back to the city with the 5 heads closely behind him and many other lower-ranked subordinates like Boss Alves, Quillen, and such. Right now, Boss Alves resembled a feather under the mercy of the wind. He knew that it was already too late to change sides and receive Lord Hades' grace, as this was nothing but a betrayal of the highest order. So, he stuck close by to Duke Humphrey's side, understanding that they must have plans to survive, as no one was stupid enough to start a war with a god and not have an escape plan. What did I get myself into? I just wanted to earn Loomis. He thought with a bitter look, wanting to cry but having no tears to shed. Meanwhile, many kilometers outside of the capital, Kara could be seen wiping Felix's sweaty forehead with a napkin while he was shooting down angels non-stop. Sekiro, Miss Sinai, and little Timmy, who had just arrived, were responsible for covering for him so he could focus completely on his attacks. Felix had given them his location the moment he left the city, knowing that Vixen would never die in such a manner. This is already his 278 confirmed kill. Yet he shows no signs of stopping. Sekiro muttered while standing next to Miss Sinai. The more, the merrier. Miss Sinai grinned. I can see ourselves getting rich and having our status rise after Lord Hades shuts down this war. Is all you think about is money? Sekiro rolled his eyes and stopped wasting his time on her. To be honest, Miss Sinai was merely putting up a front. In reality, deep down, she started to believe that Felix wasn't like any other spirit. Sekiro and even Kara were feeling the same. Felix always gave them a strange feeling before, but as they watched him exterminate angels back and forth like some second-rated mobsters, they were more certain than ever that he wasn't like them. It was simply impossible for a spirit to grow this potent in less than a year, even if he hit the absolute jackpot in traits. Simply impossible. But they didn't bring this matter to his attention as they didn't want him to lose his concentration. In their minds, they believed that Felix trusted them with his secret, but in reality, he simply didn't care anymore about hiding his true powers. In his eyes, he would leave permanently the moment he took care of the angels. Meanwhile, in a majestic palace high above in the sky, tens of thousands of kilometers away from the capital city, Asna stood on the balcony of her bedroom, her heart pounding like the fierce drumming of a storm in her chest. Her glittering amber eyes were affixed on the tiny spatial whirlwind high above in the sky. She might not have seen everything due to the long distance, but she had witnessed the invasion of Godfather Hephaestus and his angelic army. Although she could not see through the portal, her eyes seemed to reflect the memories she experienced in that sinister place, causing her trauma to resurface. Her hands trembled as she clutched into the balcony railing, trying her best to ease her agitated emotions. Even when her trauma of imprisonment was awakened, her mind was consumed by Felix and Felix alone. Is he okay? Did they hurt him? Don't tell me they caught him? When she thought about how Felix was put in danger by her own kind again, she couldn't accept it, not even a little. Her agitated core started to burn in rage the more she imagined Felix getting harmed by them. None of you fuckers are going to touch him again. When her rage reached its peak, she cursed hatefully as she jumped out of the balcony and flew in the direction of the capital city, fighting against all of her instincts. Lord Hades didn't lock Asna in her palace and gave her freedom to leave and roam wherever she wanted. The only reason Asna never left the palace was because she knew that his eyes would be on her. If she dared to obtain close to Felix, his eyes would be on him. In turn, it would cause him to find out that his memories were restored and screw Felix all over. So, for his sake, she stayed put in her bedroom. But no more. Meanwhile, back in the city, Duke Humphrey and his subordinates were spread around the city to increase their odds of locating Felix. Thud. Thud. Suddenly, Sharky was forced to move to the side after two angels landed on the ruined building next to him, akin to cannonballs. As he watched them melt into disgusting liquid, his face couldn't help but twist under its mask. As an active criminal, he didn't want to attract law enforcers' interest to him. How are they doing it? I was watching them closely, and they dropped dead without warning. Duke Humphrey ordered them to pick targets and keep their eyes on them so that when they got attacked, they could easily trail back to the source. Alas, even when with his peak concentration, he witnessed absolutely nothing. Shit, if we weren't in the spirit realm, I would have believed it to be a ghost. Sharky cursed while sprinting to the other angels. Anything? Judge Marcel inquired. Nothing here. I witnessed two angels die in front of me and still found no trace. Sharky informed. Is this really the right strategy? Same happened here. After Duke Humphrey heard their claims, he knitted his eyebrows in displeasure. He realized that the opponent they were dealing with wasn't so simple, and this didn't please him one bit. He had accounted for so many things for the sake of returning to his home. He wasn't going to let a random variable ruin his efforts. The only angels dying are the ones in the sky. Duke Humphrey narrowed his eyes, analyzing the situation with the few intel in his possession. The assailant is never near them, and he can even kill multiple ones from different areas at the same time. This could only mean that he is either high above or outside of the city walls firing invisible projectiles. This was the only logical conclusion in his mind. To test it out, he reached out to Commander Nottingham and requested he order his army to fight below the city walls. Commander Nottingham did as he was told after realizing that his soldiers' deaths weren't slowing down at all. The moment the angels received the order, the sky was cleared off them, leaving only rising smoke and ruined skyscrapers in sight. It's about time they catch on. Felix retracted his eye from the scope after his targets disappeared, seemingly not too bothered by it. Damn it. Looks like they figured you out. Sekiro frowned as he pulled a katana from his sheath. What now? Should we rush them? Sekiro might not seem like it, but he was a decent swordsman who could take care of himself against regular foes. Unfortunately, those angels were no regular enemies, and if he dared step inside the city, he knew deep down that he would obtain eliminated instantly. Still, he wasn't a coward to stay back and watch his master go in alone. Luckily for him, Felix had no interest in bringing extra baggage with him. I am going in. Stay here and protect them, Felix ordered while canceling out the sniper rifle. Aiwa! With one indifferent stare from Felix, Sekiro was forced to lower his head and reply, I understand. Master. Do you really have to go in? Kara asked with a worried tone as she held onto his shirt. There are thousands of them. Felix patted her on the head for a moment before saying, I am afraid it's my duty. There was no one more wanting to leave this place than him at the moment. Alas, he could not turn his back on his responsibilities. Before they could say anything, Felix took a step forward and disappeared out of sight, teleporting back to the city. How mysterious! Miss Sinai's eyes tingled with untold curiosity as she witnessed Felix use a spatial ability, another element that was impossible to master in less than decades even for geniuses. Too bad. No one was there to ease her curiosity. Arg! Mommy? Leave me alone, please. Lord Hades save us. Boom! Boom! The moment Felix opened his eyes, he witnessed a scene like no other. A scene a child would never be able to imagine as it went against all of his fairy tale beliefs. Angelic divine beings were hunting down helpless and defenseless spirits, scorching them to death or cutting them into pieces with their glowing Excalibur-like swords. Lord Hades' protection was temporary and it had served its purpose already, leaving those poor spirits to rely only on the law enforcer's protection. Alas, there was far too little of them and far too many angels. Plus, the difference in strength was absolutely maddening. Felix had just witnessed a single angel killing off for law enforcers with a single swing of his sword, releasing a divine scorching blade in their direction. Their telekinesis barrier shattered almost instantly. Just because Felix was capable of killing them off easily, it didn't mean that they were weak. It was just Felix's overpowered abilities were simply unmatched. Looks like I have to do a bit more work than I thought. Felix sighed as he strolled towards the mentioned angel, not bothering to even hide his face. How brave! Walking to your own death after witnessing what happened to your colleagues. The angel showed a stern expression as he proclaimed, Your courage and bravery have earned my respect. I shall award you with a panel. Slice. In one fluid motion, Felix had sliced the angel from the torso with a glowing spatial blade, appearing behind him in the blink of an eye after casting a time acceleration spell on himself. Less death. By the time the angel finished his sentence, his body separated right from the center, releasing a fountain of glittering blood into the air. His brain couldn't even fathom how he died before he died. How noisy! Do they think we comprehend them? Felix said with an indifferent tone as his hawk-like eyes began scanning the area around him. The moment he found the biggest cluster of angels nearby, he teleported right amidst them, causing them to focus on him immediately. Without any words exchanged, they attacked him with the same scorching divine beams, surrounding him with more than 5 beams in all directions. Felix glanced at the approaching beams and manifested 5 basic gemstones. Then he uttered, Dimensional imprisonment, time dilution. His pupils glowed with 2 new runic hexagons before an invisible sphere emerged from his body and expanded until the beams and angels were included. The angels' eyelids seemed to slowly rise in the air in shock at the sight of their beams moving at less than 1% of their speed in the direction of Felix. Let's see if you guys are immune to your own attacks. Instead of killing them right away, Felix decided to run some experiments on them, as it wasn't a normal occurrence to run into Eternal Kingdom citizens. Spatial displacement. He activated another spell and then watched as those 5 angels got their positions instantly shambled with the 5 gemstones. Since the gemstones were grouped together, the angels ended up mushed up into a ball of flesh and limbs, resembling a rat king. Before their minds could even process this witchcraft they were under, Felix cancelled the time dilution spell, and the 5 divine golden beams struck the armored angels into a single point. Boom! Arg! Ugh! While Felix could not understand their language, the screams of pain were universal for every creature. Interesting, they get affected just as difficult as us. Felix analyzed as he watched them melt into a single mesh of flesh and blood while bellowing their eyes out. After the beams died off, the 5 angels were nowhere to be seen, leaving behind them pieces of their armor and bones falling into the ground. Are they using borrowed powers? It seems too powerful, too divine for them. Felix wondered. The damage those divine beams were just too terrifying, as they could raise the entire ground up and collapse buildings like they were made out of paper. Felix was already accustomed to light element abilities, and those divine golden abilities were nothing like them. Captain, we found a powerful enemy. We need reinforcement. A white-haired angel with a metallic helmet on reported with a serious tone, after watching his companions getting obliterated by Felix. Before he could even attempt to provide assistance, his people were already erased from existence. Do not engage, reinforcement is on the way. I will keep an eye on H. Huh? Where did he go? The white-haired angel looked back and forth with bewildered expression after losing his sight of Felix. He literally blinked once, and that was all it took for him to lose Felix. I have Los. Before he could report it, a poisonous true bullet accelerated with time penetrated the back of his helmet and came out of his forehead. Thud. From a distance behind him, Felix was seen putting a tiny crystallized handgun in his pocket, before continuing his sprint to another location. I have to save as much spiritual energy as possible. The energy restoration treasures in my possessions aren't enough to last me forever. Felix narrowed his eyes, understanding that he had to be efficient in his killings. And so, in the heart of the capital city, Felix moved with an unsettling grace, a harbinger of destruction, using all sorts of abilities and techniques from an arsenal of more than 10 elements. As Felix continued his rampage, he conjured a swirling maelstrom of true poison fog. It billowed through the streets, an insidious cloud that clung to the wings of angels and seeped into their every pore. Their once pure forms withered and twisted, their ethereal beauty devoured by the toxic haze. Their cries for mercy were silenced by the suffocating embrace of the poison fog. He made sure that the streets were empty of innocent citizens before using weapons of mass destruction. If it wasn't for the citizens being hidden under the rubble or underground, he would have used his condensed nukes and razed entire kilometers of surface area at once. While he was going berserk mode, the mess he was creating hadn't gone unnoticed, and the news reached the commander and Duke Humphrey. Pull your people away from the southern district. I will handle him. Duke Humphrey requested from the commander while speeding away to the southern district. The closest one to Felix was Nalver, and he has been following the noise ever since he started his mayhem. At last, he managed to reach Felix when he was just about to engage against a retreating squad of angels. Huh? Are you shitting me? When he saw that it was Felix, the bastard who was causing them trouble for the entire year, he couldn't believe his eyes at all. Soon, his disbelief and shock were turned to utter horror at the sight of those fleeing angels getting severed into pieces by spatial blades. What terrified him the most was the fact that those angels seemed to have paused in midair, not moving an inch even when the spatial blades cut them off. This can't be real. Space? Time? Isn't he a sound elementalist? The more he tried to understand the scene before him, the less it made sense. Alas, he was staring a bit too hard. which activated Felix's senses and made him turn around and spot him hidden behind a falling building. Fuck! The moment Nalvar's eyes met Felix's, he felt his entire soul freeze on him. Even his legs turned a bit wobbly, like a prey spotting its primal predator. Before he could break out of his daze, Felix appeared right in front of him with a faint cold smile. "How are you doing, High Inspector?" Who are you? You can't be a mere newbie spirit. Are you a spy of Godfather Poseidon? Sent to ruin our Godfather's plans?" Scared shitless, Nalvar stuttered a series of questions as he stepped away from Felix. He wanted to muster his courage and stand up before Felix, but the gallons of blood tainting Felix's entire body were enough to scare anyone to death. "Godfather Poseidon? What are you on about?" Felix frowned in confusion. "You really don't know?" Nalvar seemed to believe Felix's ignorance about their celestial matters. He was working as a high inspector for a very long time, and this made him detect lies from truth easily. But how? How can you be this powerful and utilize so many elements in such a short time? How? Wait a second. Nalvar's eyes widened in shock as he asked, "Have you maintained your memo? Arch, you are talking too much." Felix broke his knee with a single kick in the joint, causing Nalvar to start crying immediately. One would think that he was weak or soft, and he would be completely right. Ever since Nalvar became an inspector, he never fought a single time and dirted his own hands. Even when he was quite a reputable fighter in his time, all he was now was a shadow of his former self, and a mere broken knee was enough to leave him with teary eyes. "Don't die on me now. I still need you to explain this mess." Felix leaned closer to his face and asked point-blank, "What's your purpose of this invasion, and what's your relation to the Eternal Kingdom? If you want the answers to those questions, I am your man." Suddenly, a disgruntled cold voice resounded deeply in Felix's ear, making his skin jolt out of place. Just as he wanted to teleport away randomly, a brilliant golden fist landed square on his left cheek, shattering his telekinesis barrier instantly. Whoosh! Boom! Felix flew akin to a cannonball into the ruined buildings, breaking walls upon walls before finally coming to a halt near a broken chandelier. Cough! Cough! With bloodshot, dizzy eyes, Felix coughed out buckets of blood mixed in with a few shattered teeth. It had been a long, long time since Felix had gotten punched the absolute wind out of him like this, leaving him completely disoriented. "You have been messing with my plans for a long while now, so you better stand up. I am not done with you yet." Duke Humphrey appeared above him with an icy look etched on his face. His hands clasped behind his back, and one of them was dripping with Felix's blood. It was clear he meant business. Felix fought against the numbness his body was under and stood up straight. He wiped the blood out of his lips and said coldly, "So it was you. How is Kara doing?" Duke Humphrey confessed emotionlessly, "She has been a great help in my experiment to create the negativity fuelers. The things I did to her, the things she had to go through to help me extract her negative energy." Phew. Duke Humphrey's smile grew a bit wide as he saw Felix's face turn icier and icier. "I am honestly astounded she managed to keep her sanity straight." "Shut it. If she didn't escape when my guard was lowered, she would have been one of the best negativity fuelers." "I said shut it," Felix repeated, his voice almost sounding like an animal growl. His bloodshot, murderous eyes made him resemble one. "Or what?" Duke Humphrey sneered as he used his overpowered telekinesis control to gain a tight hold on Felix, making it close to impossible for him to even bat an eye. "You thought the bits of spiritual treasures you consumed made you a god around here?" Duke Humphrey mocked as he tightened his grip even further, causing Felix's bones to crack loud and clear. "I have consumed tens of millions worth of spiritual treasures to elevate my strength to its peak, so I could handle any trash that stands before me and my way back home." Felix knew that he wasn't bullshitting him in the slightest. His telekinesis grip was so powerful that it made him feel utterly hopeless. While Felix had many powerful abilities, he really couldn't use them even if he wanted to. For example, totality collapse, illusion domain, and such were some of the highest and most complex powers to master in the universe. Even if he used his imagination, he had absolutely no clue how they worked, which meant he could not rely on them at all. The only powers he could use were the ones he spent time learning and mastering, allowing his imagination to have substance to it. Fortunately, there was an advanced ability that was powerful enough to be considered close to an ultimate ability. Felix knew that it was his only hope to free himself. Without an ounce of hesitation, Felix used Concept Destruction Mist and marked Duke Humphrey's telekinesis energy. The crimson-red mist emerged from Felix akin to a subduing tinger awoken from a deep slumber, engulfing him entirely. Duke Humphrey frowned in confusion as he felt like his telekinesis energy was being eaten by the crimson mist. This can't be. Refusing to believe it, Duke Humphrey's eyes blazed with determination as he extended his hand, attempting to exert his telekinetic dominance over Felix. But the Concept Destruction Mist held strong, devouring the waves of telekinetic vitality and causing them to dissipate harmlessly into the mist's abyssal depths. Felix, a cruel smile playing on his lips, broke free from his grasp and landed on his knees. Even when half of his body's bones were broken or on the verge of shattering, he still refused to lie on the ground. "What have you done?" Duke Humphrey asked with a solemn tone as he retreated a step back, feeling his danger instincts tingling at the sight of his enemy seemingly set in crimson flames. Did the Duke just retreat? Nalvar's eyes widened in shock. He heard too much about the Duke's legends in the Eternal Kingdom and his upbearing to reach his current position to see him retreat before a nobody. This made him realize that Felix was even more terrifying than he initially assumed. Shit, this is too much for me. Nalvar wanted dearly to leave this area, but he didn't dare ditch the Duke. You will know later on. With a deep, controlled breath, Felix summoned his water-sacred healing ability, a power rarely seen in his arsenal. Concentrating his will, Felix channeled the sacred water's essence within him. A gentle, luminescent glow enveloped his physique as the healing energies flowed through his veins. The water's soothing touch mended his shattered bones and closed his grievous wounds, knitting his flesh back together at an insane rate. In merely a couple of seconds, Felix's skin exhilarated all the filth and bad blood resulting from his wounds, leaving him in relief from the agony that had plagued him moments before. Felix almost never used water to heal himself, even though it possessed one of the best healing properties in all elements. That's because of his insane rejuvenation from Elder Kraken's bloodline. But now, he had no mutation from his previous life, so he had to rely on all of his elemental arsenal. Duke, this bastard is a strange one. I saw him use space and time abilities. He was killing most angels with poison, and we know he can use fire and sound elements. Now, he even controls water and whatever that crimson mist. Nalvar shared with a concerned tone. He can't master all of those elements in less than a year. I am afraid he isn't a normal spirit. Even without Nalvar saying this, Duke Humphrey reached the same conclusion after finally guessing the origin of the crimson mist. Destruction element. How did he learn it? It can't be from here. Duke Humphrey narrowed his eyes at Felix before asking him, "Have you retained your memories? Did that irritating bitch help you somehow with it?" Duke Humphrey was there when Asna and Felix were brought together at the council. He saw how Lord Hades severed their souls and sent them on their merry ways. While it was impossible for other spirits to maintain or recover their memories, he could see it happening with Felix since Asna shared both of their memories. The only issue with his analysis was his understanding of Lord Hades, knowing that he wouldn't allow Asna to help him like this. "How did you pull it off?" he asked, somewhat curious. "She might be annoying, but no one insults my woman besides me." Felix didn't even listen to his question as his mind zoned out the moment he heard his insult. "So, you do remember?" Whoosh! Before Duke Humphrey could finish his sentence, Felix appeared right in front of his face and punched him with all of his force in the same cheek. Duke Humphrey's telekinesis barrier was thick enough to block the punch easily. However, it could do nothing at all against the destruction aura around Felix's fist. Realizing the danger he was in, Duke Humphrey got rid of his nonchalant attitude and focused completely on taking down Felix. Boom! 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 because of Felix's destruction mist protecting him from Duke Humphrey's overpowered telekinesis control. The battle seemed to have regained some balance as they were engaged in a relentless combat dance. Their powers collided in cataclysmic clashes. Each blow they exchanged sent shockwaves that rippled through the already shattered cityscape. Duke Humphrey grew impatient and decided to use his elemental abilities, finally accepting that his telekinesis powers were useless in this fight. Magma pulse. He pulled away from Felix and clapped both of his hands on the ground below, causing burning magma and lava to erupt in hundreds of fissures, rushing in the direction of Felix. Felix hadn't expected magma to be used, so he wasn't given much time to react, forcing him to use the first defensive ability in mind. Adamantine gates. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 white crystallized thick gates erupted from the ground up in a single line and blocked the magma and lava. However, because the ground was shaken up pretty badly, the gates weren't able to stand for far too long. Thud, thud. They soon lost their balance and fell over, but Felix was already gone. When he appeared, he was a couple of meters away from Duke Humphrey's back. This was the sign of a battle-experienced master, counterattacking in the least expected time. Checkmate, Felix uttered icily while his pupils illuminated with a white hexagon. The instant the hexagon was created, time seemed to have come to a halt around both Felix and Duke Humphrey. The only difference was that Felix had marked time with his destruction concept aura, nullifying the time-slowing effect on his physique alone. Duke! Nolver cried out loud in fear and shock as he watched Felix manifesting a spatial blade in his hand and swinging it at the unmoving head of his master. He wanted to rush and save him, but his wiggly legs had absolutely no strength to them. When the spatial blade was about to make contact, Nolver closed his eyes in despair, not able to accept the next scene. PSSSSSSSS. When he heard the sound of flesh ripping apart and blood spewing out, his heart sunk for a little before his rationality took over. How can I hear such sounds while he used a spatial blade? He thought in confusion while opening his eyes again. What he saw next left him utterly stunned. Instead of Duke Humphrey being decapitated as he expected, his eyes showed him his master glowing in brilliant divine light while his glowing right arm extended through Felix's chest, lifting him high above. Blood was dripping from Duke Humphrey's right hand, seemingly holding on to something red and fleshy. When Nolver squinted hard, shivers coursed through his spine after realizing that it was Felix's heart. How? Felix muttered. His eyes couldn't help but hide the shock and disbelief in them. How? I want to tell you, but your mind isn't equipped with the intelligence to understand the answer. Duke Humphrey replied nonchalantly, while pulling back his arm from Felix's chest and hurling him to the side like a rag doll. Thud! Felix rolled 3 times on the floor before his back smashed against a wall. He remained leaning against it with his head lowered and blood gushing out of his gaping wound. Wa? Ter. Enesy. Healing. Poise. On. Restaurat. Ion. Felix tried to use his available healing powers to recover from such a devastating wound, but alas, his entire heart was missing and his healing abilities weren't equipped to restore such a vital organ before he dropped dead. I can go out like this. And so, against his wishes, his resolve, and his will, Felix's eyelids dropped down until they were closed, marking the end of his chapter in the spirit realm. The moment he lost consciousness, his soul turned into a small floating flame, hovering in its place, at the mercy of anyone near it. Felix was strong. No, he was too powerful, but he wasn't in his element with all of his powers. Yet, the thing that really fucked him over was his lack of knowledge about his enemy and his powers. Duke, I knew you would win. Nolver came running to the scene with a hearty laugh, the complete opposite of his previous despair. Not too bothered, Duke Humphrey canceled off the divine blessing and ordered coldly. Contact the commander and tell him the vermin have been taken care of. They can take control over the sky again. On it! Nolver turned to look at Felix's soul flame and asked with an icy tone, What do we do with him? Hand him over to an angel and make him erase his existence. Duke Humphrey ordered while flying away. I have already wasted enough of my divinity on trash. I have it covered. Nalvar gave him a slight head nod and walked towards Felix's soul flame. He lifted him up and brought him close to his face. Oh, how I wish it was possible to hurt you now. Nalvar sighed in disappointment, knowing that spirits couldn't feel anything in this form. So, he could only spit on him over the humiliation he put him through before taking off. As he was flying towards the nearest squad of angels, he met with Sharky and Gravis on the way. Nalvar told them what happened, and both of them couldn't help but show surprised expressions as they eyed Felix's soul flame. I can't believe he managed to force the Duke to tap in on his divinity, Gravis said. He treasured it more than anything, since he can't get it restored unless he returned back to the Eternal Kingdom. He never used it before. Even I completely forgot that he possessed it, Nalvar remarked with an envious tone. But it's really amazing. You should have seen it in action. Its aura alone cancelled off all activated elements of this bastard. It's expected. He is using the greatest divinity in the Eternal Kingdom, Radiant Codex Divinity. Only acclaimed upper citizens of the Eternal Kingdom are worthy to be blessed by it, Gravis said with a stern tone. Its bestower is the most powerful being in the entire universe and all of its realms. It's a dream come through to be receptive to his gifts. One day, boys, one day, Sharky said, his eyes gleaming with desire and hope as he stared at the portal high above. In a few moments, they met up with the angel squad and requested them to eliminate Felix's soul flame. This is the soul of the fucker who was assassinating your forces, Sharky shared with a cold tone. Say no more. This was enough to convince the angels as they dropped their duties immediately and turned to face Felix's soul flame. Seraphiel, finish him off. The squad captain ordered a beautiful green-eyed angel. Seraphiel placed her outstretched hand right on top of Felix's soul flame and began to glow with scorching divine light, a celestial fire capable of purging even the darkest of souls. Whoosh! Just as the divine scorching light emerged from her palm, was about to land on the flame's soul, a sudden colossal water tentacle emerged from the ether. It was sinuous and serpentine, reaching out with a preternatural grace and snatching the flame's soul in the blink of an eye. Ha! Seraphiel, stunned and powerless against this unforeseen intervention, could only watch in disbelief as her divine beam got wasted on a ruined building, blowing it into pieces. Abruptly, Elder Kraken's voice echoed through the heavenly plane like the rumbling of distant thunder. The fate of this soul is not yours to decide, he intoned, his words resonating with the power of the oceans. Elder Kraken, Sharky, Nalvar, and Gravis all showed ugly expressions at the sight of Elder Kraken flying high above them. He was in his humanoid form, but there were 8 giant octopus water tentacles, waving around threateningly. Still, none of them seemed afraid of him. In fact, they entered battle stance with cold looks, clearly not planning to leave this place without Felix's soul. Their attitude was understandable as Elder Kraken was known to have climbed to his position through his remarkable intelligence. Since he never fought before, everyone assumed that he didn't bother to concentration on his strength like most heavenly elders. How disappointing, Gravis. You turned your back on the realm also. Elder Kraken shook his head in disapproval. I never had my back on your side in the first place, Gravis asked coldly. Now hand over the soul and we might let you go. Let me go, Elder Kraken sighed. I was never a fan of battles, but it seems I can never run away from them even in the afterlife. Stop wasting our time and do as we say. Nalvar's confidence was over the roof compared to his fight against Felix. It was because of none other than the Angels squad behind him. Both of you are wasting our time. The Angels squad captain got disgruntled and ordered sternly, kill him and the spirit flaw. Whip, 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 whip. 8 targets, 8 tentacles, 8 whips, 1 fate. Getting sent hurling downward, their forms reduced to a mere flesh paste upon impact. This happened in a fraction of a heartbeat. They didn't even know what happened to them or feel any pain from both attacks. They died instantly like they were mere flies getting swatted to their damnation. Ah! How terrible! Elder Kraken shook his head in disappointment before turning around and taking off toward his mansion with Felix's soul in hand. On his journey there, his water tentacles kept whipping any angel on the way to oblivion, clearing the road for him. Those tentacles seemed extremely potent compared to the ones Felix using. They were carrying like 1,000,000 tons for each hit, turning anything hit by them into powder. When he arrived at his mansion, he placed Felix's flame spirit on the table in front of him and reached out to Carbuncle. "I have saved him. Thanks for the tip." "This is the least I can do," Carbuncle replied with a stern tone. "I never thought he would actually lose against the Duke. If I knew this, I would have reached out to you much sooner to help him out." Even since the apocalypse occurred, Carbuncle kept his all-seeing eyes on Felix and other important figures in his life. He watched Felix combat the angels and absolutely decimate them even when they possessed divine energy. This made him confident that Felix would win against the Duke. Alas, that twist had left him stunned just like Felix. "I am taken back as much as you." Elder Kraken nodded solemnly. "Our boy isn't a weakling to lose so easily. That godliness in the Duke's possession is too peculiar." Both elders were lacking in wisdom when it came to the eternal kingdom. It was understandable as the scribes had no access to any information about it. Lord Hades was also uptight about its knowledge, which meant the only way to learn about it was through the ones living there and coming out. "I have listened to the three traders' conversation. They mentioned something about types of divinities, and that the one in the Duke's possession was the highest of order, bestowed by the strongest being in the universe." Carbuncle shared. "If it's him bestowing it, then I can see why the Duke was able to finish off Felix." Elder Kraken narrowed his eyes in focus, knowing that the being was one of the three rulers of the eternal kingdom. Most importantly, one of the perpetrators accountable for incarcerating Asna. "This is all I know at the moment," Carbuncle said. "You have already shared too much," Elder Kraken warned. "I know that Lord Hades isn't focusing on his duties, but don't push it. So when he returns order again, you might keep your position at the excuse of assisting in the war. We will handle that when the time comes." Carbuncle frowned as he watched Felix from the video call. "What do we do now about him?" "It will take a minimum of a week for his soul to recover even if he consumed all the best restoration treasures in the realm." Elder Kraken sighed. "An entire week. I doubt this invasion will last half a day unless Lord Hades somehow lost." Elder Kraken might not have liked the invasion to happen, but he saw it as the perfect chance for Felix to leave the heavenly plane and return to his body without needing the Sharon or anything else. He could literally escape the heavenly plane and meet up with Lord Quetzalcoatl somewhere in the spirit realm and let him handle it from there. Now that Felix was a mere soul flame, it wasn't possible without Karen's assistance. They would never break the rules like this even if their lord wasn't watching them. "I guess she is his only hope at the moment," Carbuncle smiled wryly. "Who's she? Who else? Are you serious?" Elder Kraken raised an eyebrow in surprise. "That other troublemaker is coming here?" "Coming?" Carbuncle chuckled. "She has already arrived." Asna could be seen soaring high above the capital city. Her mesmerizing beauty was somehow even more divine and celestial than all the angels below combined. "Where are you, Felix?" Yet, her bewitching face had a deep scowl as she used her soul familiarity to sense Felix's spirit in the capital city. Amidst the chaos and devastation below, she felt a faint whisper calling for her from the northern district. The feeling flickered like a dying ember, on the very verge of extinguishing, making her realize that his soul was teetering on the precipice of oblivion. "How can it be so weak?" Asna's radiant eyes widened with anguish and rage as she beheld the state of Felix's soul. She knew that this state implied that Felix's spirit had lost its physical properties and could be said to have died in the spirit realm. "Bastards! Bastards!" Enraged beyond measure, Asna manifested two blazing wings with celestial white fire as she descended into the city. Without an ounce of hesitation, she flapped her wings once, and a tempest of celestial flames was left in her trail while she flew toward Felix. This trail of celestial white flames had annihilated any angel unfortunate enough to stand in her path. They were reduced to nothing more than twinkling fragments of stardust. their forms torn asunder by her unstoppable wrath. Yet this wasn't the worst part. The celestial flames seemed to have a mind of its own, hunting down even the furthest angels from Asna. "Commander, we are being assaulted by divine flames. Arg! We are under attack from a celestial." The angels reported the situation on their dying breaths, realizing almost instantly that the flames belonged to the Eternal Kingdom. "Who is it?" Commander Nottingham frowned. "Did you get a good look at the target?" "There is no target. It's just celestial flames chasing us off. This can't be." Commander Nottingham stood up from his chair, understanding that only beings from the upper celestial echelon were able to control divine energies in such a manner. "It has to be her," Duke Humphrey said coldly. "Asnaliga, the exiled celestial. She is here? Why the fuck am I knowing about this now? Does the Godfather know about this?" Commander Nottingham was infuriated. No one updated him about Asna, and he ought to feel enraged. His soldiers were in extreme danger, as there was no way they could face off against a celestial regardless of whether she was at her weakest possible state or not. "I have already told the Godfather about her, and he said he has set up a plan to take care of her." Duke Humphrey replied with a cold smile. "All you have to do is trust in his vision. It's not like I can do anything else." Commander Nottingham rubbed his eyelids as he returned to his seat. He understood that even if he led his army personally against Asna, they wouldn't be able to touch a single hairstrand of hers. So, he could only order his armies to lay low for a while until Asna got taken care of by his godfather. Amidst the depths of Elder Kraken's mansion that stood as an imposing edifice in this unholy war, Asna, her large feathery wings aglow with celestial fire, burst through the mansion's imposing gates, a murderous glint etched in her eyes. Following her senses, she swiftly arrived at a dimly lit living room, and there, upon a weathered table, she found Felix's soul flame, flickering like a fragile candle in a storm. Eyes brimming with a murderous glare, Asna turned her attention to Elder Kraken, who was sitting in front of it with a wry smile, knowing that Asna wasn't going to let him off the hook. As expected, her voice trembled with anger as she demanded, "How could you let him fall to such a state? You couldn't even protect him for a few minutes until I arrived." Before Elder Kraken could respond, Carbuncle emerged as a hologram and defended him. If it wasn't for Elder Kraken intervening to save him, Felix would have been erased from existence. "The ones you should be angry at are Duke Humphrey and the invaders." Asna's fiery gaze shifted to Carbuncle, her anger momentarily quelled by confusion. "Duke Humphrey? Tell me what happened exactly." Asna also didn't believe that Felix would lose to a spirit no matter how strong he was if he went all out. But after Elder Kraken narrated everything that went down, Asna couldn't help but feel angry at no one but herself. I should have told him at least about the divine energies. If he knew about them, he wouldn't have been caught by surprise like that. Asna wanted to keep Felix in the dark about matters related to the Eternal Kingdom, since she knew it would do nothing but overwhelm him and make him feel utterly hopeless. The Eternal Kingdom would even make primogenitors and elemental lords feel hopeless. Don't even mention him. But her withholding key information ended up fucking off Felix big time, as he never expected there would be a divine energy capable of canceling off even time abilities. "It's no use to blame yourself," Carbuncle said calmly. "What's important is to get Felix out of the heavenly plane as fast as possible before Lord Hades returns. We need you to hasten his soul's recovery. Can you do it?" "Leave it to me." Asna nodded. She closed her eyes off and extended her hands towards Felix's fragile soul flame. Her divine energy, shimmering and pure, emanated from her being in a shimmering aura of celestial light. With unwavering focus, Asna gently infused Felix's wavering essence with her own divine power. The soul flame responded, its feeble glow gaining strength with each passing moment. The once tattered threads of Felix's spirit wove themselves back together, knitting into a luminous and whole form once more. Asna's eyes shimmered with tears of relief as she watched Felix's soul flame begin to grow bigger and bigger until it was turned into a complete spirit again. Only then did she stop channeling her celestial energy into him. After his form became whole again, He slowly became aware of the world around him, and his muddled eyes opened up to the light yet again. The instant clarity was restored. His gaze locked onto Asna's tearful face, and he saw the profound emotions etched in her expression: love, forgiveness, guilt, and unshakable devotion. Instinctively, Felix reached out with his hand, his spirit form ethereal and gentle, and tenderly wiped away a tear that traced a silvery path down Asna's shimmering cheek. It was a basic yet profound gesture, a wordless recognition of the pain he had caused and the redemption he sought. Asna's tearful eyes met Felix's, and in that moment, they conveyed more than words ever could. "I have missed you like nothing else," Felix muttered, his voice cold, distant, yet still, making Asna feel the genuine love he had for her. She leaned closer to him until their foreheads were slightly touching and replied with a soft, angelic voice, "And I have ached for your presence more than my freedom." Felix cupped Asna's face in his hands, his fingers trembling with emotion. Her eyes, her lips, her face, her soul, everything seemed so radiant, like he was holding into a warm and gentle sun. The moment she smiled, its warm brilliance had dawned on his frozen heart like a sun dawning in the closest of winters. "I was foolish enough to think that separating from you would make my love fade away, if just by a little." Asna chuckled softly. "It only grew stronger and more intense, making it unbearable to watch you without yearning for your presence, your touch, and your love." With every tender word, and every loving glance from Asna, the ice that had encased his heart began to crack and splinter. Like a gentle thaw, the warmth of her affection whispered through the frozen chambers, stirring life within. The once veiled heart, now bathed in the soft light of her devotion, began to beat anew. A rhythm of love, forgiveness, and rebirth. Felix, now unburdened by the chains of his new persona, felt the rush of emotions flood his being. A faint, familiar, gentle smile tugged at the corners of Felix's lips, as if the very essence of his former self had awakened from a deep slumber. His eyes, once cold and grim, seemed to shimmer with a restored light, a glimmer of the kind soul that had once shone so brightly. "I love you. I love you too." These were the first words released out of Felix's mouth after his return, making Asna lean forward until their lips met in a tender, loving kiss. In that sweet moment, all the pain of the past and present faded into insignificance, replaced by the warmth and passion of their rekindled affection. "Wow, that works," Elder Kraken muttered in surprise, realizing that Asna had helped Felix beat the memory's reformation system, which shouldn't have been possible without a set of conditions. Memories decide personality, and the only way for spirits to have their personalities changed was to go through either a trauma, have their memories replaced, or a burst of new memories added. But Felix hadn't gone through any of this. He simply felt Asna's genuine love for him, and it was enough to shatter his iced heart, awakening a similar version of his previous self. That's the power of true love. Carbuncle smiled kindly at the scene of Felix and Asna hugging each other in peaceful silence. It was a moment of profound reunion, a testament to the power of love and redemption. In that fleeting smile and the light in his eyes, an image of himself and his wife overlapped with them, making his smile turn even bigger. Suddenly, all of them were jolted after sensing an approaching powerful vibrational waves from the south. Rumble! The mansion began to shake like it was suffering under an 8-degree earthquake, causing paintings to fall off, chairs to flip, and the fish in water tanks to swim all over the place in agitation. "What's this?" Felix and Asna were forced to cut their reunion short and fly off outside of the mansion with Elder Kraken, wanting to check on the situation. The moment they exited the mansion, they were shocked to see a massive dust cloud that was touching the sky, devouring the entire surface of the heavenly plane. It was like an apocalyptic scene from a movie after a meteor landed. "Is this the doing of the Eternal Kingdom?" Felix asked, his voice as cold as ever. His emotions might have been awakened by Asna, but it didn't mean that he became kind and soft or such. "No." Asna shook her head, her eyes locked on all the fleeting angels, who were trying to find cover from the approaching storm. "Then what?" "This is a shockwave." Elder Kraken gulped with a solemn expression before continuing. A shockwave resulted from Lord Hades and Hephaestus' battle. Felix felt chills course on his spine at the sound of that. He understood that their battle must be happening extremely far away, yet just a simple shockwave from it was enough to raise the entire heavenly plane. When Felix saw the direction it was coming from, he instantly broke off his daze and uttered, "Be right back!" Then he teleported back to where he left Kara, Sekiro, Miss Sinai, and her servant. Whoosh! Whoosh! The moment he reappeared, he was assaulted by a vortex of radiant and chaotic forces locked in a tumultuous dance. Felix protected himself with crystallized armor and pushed through the ravaging storm, looking here and there until finally locating his closed ones tucked together inside a telekinesis barrier powered by Sekiro. He was seen standing with great difficulty as he affixed his sword on the ground, holding it tightly while shielding Kara, Miss Sinai, and little Timmy behind him. Miss Sinai was also offering her help by enhancing the telekinesis barrier, but it was clear that the storm was simply way too powerful for them. Just as it started to crack and about to collapse on itself, Felix appeared amidst them to their shock, and teleported them back to Elder Kraken's mansion. That was a close one. Felix sighed in relief as he gazed at Miss Sinai and his servants' taken-back looks. "Master!" Kara was the first to rush to his side and hug his legs while shivering, resembling a frightened baby deer. "That took the wind out of me." "Thanks." Meanwhile, Sekiro fell on his butt with sweat covering his entire forehead and chest heaving up and down in exhaustion. "As expected, my darling will never let me turn into a wisp." Miss Sinai grinned playfully as she locked her arms with Felix. Felix, Carbuncle, and Elder Kraken all proceeded silent simultaneously and turned in Asna's direction, each showing a different expression. While she had a faint smile on her gorgeous face, it did nothing to cover for the glint of craziness in her eyes. "So, you had this kind of relationship with her, huh? I left you for a year to your own devices and your dick has already taken charge? Is that it?" Asna spoke with a soft, angelic voice. But in Felix's ears, it seemed even more terrifying than the chaotic storm on the outside. What relationship? This lunatic always likes to joke around. Faster than the speed of light, Felix slipped out of Miss Sinai's hands and appeared next to Asna, locking his hand with hers to appease her a little. "Tell her." Felix glared at Miss Sinai. "For your own sake, you better agree with me and don't joke around." Felix always knew that Asna was a bit crazy possessive when it arrived to other girls being close to him. But, since she didn't have any powers and was linked with his soul, selfie, and other threats were left at peace. But now that she had her own soul and her powers somewhat restored, angering her or touching her craziness was the same as poking a god. "Haha! I didn't expect you to have such a breathtaking girlfriend. You sure get more and more mysterious by the second." Miss Sinai chuckled to ease the atmosphere after her danger senses tingled like crazy the moment her eyes locked in with Asna's whirlpools. When she noticed that Asna hadn't reacted to her compliment and was still giving her the same sinister smiley face, she understood that this wouldn't end unless she explained herself and apologized. And so she did. "I am sorry for creating any confusion or trouble. I was just teasing him." Immediately after, Asna's aura returned to peaceful again, showing Miss Sinai her good side. "I see, it's okay, as long as nothing happened, right?" she said while giving Felix a side glance. Right. Felix concurred immediately, relieved that the crisis had been diverted. Asna was easily jealous when it arrived to him, and he loved that about her even though it could be a bit much sometimes. "The situation on the outside isn't too good," Elder Kraken suddenly interjected. "The shock wave has brought the entire city to ruination, and it is heading up north to other cities. Most spirits must have turned into wisps if they had nothing or no one to cover them." Felix frowned. "The angels shouldn't be too affected by this, which means after the storm eases a little, they will start executing those defenseless wisps." "We can't let that happen," Asna uttered coldly. "Each erased soul in the realm will make it worse for Lord Hades. He is already weakened immensely due to the universe's punishment. Even while weakened, I can't see him losing in his own realm. Felix inquired with a confused tone. Am I wrong? You have no idea. Asna grinned wryly as she stared at the ceiling, but her pupils reflected the spinning portal high above. 10 minutes ago, right at the start of the invasion, whoosh whoosh, Lord Hades and Godfather Hephaestus manifested away from each other in the desolate heart of the spirit realm, where ethereal mists swirled and the boundaries of reality blurred. Hades, cloaked in shadows that danced like sentient tendrils, exuded an aura of austere authority. His piercing gaze, like the abyss itself, bore the weight of tens of billions of years spent as the guardian of the underworld. His presence was an embodiment of the enigmatic laws that governed the souls and spirits of the departed. On the other hand, Godfather Hephaestus radiated an incandescent heat that defied the ethereal chill of the spirit realm. Their eyes, two opposing cosmic forces, met in the middle of nowhere, a void that seemed to stretch beyond the realms of existence. The air crackled with an unspoken tension, and the ethereal mists churned as if bearing witness to an epical confrontation. The only spectators to this holy cosmic standoff were the mindless wandering spirits, moving around the spirit realm with no thought in mind, no emotion in heart. Hades, you have grown soft, Godfather Hephaestus criticized. Moving us away from your precious little toy to not damage it? Here I thought you created that plane and gave spirits a new life out of boredom. You actually care about them. Lord Hades remained silent, neither agreeing nor opposing his claim. This irritated Godfather Hephaestus even more. You called us sellouts for uniting under the three rulers and abiding by their systemic hierarchy. But aren't you doing the same? Godfather Hephaestus sneered. The only difference is that you put yourself in a leadership position and lord it upon those poor spirits, who can't object to you at all. Just be honest and accept the fact that you wouldn't have made it far in our hierarchy, which made it impossible for your ego to accept. Godfather Hephaestus scoffed. As for being loyal to the non-existent master, it's a mere excuse to hide your true cowardly nature. Are you done? Lord Hades remarked calmly. No answer again? I guess I hit the nail right on the head. The only thing you will be hitting today is yourself for daring to transgress on my realm. The moment Lord Hades finished speaking, with a malevolent glint in his eyes, he extended his shadowy hand toward Godfather Hephaestus, seeking to invoke the power of spiritual possession. Hades aimed to infiltrate and control the fiery essence of Hephaestus's soul, dragging it under his own control. In this spirit realm, it didn't matter what spirit it was. Lord Hades had absolute control over them. But as his shadowy tendrils reached out to ensnare Hephaestus's spirit, they encountered an unexpected resistance. A brilliant and resplendent barrier formed of three divine lights. Ha! You think so lowly of me to believe I haven't come prepared against this? Godfather Hephaestus smirked. The only reason I dared to come down here is through the blessings of the three rulers. The first was a radiant golden light. It shimmered with the immutable power of divine order, pushing back Hades's dark tendrils with a steadfast resolve. The second was a pure white light. It radiated a transcendent brilliance that repelled the encroaching shadows, cleansing the space around Hephaestus's soul. The third was an intense, golden light, a manifestation of unbridled cosmic energy. It blazed with the ferocity of celestial flames, creating a searing barrier that scorched away his ethereal tendrils, leaving no room for Hades to penetrate. As the three divine lights merged and intertwined, they formed an impenetrable fortress around Hephaestus's spirit, protecting it from the malevolent grasp of Lord Hades. Lord Hades furrowed his eyebrows in disgruntlement and revoked off his attempt to possess Hephaestus' soul. Ha ha ha! If you were at your strongest, even the three rulers themselves wouldn't want to antagonize you in your territory. Godfather Hephaestus laughed mockingly. But now? Just their divinities are enough to cancel off your spiritual control over your own realm. Lord Hades might have remained silent again, but he knew that Godfather Hephaestus was right in his assumption. His strength was barely 10% of its original, as the universe had sealed a significant chunk of his powers and put him under constant agonizing pain. This meant he wasn't just fighting Godfather Hephaestus but the universe and even the three rulers' support. My turn. Godfather Hephaestus decided to unleash his full powers, realizing that his three divinities barrier wasn't a permanent one. The moment its celestial energy gets exhausted, he would be played like a fiddle through his own soul. With a resolute focus, Godfather Hephaestus's colossal form began to swell with might, expanding exponentially until he surpassed the very scale of the stars themselves. His fiery aura blazed with an intensity that outshone the cosmos, casting a radiant glow that painted the expanse of the spirit realm in brilliant hues. Behind him, as if conjured from the fiery heart of a supernova, 10 celestial stars took form. Each one radiated a unique and vivid color, as if they were the very embodiment of fire. If Felix and even primogenitors were to see him, their realizing of strength would be flipped upside down. It was understandable, as Godfather Hephaestus didn't just create new stars, but real new ones, which could last for billions of years on their own until they collapse on themselves. This was the terrifying difference between laws and elements. Be gone! With a magnificent flourish, Godfather Hephaestus hurled them into the cosmic abyss, their radiant trails of light leaving streaks of color across the spirit realm. The stars streaked toward Lord Hades, blazing with an otherworldly brilliance. In response to the celestial onslaught, Lord Hades was forced to match Hephaestus's titanic scale. His form expanded in kind, growing to meet the colossal challenge posed by the fiery deity. Lord Hades's shadowy presence loomed larger than the boundaries of the known universe, his power reaching its zenith in a bid to counter Hephaestus's assault. As the 10 colored stars closed in on Lord Hades's immense form, he didn't seem worried or bothered. He merely extended a finger and directed it at each incoming star. With a mere thought, Lord Hades invoked the laws that governed all spirits under his dominion and chose 10 random wandering spirits across the entire realm. In an instant, these spirits were teleported from their distant abodes to the battlefield, while the celestial stars themselves disappeared in the blink of an eye like they were a mere mirage. "You should try better than that if you want to take me down," Lord Hades remarked calmly. "I might be weakened, but I am still in my home ground." "Tsk. How annoying." Irked, Godfather Hephaestus clicked his tongue. This was a stark reminder that Lord Hades's dominion over the spirit realm was absolute, an authority that allowed him to shamble the spirits' locations with the stars. "What's next?" Lord Hades showed a faint cold smile as he eyed the waning brilliance of the divine shield. "You are on the clock." "Same as you," Godfather Hephaestus sneered, knowing that the longer the battle lasted, the more his armies erased the spirits, which would help him gain a much-needed advantage. As expected, when Lord Hades shifted his vision to the heavenly plane and saw the ongoing massacre, his expression couldn't help but turn colder. "You should concentrate here," Godfather Hephaestus uttered as he gave birth to more than 100 stars, each a brilliant and radiant sphere of celestial fire. They orbited around him in a mesmerizing and chaotic dance, creating a celestial halo that blazed with a spectrum of colors. The sheer number and intensity of the revolving stars lent Hephaestus an aura of unparalleled menace, making Lord Hades understand that he wouldn't let him a moment to concentrate on anything else but him. Without an ounce of hesitation, Godfather Hephaestus hurled this luminous arsenal toward Lord Hades, their trajectory a blazing path of impending destruction. The stars hurtled through the spirit realm, trailing incandescent tails of cosmic energy as they closed in on their target. "Ignite!" Before they could cross half the distance, Godfather Hephaestus snapped his finger, causing the array of stars to erupt one after the other into brilliant supernovas. Each explosion a cataclysmic burst of energy and light. The spirit realm itself quivered with the force of these celestial detonations, and the shock waves reverberated through the cosmos. You either block and contain the force to minimize it or leave it to hit the heavenly plane. Godfather Hephaestus laughed coldly. Lord Hades, facing the impending onslaught, knew that it would be easier to turn into his spectral form and avoid the explosion entirely. However, Godfather Hephaestus was right. If he did this, The heavenly realm would be erased from the ground up, and all the souls on it would be turned into wisps and thrown all over the spirit realm. He had no plans of letting it happen under his watch. With a focused and calculated motion, he summoned his mastery over the spirits and conjured a spiritual barrier of profound strength. The barrier manifested as a shimmering, ethereal shield, resonating with the essence of the spirit realm, and it manifested millions of kilometers around their battlefield. As the supernovas collided with the barrier, they unleashed their formidable force, attempting to break it apart. But the barrier absorbed the explosive shockwaves and cosmic energies, quelling most of their fury and preventing them from wreaking havoc in the spirit realm. Still, a bit of the shockwave managed to pass through the spiritual barrier and continue on its path. Lord Hades narrowed his eyes dangerously as he glanced behind him and saw the fast-traveling shockwave in the direction of the heavenly plane. Just as he wanted to use his spiritual control to switch the heavenly plane's location entirely to a faraway area, Godfather Hephaestus appeared in front of him and thrust his massive fists forward, each encased in molten star cores. "Didn't I tell you, eyes here?" As they rocketed toward Lord Hades, the very essence of the stars fueled his attacks, making them a devastating force to be reckoned with. Lord Hades ditched his plans to save the heavenly plane and switched to his ethereal form, seemingly weaving through the fabric of reality. His ethereal nature allowed him to effortlessly slip between the fiery punches, as if he were a wisp of smoke evading the tongues of a raging inferno. Godfather Hephaestus's molten fists collided with the fabric of the spirit realm itself, sending celestial sparks and cosmic shockwaves rippling through the cosmos. Lord Hades weaved, dipped, and twisted with supernatural grace, his form shifting and reforming in response to each attack. Their battle was a mesmerizing dance of raw power and ethereal agility. Godfather Hephaestus's punches, though mighty, found themselves striking empty space as Lord Hades effortlessly navigated between the blazing star cores. In turn, Lord Hades launched ethereal counterattacks, weaving through the fiery maelstrom to deliver precise and calculated strikes. Unfortunately, the divine shield blocked them all. The spirit realm trembled under the intensity of their close-quarters combat, a cosmic spectacle that defied the laws of both the mortal and celestial realms. It even seemed like such a combat would end with no winner, as both unigens possessed way too many protective measures, making it impossible to fall under the hands of anyone. Seconds went by and then minutes. Before long, both Lord Hades and Godfather Hephaestus separated from each other and glanced in a single direction. Their celestial pupils reflected the uncanny scene of the supernova's shockwave finally reaching the heavenly plane. The plane will stand, but 80% of the spirits will be under its mercy. Lord Hades calculated the shockwave's destructiveness the instant it touched the edge of the heavenly plane, causing black lines to emerge on his forehead. He also understood that his people would be harvested left and right by the angelic armies. If a much higher percentage of death was reached, the universe would switch the punishment to a forced slumber. This was exactly what Godfather Hephaestus wanted all along, as he knew that it was impossible for him to slay Lord Hades. All he was doing was hold him up and leave the rest to Duke Humphrey and his armies. "I can't return to the heavenly plane and protect it. Hephaestus can create many new portals to the eternal kingdom now that the seal has been weakened. He will order his armies to hunt down the wandering spirits, which will lead to the same result." Lord Hades thought of a way to solve this on his own, but no matter which scheme he came up with, he realized that Godfather Hephaestus had a way to stop it. For example, he couldn't even switch Godfather Hephaestus' location with another spirit due to the divine shield canceling his spiritual abilities. "Haha, that's a nice expression you got there. It sure suits you." Godfather Hephaestus laughed in mockery as he launched another attack. He knew that Lord Hades realized he was out of options and nothing he do would change the end result, which was being forced into a deep long slumber. Even though Godfather Hephaestus was literally screwing with the universal's order by fighting against Lord Hades, the universe would not punish him unless he actively erased a soul's existence. That's why Godfather Hephaestus was using celestial angelic armies instead of his own true followers in the eternal kingdom to avoid punishment. Everything was already planned and calculated to the last second. Still, Lord Hades' frown was turned into a faint cold smile as he blocked Godfather Hephaestus' attacks. "What are you smiling for?" Godfather Hephaestus knitted his eyebrows in displeasure. "I am not the sole foe of the eternal kingdom around here." Lord Hades' eyes reflected the sight of Asna, Felix, Elder Kraken, other spiritual elders, and the law enforcers, standing in the way of Duke Humphrey, Commander Nottingham, and his angelic armies. While he couldn't do anything about the armies, the same could be said about Asna and the others. "Don't tell me you are relying on Asnaliga? Ha ha ha!" Godfather Hephaestus roared in laughter like he heard the best joke in his life. Before Lord Hades could respond, Godfather Hephaestus cut his chuckle short and proclaimed with a sinister grin, "I doubt she can even defend herself from what's about to come next." "Don't tell me." Lord Hades' expression turned cold. "He. Why do you think they have invested so much in my plan?" Godfather Hephaestus chuckled. "Let's see if you are lucky enough to be awake and spectate the show." Before Lord Hades could react, Godfather Hephaestus created more than 1,000 stars this time and brought them all close to each other, making them resemble a sphere of fish roe. Then, he uttered coldly, "Collapse!" Responding to his call, the stars collapsed upon themselves, compressing their luminous cores into an infinitesimal point in space. The result was nothing short of cataclysmic. A black hole, a voracious singularity of unfathomable gravity, materialized in the midst of the spirit realm. The event horizon of the black hole radiated with an eerie and ominous darkness, as if it hungered for everything in its vicinity. While Saurus, the gravity primogenitor, could manifest a black hole out of his elemental energy, what Godfather Hephaestus did was follow the lawful way to manifest one. Black holes were formed when massive stars exhaust their nuclear fuel and undergo gravitational collapse, and Godfather Hephaestus merely accelerated this process. The gravitational pull exerted by this newfound cosmic entity was beyond comprehension. It threatened to consume all in its path, warping the very fabric of space and time. If this wasn't the spirit realm and almost all matter nearby was spectral, they would have drawn into its maw, spiraling inexorably toward the point of no return. Even though it was supermassive, Lord Hades and Godfather Hephaestus were still so much bigger than it, allowing them to resist its gravitational pull quite easily. Still, Lord Hades wasn't too joyful about this, as he understood that Godfather Hephaestus created this black hole not to onslaught him, but to attack the heavenly plane. Since gravity traveled at the same speed as light, he knew that it would take almost no time before everyone on the heavenly plane with a physical form to feel the change. Unbeknownst to any of this, the heavenly plane's residents were still suffering from the shockwave's destruction. Its speed and strength were reduced with the distance it traveled, but still, even the cities at the northmost part of the plane ended up falling apart. Fortunately, the news reached them much quicker than the shockwave, which helped many cities to keep their citizens alive by simply turning to their spiritual forms until the storm went away. Too bad for those in the capital, the shockwave came way too fast and most of them were already hiding under the rubble, causing them to get hit by it before they could turn their spectral forms. Honestly, it wouldn't have mattered much, as even those fast enough to make such a decision ended up getting hunted by the angels midstorm through their divine abilities. Right now, the capital city has turned into absolute ruins without a single skyscraper above ground. Most of the alive spirits and wisps were hiding deep under the rubble, not daring to get out even if they had a clear path. The only ones bold enough to face the thousands upon thousands of angels' army were what was left of the government. Right now, they were in a standoff against them high above in the capital sky. "Asna, I think it's time to fill me in on the eternal kingdom and those so-called divinities." Felix uttered coldly as his eyes were affixed on Duke Humphrey. "I have no plans to lose to him ever again." "I agree, but first, let's do this so we can talk in peace." Asna smiled at Felix for a moment. Then, with a snap of her fingers, time itself came to a screeching halt. In an instant, the capital city froze in motion. Angelic warriors, with their glistening armor and radiant wings, stood motionless mid-flight. Duke Humphrey, his regal form suspended in the air, was caught in the midst of a powerful incantation, his eyes wide with surprise. The heavenly plains stretched out in eerie silence as if the very fabric of reality had been paused. Only Asna, Felix, and Elder Kraken remained unaffected by the temporal stasis. Both Felix and Elder Kraken were left staring at the entire frozen capital with the thousands of unmoving angels with widened eyes, incapable of believing the sight before them. You can do this? Felix stuttered as he looked back at Asna. Hee. Now that my soul is free and the Eternal Kingdom portal is open, I can do more than this. Asna chuckled with a look of pride etched on her face. What do you think? You were always making fun of me for being useless. This is a mere small taste of my powers. Who would have thought? You weren't so useless after all. Felix murmured as he kept looking around him. I know you are just jealous and teasing me. Asna didn't take the bait and got provoked. Honestly, for someone to have the title Origin of Laws, I expected much more than this. Elder Kraken rubbed his chin as he asked, Can't you freeze the time in the entire heavenly plane? Or erase those flying insects with a wave of a hand? I can do much more than that, but I need celestial energy. Asna sighed. I am still too weak and too young. I still haven't even gotten my true awakening. So, I have to depend on celestial energy to empower such powerful abilities, and at this moment only a little of it is slipping from the Eternal Kingdom's portal. Wait, don't Unigens not need energy? Felix frowned. Who told you that? Asna rolled her eyes at him. In this universe, nothing can be created without an equal amount of energy being lost. Nimmo has been devouring void energy ever since he was born. He might be eating it for growth, but most of it is used to fuel the creation of his law-based abilities. Asna clarified. The only difference is that law-based abilities remain permanently, unless they were cancelled by the creator, while elemental abilities require a constant amount of energy to maintain them. So, that's how it worked. I always found it weird that Unigens can create stuff out of nowhere without trading off anything. Felix nodded in understanding. It seemed too illogical. Unigens might be considered masters of the laws, but even they were under this constraint imposed by the universe. If it wasn't for this, neutral and elemental energy would be absolutely useless if it was used only to create fake and temporary abilities when it was considered a massive part of the universe's ecosystem. Wait, does this mean this city can remain frozen in time forever? Felix asked with a surprised tone. Yes, unless I cancelled it or someone intervened and broke it apart like the space/time Unijin. Asna nodded. Monsters. You guys really are a different breed. Felix began to understand slowly why Asna never wanted to tell him about the Eternal Kingdom and the monsters in it. The ability to mess up with the universe's laws in real time and permanently was simply too godlike. He was not ready in the slightest to deal with them. It's not the proper time to give you all the details about the Eternal Kingdom, but you should know more about the divinities, celestial energy, and the three rulers at least. I am all ears, Felix said with a stern tone. Even Elder Kraken's ears perked up in curiosity. There are 4 types of divinities, and they are called Brilliant Runic Divinity, Resplendent Divinity, Incandescent Divinity, and lastly, Radiant Codex Divinity. All of them have a single main source and its celestial energy. If you want to understand divinities, you must learn about it first. Asna explained, celestial energy is a special type of energy that exists only in the Eternal Kingdom. It's extremely potent, and 1 drop of it could be compared to 100 drops of the purest type of elemental energy. That powerful? Felix's eyelids raised in surprise. It is the current known most powerful and potent source of energy across the entire universe, and nothing can come on par with it. Asna dropped a bombshell. The best part? It can be used to fuel all elemental/law abilities, devices, items, potions, and whatnot. This had indeed startled Felix, as he didn't expect such a potent type of energy to be neutral and accepting of all possible sources. Isn't it a bit too overpowered? Felix frowned as he eyed the frozen angelic armies. How can we deal with the Eternal Kingdom when they can cast 100 times more powerful abilities than us? Energy was a massive issue in battles, and even primogenitors struggled immensely with it. Imagine Thor or Jormungandr traveling the universe in their astronomical sizes and with celestial energy as their fuel. They wouldn't need to devour planets and such to consume neutral energy and turn it into their own elemental energy so often. In addition, this kind of energy would allow them to cast many powerful abilities with very little power source to go with it. You don't have to worry about that. Not everyone in the Eternal Kingdom is able to use the celestial energy. Only those blessed by the three rulers or a celestial of their rank can use it. Asna clarified. Even then, those people are special and rare since celestial energy is extremely limited in quantity, and the three rulers make sure to not bless unworthy ones. Wait, if that's so, how are there this many angels using divine energies? Isn't their source celestial energy? Felix was confused. They are using incandescent divinity. It's a standardized type of divinity which has the least amount of celestial energy in it. It can only scorch and destroy, unlike the other three which each has a special effect. Since the requirement to be blessed by a portion of it is minimal, it's obtainable by the majority of the Eternal Kingdom's citizens. I see. Felix nodded in understanding. How about the other three? The Duke must have been using a special kind. When he activated it and was surrounded by that intense golden light, I felt like I was nothing but a helpless mortal before the might of the entire universe. Felix said with a solemn tone. He had fought against other angels before, and even though they were using a divinity, it was nowhere near what he felt before the Duke. I heard that he cancelled all of your elemental abilities. Asna answered with an icy tone. It must be Radiant Codex Divinity. It's the highest and most powerful divinity in the universe. It held more than 80% of celestial power in it compared to incandescent divinity, which has less than 0.1%. It's also capable of great destruction, but its greatest point is the ability to cancel off both targeted elemental and law skills in its vicinity. Elemental and even law abilities? Felix's eyes widened in shock, not expecting such a daunting effect. Luckily, it's created by the strongest being in the universe. So, it's not bestowed upon any arbitrary person, and it's incredibly rare to find someone possessing a portion of it. Asna shared as she eyed Duke Humphrey. That wrinkly geezer's identity must be quite respectable up there. To be sent off as the only spy and kickstart an entire invasion, it's obvious he is a big shot up there. Felix nodded with a serious expression. Since the spirit realm was sealed for the Eternal Kingdom spirits, it meant that Duke Humphrey was sent off to the living world and allowed himself to die or turn into a spirit somehow. Felix didn't know how exactly Duke Humphrey pulled off the infiltration without losing his memories, but to reach this far, he was a true mastermind. Who is this strongest being exactly? Felix narrowed his eyes. Is he one of the beings who imprisoned you? Asna felt a profound weight in her heart. The thought of that being brought her bad memories, and if it was up to her, she would never speak about him. You don't need to tell me if you... No, you have to learn those things. Asna shook her head and steeled her heart. You have been interacting way too often with them, and if fate has it that you enter the Eternal Kingdom, it's best to know what you will be dealing with. You see, the universe is believed to be created out of 5 pillars. The 3 celestial languages, the laws, and the elements. Asna shared. Just like elements could gain consciousness with enough energy and time, what do you think will happen when laws and... Her words, tinged with determination, were about to unveil the secrets of the cosmos when, suddenly, the very sky above the city rumbled with an awe-inspiring presence. A deep, resonating voice, like the very voice of the universe itself, echoed from the heavens. Its authority was unquestionable, sending shivers down the spines of all who heard it even when they were frozen in time. Child, the voice intoned, its power palpable. You have fooled enough. It is time for you to return home. You! Asna's eyes widened in dread and alarm, for she recognized the voice as that of the being she hated, the strongest, the most ancient, and the most revered in the universe. It was a voice that transcended the boundaries of mortal comprehension, a voice that commanded respect and obedience from all who heard it. Godfather, you really managed to involve the first ruler in our plan. What the Duke Humphrey thought with a look of utter reverence. The only reason he hadn't freed himself from the time freeze through his divinity was because of his confidence in his godfather. Since he uttered he took care of Asna, he trusted him and waited for the reinforcement to arrive and handle her without needing to waste what was left of his precious divinity. Yet, not in his wildest dreams did he expect the reinforcement to be the first ruler, the most revered and powerful being across all realms. Meanwhile, Felix couldn't understand the language spoken, but Asna's fearful reaction made him understand immediately who he was dealing with. Felix fought against the fear crawling on his spine and stood in front of Asna, his gaze cold and resolved as he stared into the portal. "Lower your gaze." With an authoritative order, Felix found himself hurtling through the air at supersonic speed. Without warning or apparent physical force, he crashed into the ground below, his impact creating a deep crater amidst the rubble. Ha! Felix lay within the crater, momentarily dazed, having absolutely no idea what happened to him. If it wasn't for the numbing pain coursing through his flesh, he would have thought that it was a dream. Felix! Worried and angered, Asna tried to rush toward Felix, but found herself suffering from a powerful spiritual pressure that made her incapable of moving a single inch. This was Asna, who possessed one of the highest spiritual pressures in the universe. Yet, she could do nothing against it. "Don't make this harder than it is. Either come up voluntarily or your little lover will come up with you." The voice thundered across the entire heavenly realm even though he was addressing Asna alone. "Don't you dare!" Asna felt shivers course down her soul after hearing the last statement. She knew that if he brought Felix up, it would be the end of him. He could be turned into a toy and get passed between unigens or worse, has his soul trapped in a divine item. Whatever it was, his life would be hell and she wouldn't be able to save him even if she wanted. Suddenly, Felix burst through the rubble with blood covering his entire body as he bellowed furiously, "Asna, don't you dare think about it." Alas, before he could even cross half the distance, he got smacked yet again into the rubble against his control. "I won't show mercy a third time." The voice addressed Asna again like the only reason he wasn't finishing off Felix in one move was because of her. "Fine, I will come. Just don't touch him again. Please, don't touch him again," Asna begged, her voice quivering in despair. She knew that being was more than capable of erasing Felix's existence with a mere thought now that the eternal kingdom was connected to the spirit realm. He might not show himself, but his presence was covering the entire heavenly plane, and if he wanted, he could turn it into a wasteland in a split second. "Can I at least talk to him one last time?" Nothing was said, but the spiritual pressure on her was released, making her understand that she was given permission. Without any thought of foul play, Asna rushed to Felix's side and pushed him down, forcing him to stay on the ground. "You can't." "Shut up," Asna yelled with tears glistening in her eyes. She embraced him tightly, her voice trembling but filled with love and resolve. "Felix, from the moment our paths crossed, you became the light in my universe, the one who showed me the true depth of love and courage." She held him even closer as if fearing that the universe might tear him away before she had uttered everything she needed to. "You've faced the darkest forces the cosmos could muster, and you've done it all with strength and determination that astounds me every time. You've shown me what it means to fight for what you believe in, to never give up, no matter the odds. If so, let me finish." She shushed him with a finger and continued with her voice quivering, and her grip on Felix tightened. "Our love has been a force greater than anything, and it will remain unbroken, even across the boundaries of realms. Remember, no matter where you are, my heart will always be yours." With tears streaming down her face, Asna leaned in and pressed her lips to Felix's in a passionate and lingering kiss, pouring all her love and longing into that final connection. When their lips parted, she whispered, "You are my eternal flame, Felix, and nothing in this universe can extinguish my love for you." Before Felix could speak a single word, Asna froze him in time as well with a smile filled with sorrow and helplessness. Felix's heart broke to pieces the moment he saw that smile as it made him feel like a useless wrench, a useless weakling, who's all talk, no actions. His woman was being forced against her will to return to the side of her mortal enemies, and as her man, instead of protecting her, she was the one doing the protection. As he watched her fly into the Eternal Kingdom's portal with bloodshot frozen eyes, Asna whispered a wishing in his mind. As you journey through the realms, remember that you carry my heart within you, a beacon of hope and resilience. The moment she finished, a radiant light pillar emerged and connected their souls together. Felix felt his soul getting strengthened twofold, threefolds, and even reached tenfolds. Yet, he didn't show an ounce of reaction to it. His eyes never left Asna, and only after she disappeared through the eternal portal did he finally manage to speak his first sentence with a single tear affixed on the right side of his eye. I am sorry for being weak. I am so sorry. I am so sorry. Soon, Asna disappeared through the portal without looking back another time, knowing that her lover's defeated appearance would break her even more. Finish the job. Immediately after, the first ruler's voice resounded deeply in the minds of Duke Humphrey and Commander Nottingham. Before they could react, brilliant tendrils of radiant energy descended from the heavens, enveloping Duke Humphrey and Commander Nottingham in a shimmering embrace. Radiant Codex Divinity! Ha ha ha! At last! At last! Commander Nottingham was left slightly surprised while Duke Humphrey laughed in utter euphoria and excitement as it had been eons since he experienced another divine bestowment. His reaction was understandable as with each passing moment, they could feel the power of creation and cosmic wisdom coursing through them, a transformation that left them humbled and exalted. And then, just as swiftly as it had begun, the bestowal of divinity was complete. Duke Humphrey and Commander Nottingham resembled two awakened gods with their bodies releasing intense divine light, making it almost impossible to see visage. All hail the first ruler whose cosmic wisdom spans the ages. Both of them kneeled towards the portal in worship and reverence after breaking out of the time freeze automatically through his divinity. While this was happening, Felix found himself with a turbulent storm of emotions raging within him. It was mostly self-loathing and a torrent of anguish at his weakness. He sat amidst the ruins of their last encounter, frozen in time, but his heart was heavy with a crushing sense of helplessness. Why am I so useless? What's the point of working so hard to get stronger, if I can't even protect the ones I love? What's the point? He despised his perceived weakness, his inability to protect the one he loved most from the cosmic machinations that had torn her away. The feeling of inadequacy weighed on him like an anchor, dragging him into a sea of despair. He had already failed to protect his grandfather, his family, his friends, his home, and his people over and over again. Even when his personality was emotionless and ruthless, he didn't have the heart to ask about them, postponing it over and over again. Now, even his woman was taken right in front of him, and the only thing he could do about it was lower his head and stay on the ground like a mere insect. Felix! Elder Kraken sighed in dejection as he watched Felix from the sky. Even with the divinity bestowal on the Duke and the Commander, Felix still stood out like a sore thumb as his entire body was illuminated with divine white brilliance. Yet, Elder Kraken could still see an aura of darkness surrounding him, knowing that Felix's inner thoughts and emotions were not in the best place at the moment. Whoosh! Elder Kraken appeared next to Felix and patted him on the shoulder in silence. He neither comforted him nor lied to him and uttered that things would get better. The sudden emergence of the first ruler made even him, a primogenitor, keep his pride and ego to himself and bow his head in silence, understanding that a single out-of-line word would get him erased. Felix was shown mercy because of Asna, but he wouldn't be as lucky. Elder Kraken wasn't an idiot who let his emotions get the best of him and put himself in an envious position. Rumble! Whoosh! Suddenly, a golden light illuminated the entire city akin to a rising sun, causing Elder Kraken to lift his head and stare at the sky. Are they? What came into his vision were Duke Humphrey and Commander Nottingham raising their hands, fingers glowing with the cosmic energy bestowed upon them. When he least expected, the divine energies surged outward, rippling through the city like a cosmic wave. Within moments, time's hold on the capital city commenced to unravel. Angels and spirits stirred back to life, Their movements were hesitant at first, as if awakening from a deep slumber, but soon they regained their bearings and clarity of purpose. Traveler, Misanai, Sekiro, and Kara all rushed immediately to Felix's side, as they had witnessed the entire kidnapping situation happen in front of them. Meanwhile, the governmental elders and officials had their eyes affixed on the awakening angelic armies. "This is bad," Elder Sheol uttered with a grim tone. "We lost our last true pillar of defense." Elder Elysium nodded. His expression didn't look too good. All of the ethereal elders had their hopes placed on Asna after realizing that their lord was nowhere to be found. Now, even Asna was taken away, and to make matters worse, the Duke and the Commander had their strength boosted to an unfathomable level. "Don't give up just yet." Inspector Charlson placed his hand on his chest and shouted, "The Lord won't forsake us. Trust in him and we shall prevail." "Prevail?" Duke Humphrey chuckled from a distance after hearing him. "I know that laugh. Don't have any thoughts about fooling around with them," Commander Nottingham uttered with a serious tone. "Godfather has given us a maximum of 30 minutes to kill as many spirits as possible. We are still too far behind in the schedule. 20 minutes from the start of the invasion, and at this moment, more than 10 minutes already passed by and they were still stuck in the capital." "You're right. Let's get this over with and move on to other cities." Duke Humphrey nodded with a sinister smile. "Order your armies to clean up the city and leave the government to me." Just as Commander Nottingham was about to give out the order, he felt his danger senses tingling. He narrowed his eyes and looked into the horizons. Right there, from the shimmering horizons of the heavenly plain, reinforcements from other cities began to appear, like a radiant tide of hope surging forth. These law enforcers, clad in shimmering armor adorned with symbols of justice, descended from the heavens with a grace and purpose that echoed their commitment to maintaining celestial order. "Reinforcement! They are finally here," Hazel yelled in excitement. "About damn time." Nidam sighed in relief as he reached out in his pocket, wanting to light up another cigarette. The ethereal elders and the rest of the alive citizens seemed to have all had a bit of hope restored within them. The law enforcers, led by their distinguished captains, inspectors, and arbiters, formed an unbroken ring of spectral might that encircled the turmoil below. They entered the city from all corners, and their numbers seemed to be close to matching the angelic armies. After all, each city had hundreds of law enforcers, and even if those reinforcements were from merely a couple of cities, their numbers should be significant. "Our apologies for being late. We have been held back a bit by the shockwave storm." The Aribars left their armies and united under Chief Alaric. "I thought so." Chief Alaric nodded and said, "Don't worry. You have arrived at the perfect time. There is more reinforcement on the way, so we just need to hold up until all of our forces gather up and outnumber them," one of the arbiters informed. "My thoughts exactly." Chief Alaric agreed with the rest of the ethereal elders. "As long as we protect ourselves from their divine lights and hold strong, Lord Hades will return and put an end to this once and for all." With the reinforcement backing them up, the Morales were on a new time high, and many law enforcers were ready to take revenge on their city. Everyone was just awaiting the order, and a full-out war would be launched. "Enforcers, Char." Just as Chief Alaric was about to do the honor, he was forced to swallow the rest of the words after Duke Humphrey appeared as a luminous figure of divine authority amidst their gathering. No one managed to see his movement at all, leaving all of them with startled, widened eyes affixed on him. "I am thankful for saving us the trouble and bringing more spirits to us." Before Inspector Charlson and others could react to his bold statement, Duke Humphrey invoked his immense divine power with an unwavering gaze. Divine eruption. The intense golden divine energy around him swelled and intensified, forming a radiant and blinding sphere of light. The governmental officials, their faces twisted by malevolence, had no time to react. They were caught within the searing brilliance of Duke Humphrey's divine explosion, a force of cosmic retribution that brooked no resistance. In an instant, their forms dissolved into countless shimmering motes of light, like fallen stars extinguished by the dawn. Their presence was obliterated without mercy or hesitation, leaving no trace of their existence behind. Inspector Charlson, Needham, Hazel, the elders, and even the arbiters were caught in this mind-blowing display of absolute strength. After the intense golden light faded away, the only thing left in that area was Duke Humphrey. A hushed reverence fell upon all who beheld it. Even the angels showed timid and respectful looks at the Duke. Don't even mention the armies of law enforcers. Just a second ago, morales were at an all-time high and victory seemed over the horizon. An instant later, almost all of the upper echelons of the government were sent to the ether. Kill them all first, Commander Nottingham ordered calmly as he pointed at the stunned and frightened law enforcers' armies, seemingly unaffected by his allies' display of strength. It was expected, as he was also a high-ranked worthy official, to accept the first ruler's blessings, and this was nothing but an everyday sight to him. With battle cries that resounded across the capital, the angelic armies surged forward with an ominous determination. Prepare to engage. Hold strong. Activate your barriers. The high inspectors within the law enforcers' armies took command after seeing that law enforcers were like headless chickens, looking back and forth with anxious and fearful expressions. The high inspectors' loud and commanding voices brought some order to the brigades, as those law enforcers were trained to adhere to any order from a higher enforcer. So, they stood resolute with their defensive abilities activated. Kill! Banish the invaders! For the Lord! Boom! 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 As the two factions clashed at last, the skies above the capital city erupted into a cataclysmic symphony of divine beams and elemental abilities, shattering the peace at once. Warriors on both sides unleashed their powers with a ferocity that shook the heavens. Beams of divine energy clashed with radiant spears of justice, creating dazzling displays of cosmic fury. Arg! Ugh! Thunderous roars and pained groans of law enforcers echoed through the capital city non-stop. The numbers might be equal, but the strength difference was incomparable due to the angel's divinity being able to break through the telekinesis barriers reliably. Since the divine beams were able to kill the spirits for real, many law enforcers were left terrified about this grim ending after witnessing their own companions get scorched to death. Do not falter. Have no fear, for our Lord will revive us all. The high inspectors shouted lies, knowing that if their armies were to feel scared of death, it would be over for them. For the heavenly plane. Die! Most of the law enforcers bought the lie and had new crazed zeal in their eyes as they fought like there was a light at the end of the tunnel. In their minds, Lord Hades was capable of everything, and reviving them should be a piece of cake for him. Alas, they had no idea that the moment a soul gets erased from the universe, not even Lord Hades could do anything about it. Complete erasure implied leaving the universe, and Lord Hades' powers didn't outstretch outside of the universe. TSK. Ignorance is really a bless. Duke Humphrey clicked his tongue in irritation, not too pleased with the law enforcer's non-surrendering stance. He was certain that his troops would emerge victorious at the end of the story, but time wasn't their ally. Commander, I think you should join the conflict personally to end it swiftly, Duke Humphrey suggested. What will you be doing? Commander Nottingham frowned. I have some unfinished business to handle. Duke Humphrey smiled coldly as he eyed the small gathering on the ground, consisting of Miss Sinai, Sekiro, Kara, and Elder Kraken. Get it done quickly and come help out. Commander Nottingham permitted while taking off towards the biggest cluster of law enforcers and angels. Don't worry. This time I will make sure I end him with my own hands, Duke Humphrey muttered to himself, his tone dripping with venom. He had seen how Asna interacted with Felix and the way she decided to sacrifice herself for the sake of his safety. This made him realize that Felix might turn out to be a danger in the future, and as much as ridiculous it sounded, he wasn't planning to take any guarantees. It's best to nip it in the bud. With a sudden wave of a hand, Duke Humphrey appeared right above the gathering, akin to a deity blessing his presence to his worshippers. Without wasting a single ounce of energy in empty talks, he released the same divine eruption at them. However, the scene he expected didn't happen. He canceled his divine eruption, and through the faded light, He looked at the far distance, where Elder Kraken stood above a mountain of ruins. He had 8 tentacles behind him and 6 of them held a person. In a gentle manner, he placed them all on the ground and uttered without looking at them, "Leave the city at once. I will buy you time. Right away." Without a skip of heart, Miss Sinai picked Felix using her telekinesis and fled away with little Timmy behind her. When Kara and Sekiro saw this, they could only show a look of appreciation at Elder Kraken's wide back and chase after them. They knew that Felix's head wasn't in reality at the moment, as he didn't bother to speak to them once after grouping with him. Even during Duke Humphrey's attack, he was still unreactive. Only Elder Kraken knew that Felix's trauma of when his planet got blown up and everyone he cared about died was awakened. While he didn't fall into a coma from mere shock, his mind was too engulfed with bad thoughts and feelings to care about anything happening in the real world. "Kraken, why are you doing this?" Duke Humphrey asked with a curious tone as he approached him slowly. "Why are you going this far for him? If it was to earn favor from the exiled Celestial, she has already been taken away and her fate would be imprisonment again. So, why are you specifically helping him when hundreds of law enforcers are dying by the second?" Duke Humphrey started to catch on that there was more to Felix's relationship with Elder Kraken. In his eyes, there was no way they would be close enough to fight one's own battles without a deeper relationship. "Because he is my little prodigy, and soon enough, there will come a day when the entire universal order gets reshuffled by him," Elder Kraken shared with a faint kind smile. Duke Humphrey looked at him for a few moments in utter silence, and when he realized that Elder Kraken was serious, he couldn't help but break out in thunderous laughter. "I would have never taken you for a comedian. Ha ha ha, reshuffle the universe's order? Dear Lord, even the Unigens and rulers can only abide by it against their will." Duke Humphrey wiped the tears from his eyes from laughing so hard. Elder Kraken glanced backward and saw from a distance that Felix's eyes were starting to regain clarity slowly. "He might be too naive, too kind, and too weak at the moment, but I fully believe that day will come." He chuckled a bit before proclaiming with a confident tone, "The day when the universe shall bow under his command." Elder Kraken wasn't saying all of this as a joke or to make Duke Humphrey drop his guard. As one of the greatest soul masters in the universe, he had the ability to sense someone's greatness and potential from merely his soul. Before, Elder Kraken sensed only a great possibility in Felix's soul, but after what Asna did to him, his pupils reflected an extraordinary destiny, a fate he didn't even sense in Asna's soul. It was like it was missing the final piece of the puzzle, and whatever Asna did to him had finally unlocked its full potential. "I don't know what were you smoking before the invasion, but I guess its effect is kicking in at last." Duke Humphrey sneered. "I am done wasting time chatting with a disappointment. We finally have something in common." The moment he said this, Elder Kraken enshrouded himself in a watery essence of the deep, and then summoned thousands of tendrils of water that covered the entire sky akin to a marine monster. Whoosh! 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 With a commanding gesture, he sent these water appendages hurtling toward Duke Humphrey, aiming to ensnare and drown him in the marine depths of his power. "Be gone!" Duke Humphrey, resolute and unwavering, swung his hand to the side, and a radiant aura of divine energy merged as a massive palm and smashed the water tendrils into nothingness, evaporating upon contact instantly. With a determined stride, Duke Humphrey advanced, his gaze unwavering. He summoned a brilliant burst of divine energy that arced toward Elder Kraken, a force of divine retribution aimed at purifying the watery shroud that surrounded the Guardian. "Great tide!" Elder Kraken responded swiftly, summoning a torrent of raging water to block the celestial onslaught. The celestial energy engaged with the surging waves, creating a dazzling sight of cosmic power against the elemental might of the sea. Alas, the end result wasn't as glorious as the clash. The water tide evaporated immediately upon contact, not damaging the divine attack for even a little. What an irritating power! Irked, Elder Kraken clicked his tongue while evading the divine attack, knowing that a single touch would be the end of him. "You aren't too bad yourself. I have no clue where you got this battle experience from, and how you managed to hide it from us for so long," Duke Humphrey remarked with an icy tone as he manifested a massive golden sword made out of pure divine energy. "But it doesn't matter. Nothing can stop my Devi." Rumble. Before he could finish his sentence, a sudden and overwhelming tremor swept through the entire plane. It was as if the very foundations of the heavenly plane were being shaken by a cataclysmic earthquake of cosmic proportions. Angels, law enforcers, and spirits, caught in the midst of their struggle, looked at the ground in confusion as the capital city and the heavenly plane itself quaked with unprecedented force. "What's going on?" Duke Humphrey frowned, pausing his attack midway. Unbeknownst to them, the distant black hole had finally exerted its formidable gravitational pull upon the heavenly plane. The heavenly plane, once a bastion of order and haven to spirits, was now caught in the inexorable grasp of cosmic forces beyond imagination. "Is it just me, or the ground is moving? The sky. Look at the clouds. Why do I feel like I have gained weight?" Everyone on the heavenly plane was put under the new gravitational force. Some noticed the sudden increase in weight, making them feel like it was harder to move, while some were too captivated by the stretching clouds and sky, bending akin to a rubber black hole. "It's the Godfather." Duke Humphrey and Commander Nottingham were the first to figure out the cause. It was because Godfather Hephaestus had told him that there was a high chance he would be creating a black hole to pull the plane into its stomach as a last resort if they failed to slay enough spirits in time. "The entire plane is moving at an insane speed." Elder Kraken knitted his eyebrows after sensing the sudden shift in wind and gravity. It might not seem noticeable, but he knew that the entire heavenly plane was on the move. He was right in his assumption. If one saw the heavenly plane from high above, it would resemble a supermassive piece of land flying at a crazy speed towards nothingness. This isn't good at all. Elder Kraken was the first to know that this wasn't a good sign, as it meant that Lord Hades was struggling against Godfather Hephaestus, something he never considered a possibility before. "Damn it. I have been wasting too much time on this bullshit. Godfather must be pissed." Duke Humphrey's expression didn't look too good, even though the black hole's existence was in his favor. It was to be expected, as it meant that he failed his duties, and this would harm his end credits greatly at the end of the war. "I am done messing about." Duke Humphrey tightened his grip on his golden sword and rushed at Elder Kraken with an intense murderous intent. Elder Kraken didn't shy away from the confrontation and charged right at him with his supermassive water tentacles flailing in the air. The moment they engaged in their titanic battle, the skies trembled as their clash sent shockwaves echoing through the city, and the ground quivered beneath their might. "You can't stop me." With each swing, the massive golden sword carved through the air like a comet's tail, leaving trails of golden light in its wake. Elder Kraken used a multitude of powerful serpentine tentacles to block the sword, but the result was the same as ever. His water abilities were countered too easily, and he knew that even using other elemental abilities would be for naught. Still, Elder Kraken was doing this to buy time for Felix's escape and to slow down the slaughter of the spirits by keeping the Duke on him. Unfortunately, Duke Humphrey had no intentions to enter a battle of attrition with him. The instant he slashed through a number of water tentacles and had Elder Kraken fully exposed to him, he swung his sword at full force while shouting, "Celestial Slash!" The sword was far away from Elder Kraken. However, the moment it finished half of a spin, the blade released a sharp divine projectile in the shape of a wave. The attack was so close and fast that even Elder Kraken realized that it would be difficult to avoid it. Still, Elder Kraken was a bona fide primogenitor who lived for billions of years. Even if he wasn't a great fighter as Thor and the others, it was just as difficult to kill him, if not harder. Water transmutation. Elder Kraken transformed his body into water and moved across his tentacles, appearing hundreds of meters away from the initial attack. Meanwhile, the divine slash continued on its path until it landed on a mountain of ruined buildings, cutting them in half like they were made out of butter. This sight left Duke Humphrey startled. Are you the water primogenitor? Have you retained your memories?" He knew that such advanced abilities were impossible to be learned by spirits unless they invested an unfathomable amount of time into them. Elder Kraken wasn't known to even harm a fly, don't even mention mastering water transmutation as a spirit. My name is literally Kraken. Wasn't it obvious? Elder Kraken chuckled, making Duke Humphrey feel infuriated. While Elder Kraken made it sound like it was easy to guess his identity, it really wasn't. Kraken was a well-known name used for many species in the universe and even used as a normal name for some marine intelligent people. Since not many people really realized how the water primogenitor looked in his humanoid form, it was too far-fetched to assume that he was the water primogenitor's soul. But now, it had never been more obvious with this fine control of water element. It all makes sense now, your connection with that little prick, how you managed to become an ethereal elder so fast, and how that bastard maintained his memories. Duke Humphrey proclaimed coldly. It was you all along. Duke Humphrey realized that if Elder Kraken managed to maintain his memories after death, it would explain all the abnormal things that had happened. The evidence against Elder Kraken was enough to make him reach such an assumption. At first, he thought that Asna was the one helping Felix keep his memories. But he doubted it immensely, since he knew that Lord Hades' eyes would be on her. He would never allow such a thing to happen, otherwise, he wouldn't have treated Felix in that manner during the council. With Hades' eyes focused on the exiled, Kraken had the chance and right equipment to transfer memories if they had really met outside of the spirit realm. Duke Humphrey frowned. But how would that be possible? His theory was correct in all realms until he remembered that Elder Kraken had died and shouldn't have left any wisp behind or such. I don't know how you managed to pull it off, but I know I am right, Duke Humphrey uttered. What does it matter? Elder Kraken chuckled. Are you going to snitch to Lord Hades? Or better yet, take such information to your godfather? Duke Humphrey knew that he was right. Figuring out their secret right now was absolutely useless to him and wouldn't help him with anything. In fact, he had wasted half a minute already on it, precious time he wouldn't get back. And so, even when he was provoked to talk back, Duke Humphrey narrowed his eyes coldly and straightaway restarted his assault on Elder Kraken. Alas, with water transmutation in play, it was nearly impossible to land a hit on Elder Kraken. He had flooded the ground beneath with water, and the moment Duke Humphrey focused on a specific area, Elder Kraken transmuted himself to the other. While it sounded like he had caught Duke Humphrey by the balls, as long as he kept being this slippery, Elder Kraken realized that his energy consumption could never maintain this. Water transmutation was an advanced ability, and even here, the spiritual energy it needed to work wasn't cheap in the slightest. I can only transmute twice or 3 more times before I run out. Elder Kraken glanced behind him and sighed in relief after not spotting Felix and his companions. Good. They must have gotten out to safety. I can leave this place too. Alas, his relief was short-lived. You keep looking back. Worried that your little prodigy hasn't made it to safety? Duke Humphrey suddenly showed a wicked grin. Elder Kraken realized that something wasn't right just from his grin. What have you done? Why do you think I didn't bother to chase after him? Duke Humphrey snickered. I have already delegated it to my people. Those weakling servants won't be able to stop even one of them. Just like Duke Humphrey said, the moment Miss Sinai, Sekiro, Kara, and little Timmy reached the gate of the capital city, their hopes of escape were suddenly dashed. Standing before them were Orellana, Marcel, Boss Alves, and 2 angelic divine squads. A formidable blockade that left them with nowhere to run. Judge Marcel, his gaze cold and unwavering, stepped forward, blocking any path that led back into the city. He didn't possess any divine energy or actually any powerful aura of that sense, yet still, he alone was enough to deal with this group. Miss Sinai and the others realized it too well, which explained the hint of despair and helplessness in the depth of their eyes. Stand behind me. Still, Sekiro unsheathed his katana and held it with both hands as he stood resolute in front of the encirclement, his voice unwavering despite the dire situation. What a cute little loyal servant. Orellana giggled as she pointed a finger at Sekiro's chest. Then, without an ounce of hesitation, she fired a metallic bullet at his chest. Cling! Sekiro, eyes like an eagle, swung his sword at the bullet and cut it in half with a single motion before retreating into his defensive position. How annoying! Orellana's eyes turned cold after seeing the mocking looks from the angels. Not leaving them a chance to comment and make fun of her, she extended her arm forward, turning it into a cannon launcher, and uttered, "Cut this!" Unfazed, Sekiro swung his sword at the cannonball, but alas, his katana was the one breaking apart this time. Boom! The cannonball landed straight on his telekinesis barrier and shattered it immediately, causing him to feel more than 80% of the force. With blood coming out of his mouth and nose, Sekiro was launched into the city's wall, getting planted in it akin to a decoration. Brother Sekiro. Kara's tears threatened to fall at the sight of one of the two closest people in her life getting harmed like this. Little Kara, you have given our master a difficult time in the past decades after everything he has done for you, Orellana remarked with an evil tone. I believe he will reward me well if I bring you back to him in one piece to vent some of his anger on you like in the old times. No, please, no. The moment Kara heard this, she collapsed immediately on the ground and held her head in crippling fear, shaking and quivering like a lost lamb. Memories of her torture under Duke Humphrey began to burst out of her sealed mind, threatening to consume her entire soul. Her heartbeats kept increasing and increasing until they resembled drumbeats. You monster! Even hell won't accept the likes of you. Miss Sinai gave a nasty glare at Orellana as she placed Felix down and tried to comfort Kara. Alas, Kara was too far deep in her nightmarish memories to react to her touch. Hell? Soon enough, I will be joining the real paradise, the real land of the gods, and leave this wretched place. Orellana sneered. This is the real hell, and a lowlife like you should understand it more than anyone. Land of gods. Just as Miss Sinai wanted to retort, a sudden soft voice resounded akin to a grim reaper's whisper in everyone's ears. Everyone without exception felt a shiver course down their spine as they gazed around them like they were touched by a ghost, trying to find the source. Land of gods! The voice appeared again, but this time, it sounded more intense and its source was trackable. When everyone gazed at it, they noticed a figure standing with a hunched back, engulfed in half-white flames and the other half was black, making him resemble a nightmarish monster. Traveler! Miss Sinai gulped a mouthful in fear after turning around and seeing Felix slowly raising his head. What scared her wasn't his aura or even his weird posture, but his eyes, his cold-blooded dark and white eyes, which seemed to harbor a grudge against the heavens themselves. The moment his head was lifted fully, Felix stared at Orellana and bellowed with a questioning tone. Land of gods! This shout, yell, or whatever it was, the moment it reached Orellana's ears, her entire being was set in white and black flames, causing her to release the most wretched high-pitched pain scream anyone had ever heard. Triple A. The scream barely lasted for a moment before it faded away into the background, just like the flying ashes of Orellana. She had been burned out of existence without her realization. Who else wants to visit the land of gods? Felix asked. His voice was nowhere near his familiar one, and his roaming eyes resembled that of a vengeful spirit more than a human. No one answered Felix's question as everyone's widened eyes were still affixed on the spot where Orellana was standing. She was removed out of existence so abruptly that none of them even managed to see it happen fully. What did you do? Marcel stuttered with sweat dripping down his forehead as he took a couple of steps back from Felix. Unresponsive, Felix merely extended his hand in Marcel's direction, and before he could even turn around and escape, his entire being was ignited in the same white and black flames. "Nu!" He cried at the top of his lungs in agony as he fell on his stomach and attempted to crawl away from pain. Alas, the moment he raised his hand, it was turned into ash and the wind carried it away just like the rest of his body. Now, everyone saw what happened from the start to the finish, and this set their hearts beating rapidly in terror. Celestial flames. How can he wield them? One of the angelic squad captain's lips quivered in a mixture of fear and disbelief, feeling like the sight before was nothing but a mirage. The other angels shared the same reaction the moment they recognized the origin of the white flames. They had no clue what the other black flames were, but the white one could never be mistaken by them. That's because it was glorified as one of the most powerful weapons for the Celestials, a power far more extraordinary than even the divine energies. It can't be. It can't be it. Only ones blessed by Celestials can use such flames. The other squad captain denied the reality before him, but no matter how hard he tried, he just couldn't come up with another similar type of flame. Retreat! Without an ounce of hesitation, the angelic squad's captain ordered telepathically, while being the first to fly back to his army at the top of his speed. The angels looked at each other for less than a split second before giving a chase, aborting the mission of killing Felix instantly. Bastards! Take me with you! Boss Alves screamed in fear and anger as he flew behind them, but his speed was nowhere near them. This caused him to be left too far behind. However, as he kept looking behind him and saw that Felix wasn't giving chase, he couldn't help but sigh in relief. When will this shit end? I just want to live. God damn it. He was really forced to play a game in impossible mode when he was a mere businessman. Meanwhile, Felix didn't give chase, at least not right away. He removed the white flames from his right hand and patted Kara on the head, which stopped her from quivering almost instantly after recognizing his touch. Master! She broke out of her traumatized daze and looked up with tears filling her eyes, resembling a bullied child seeking justice from their parents. Don't let such thoughts consume you, for I will make sure that everyone who harmed you perish today. Felix promised. His tone was as bone-chilling as ever, but it soothed Kara immediately. Help Sekiro recover, Felix ordered before taking off into the sky. As Miss Sanai watched his inflamed back, she felt sympathetic toward anyone who would block his path. Controlled anger outburst. He is going to show them hell. She thought at the start that Felix had lost control over his emotions and was about to enter rage mode. But now, she realized that the situation was far more deadly for the invaders as Felix's heart was consumed with hatred and fury, but he didn't let them influence him. Still, while he seemed in control, it didn't mean that he was going to be merciful or soft. I just need to regroup with the angelic army and all of this will be over. Boss Alves thought to himself with a hopeful look. The Duke won't sign me a task anymore with all of his 5 heads Paris. Before he could finish his thought, a sudden chill coursed down his spine as if an icy hand had caressed his very soul. With an unsettling certainty, Boss Alves turned around and immediately after, his heart dropped to the bottom of his stomach. No! His fearful gaze met Felix, who had appeared behind him with 2 mesmerizing wings, one crafted from white flames, radiant and celestial in nature, and the other composed of dark flames, an embodiment of cosmic mysteries. Without so much as a glance in Boss Alves's direction, Felix soared past him with an effortless grace that defied description, heading towards the main war zone. Ha! Boss Alves' lips parted in bewilderment, too shocked to believe that Felix had actually spared his life after everything he did to him. Does he see me as a worthless bug undeserving of being killed? Boss Alves' pride was slightly wounded by the thought, however, soon, he slapped himself for having such suicidal thoughts. All it matters is that I am alive. Just as Boss Alves was about to sigh in relief at this rekindled hope in life, a single spark of the celestial dark flame, like a falling star, landed upon his head. Before he could even react, the spark ignited a relentless, searing fire within Boss Alves' spirit, causing him to feel an unbearable sensation that seeped into the very core of his being. Boss Alves let out a howl of anguish as the celestial dark flame consumed him from within. His once confident demeanor shattered, and he descended into a torment unlike any he had ever known. He fell to the rubble with a massive thud and started rolling on the ground, trying his best to turn off the flames. Alas, no matter what he did, the dark flames remained consistent in burning his soul. The worst part? It didn't seem like his flesh was melting off or disappearing like with the white flame. It was like the dark flame's job was to burn one's soul for eternity without any swift release. As Felix listened to Boss Alves' fading agonizing cries, his expression didn't change for even a moment. He was cold, unreactive, and just absolutely cold-hearted. Everyone who participated in this invasion and the kidnapping of my woman shall know pain, Felix uttered, each word filled with an inexplicable level of hatred and venom. Felix blamed himself before everyone else for being weak and failing to protect his woman. But this didn't mean that he was going to take full responsibility for it. Duke Humphrey, the fallen organization, the angels, and anyone who had a hand in making this invasion come to light were about to pay the price as well. Meanwhile, the battle between the angels and the law enforcers had come to an early closure with the addition of Commander Nottingham. With his overpowered and invincible divine prowess, he was able to erase hundreds of law enforcers in less than a couple of attacks. This drastic difference in strength couldn't be overcome even with numbers. Thus, the law enforcers' armies were torn apart, and the smell of death ran a rampage among their ranks until it consumed the surviving members and made them fall into utter despair. The moment despair spread among the brigades, there was nothing the high inspectors could do to raise the morale again. Even lies failed to do the job. Ultimately, the surviving high inspectors ordered a large-scale retreat to gather with the upcoming reinforcement from further away cities. Commander Nottingham let them be, not wanting to waste his or his army's time chasing a couple of hundred spirits. Instead, he issued a decisive order. Start purging the city of the spirits and wisps. Finish it in less than 5 minutes. Yes, Commander. The angelic armies replied simultaneously, causing the sky to shudder at their glorious bearing. None of you are going anywhere. The moment the last echo of their shout died out, Felix's voice resounded in their ears akin to the Grim Reaper. Startled and confused, the angels searched around them for the source of the voice. Soon, they located Felix at the very center of their 1,000-men formation. The very air around him seemed to glow with celestial energy as he suddenly unleashed the full might of his celestial flames. Whoosh! Whoosh! Felix's wings, transformed into supermassive appendages that spanned hundreds of meters, unfurled with a magnificent demonstration of celestial authority. They radiated with a marvelous glow, casting a luminous aura that engulfed the battlefield. A split second later, Felix closed his eyes and listened to the harmony of cries and screams in blissful enjoyment. Arg! The celestial fires danced and spiraled, their heat and intensity searing through the ranks of angelic armies with unmatched ferocity. Close to 1,000 angels found themselves caught within the all-encompassing celestial conflagration, their radiant forms unable to withstand the overwhelming power of Felix's celestial flames. They cried out in agony as their bodies were consumed by the unrelenting fire. How? Commander Nottingham watched this scene unfold before him with a stunned look, incapable of believing his eyes. He thought that with Asna gone, they had gotten rid of the celestial flames at last, but it had emerged, and more furious than ever. What's going on there? Duke Humphrey narrowed his eyes in focus after spotting the cataclysmic event ongoing high above. Haha! Looks like your luck has run out after all. Elder Kraken chuckled. With a mere glance, he was able to sense Felix's soul within the whirlpool of celestial might. Realizing that his prejudgment from before wasn't wrong, and that Asna had truly done something remarkable to Felix. You are the one in luck. Don't let me catch you again. Duke Humphrey clicked his tongue in irritation as he flew away, not wanting to waste his time on him when their angelic armies were receiving a beating from a stranger. After he arrived, the sight that greeted him caused his forehead to have black lines etched in it. More than 40% of the angelic army was gone, and the rest were escaping with terrified expressions from the massive celestial wings, fearing a small particle would land on them and erase them too. Duke Humphrey grouped up with Commander Nottingham, and both of them shared solemn expressions. That bitch didn't leave without making it harder for us. Commander Nottingham exposed. She has blessed her plaything with her celestial energy. I can understand that, but what's the deal with the dark flames? Duke Humphrey frowned. Have you ever seen such a thing before? No. Commander Nottingham shook his head. It might be something special related to her, After all, we have never seen her in action before after she got exiled. Duke Humphrey agreed with his assumption and then said, "We are running out of time and we can't have this prick ruin our efforts at the last lap. Order the angels to focus on the spirits on the city and let's get rid of him." "My thoughts exactly." Commander Nottingham nodded while extending his hand forward, manifesting a magnificent gigantic lance of divine light. Then, he narrowed his eyes at Felix, who was barely noticeable through the raging celestial flames. The moment he locked on him, he tightened his grip on the divine lance and hurled it with a thunderous roar. H-A-A-A! Whoosh! The lance streaked through the tumultuous celestial flames with great difficulty, the divine energy crackling and sizzling as it fought against the searing inferno. It's the commander's infamous lance's strike. He is doomed. Kill him. He killed my Angelica. The escaping angels couldn't help but turn around and watch this spectacular scene of their commander's golden lance going against their celestial flames. Alas, the situation didn't seem too much in their favor as the divine lance looked like it was about to be consumed by the celestial flames, its holy power extinguishing visibly. But it pressed on, inching closer to its target. As the lance neared Felix, the celestial flames intensified, their fury reaching a crescendo. Meanwhile, Commander Nottingham's divine lance was already on its dying breath. With an unbothered and unfazed look, Felix raised his glowing hand and met the divine lance head-on. Boom! There was a brilliant explosion of light, a cataclysmic clash of powers that sent shockwaves reverberating through the celestial battlefield. The divine lance, drained of much of its divinity during its arduous journey, could not withstand Felix's sheer celestial might. In the end, Felix merely slapped the divine lance to the side, sending it spinning away like a falling star. The golden lance, now a mere shell of its former glory, exploded into a blinding burst of radiant light. The watching angels remained affixed on their places with stunned expressions. They knew that celestial flames were powerful, and they had heard many legends about them in the Eternal Kingdom, but none of them knew the difference would be this massive even between the radiant Codex divinity. Meanwhile, Commander Nottingham and Duke Humphrey didn't look too surprised, but their expressions weren't any better. As expected, our divinities can't match up to it, Duke Humphrey uttered coldly. It's normal, radiant Codex divinity is made out of 80% of celestial energy, while celestial flames consist of 99.99% of celestial energy. Commander Nottingham expressed with a tone of admiration, not to Felix, but to the celestial flames. It's the purest form of power. I doubt she has bestowed upon him much of it. Duke Humphrey snickered. He doesn't know that its consumption rate is crazier than ours and using it this freely. It seemed like Felix had agreed with him as he gradually retracted the otherworldly wings of celestial flames that had extended from his form. With a simple thought, he canceled the incredible power that had once engulfed the sky, leaving behind only the fading embers of their celestial brilliance. The capital city's skies gradually cleared as the fiery wings disappeared, revealing Felix standing tall and ever burning akin to a living torch, though the celestial flames on him seemed to have gone a little softer. Unbothered by this, Felix floated slowly towards Duke Humphrey and Commander Nottingham. The angels around him didn't dare get close or attack him even when he looked like a free target. The commander and the Duke remained in their positions too, maintaining eye contact with Felix while he neared them. When there were barely a couple of 100 meters between them, Felix stopped. It was you who orchestrated this whole invasion and resulted in Asna's capture." Felix's voice was calm and steady, but the tremor of his anger and hatred hadn't gone unnoticed by these two. Her capture was nothing but a side bonus. Duke Humphrey sneered, wanting to provoke Felix so he would lose his cool. "Plus, I believe that she went away to keep her distance from you. After all, she might be exiled, but she is still a celestial being whose grandeur remains untouched by mortals like you. I honestly do wonder how did you manage to make her fall in love with you?" Commander Nottingham joined in, but his tone sounded sincere. "To make a celestial be your woman, you must have some godly pickup lines." When Felix heard what they said, he neither acted out in rage nor showed an infuriated expression. Instead, he smiled. "What are you smiling for?" Duke Humphrey knitted his eyebrows in displeasure. "You will find out soon." The moment Felix finished, he triggered his teleportation ability and materialized behind them at an unfathomable speed. The celestial flames weren't just capable of destruction but also empowering his ability strength, casting speed, reaction speed, force, speed, and the list goes on. It was like the best all-round powerful enhancement he ever experienced before. Without an ounce of hesitation, Felix tightened his fist until the blood was threatening to escape. Space-time vibration punch. Then, he uttered with a bone-chilling tone, wanting them to know exactly what he would be hitting them with. His glowing, inflamed fist crackled with vibrational energy, and as it made contact with the space behind his adversaries, the heavens themselves seemed to quake. Shatter! A deafening, ear-splitting noise, akin to a mirror shattering into countless shards, echoed through the skies. The capital city's denizens, angelic and ethereal beings alike, turned their eyes skyward in astonishment and horror as they witnessed this unholy display of destruction. The sky around Duke Humphrey and Commander Nottingham fractured and splintered as if the very fabric of reality had been torn asunder. It created an otherworldly spectacle of cosmic energy, with fractured rifts and rifts of celestial light spreading outwards in a dazzling display. What the hell? So powerful! Duke Humphrey and Commander Nottingham, caught within the epicenter of this cataclysmic event, could only watch in stunned disbelief as the vibrational space-time punch sent shockwaves through their bodies, threatening to blow them apart akin to the sky. If it wasn't for the divine energy shielding them and canceling those shockwaves as they came, their souls would be swimming in the ether by now. Arg! Save me! Nu! Alas, the shattering sky's influence had reached even the faraway angels as those spatial cracks kept pulling them into their rigid jaws, wanting to devour them whole. The angels cried and screamed in fear while flapping their wings as fast as they could, resisting the pulling force. Unfortunately, the heavenly plane itself was being pulled against its will to the black hole, which created an opposite attraction force to the spatial cracks. It was like each was pulling in different directions and that angels were caught in the middle of it. Nu! Whoosh! Whoosh! With one final scream of despair, many angels ended up consumed within those cracks, disappearing into the backstage of the universe. Commander Nottingham's and Duke Humphrey's expressions turned ugly at this disheartening scene. While those angels seemed easy to kill, it was only because Felix was making them seem like that. In reality, they were elite troops in the Eternal Kingdom, and a mere 1,000 of them should have been enough to take down the entire heavenly plane if it wasn't for Felix's constant intervention. Godfather Hephaestus took extra measures and brought a couple of thousands of them, paying an insane price for them since they were part of the celestial army and he couldn't use his people for the job. Yet, here they were, dropping left and right akin to flies without even completing a third of their mission. "Why aren't you making jokes anymore?" Felix manifested in front of Duke Humphrey. His expression seemed confused, but his mocking tone couldn't fool anyone. "Enough is enough. I will end you even if it's the last thing I do here." Duke Humphrey didn't take Felix's jab too lightly, as he immediately decided to unleash his full power and end this battle right away, not caring about saving any of his divinity. "Commander, I know." Commander Nottingham understood that it was time to wrap this up to avoid losing any more of his troops in the aftermath. Both of them extended their hands into the sky and allowed the divine energy to surge through their beings without any interruptions, causing an eruption of potent shockwaves to be released and hurl Felix away against his will. Felix narrowed his eyes coldly as he watched the divine light around those two turn into a massive golden humanoid armor that radiated with celestial brilliance. They were floating in the middle of this giant creation, resembling mecha operators. Yet, the transformation wasn't done as those two massive divine beings each held their respective weapon. The golden sword of Duke Humphrey and the divine lance of Commander Nottingham. After the transformation was over, their celestial forms became awe-inspiring, their presence commanding respect and fear. "It's the glorious solar archon of the Commander," Even the Duke can manifest one. His control over the divine energy is extraordinary. Those two beings were referred to as the divine archons, and they were one of the most formidable utilization of the divine energy. For both of them to bring them on, they were indeed done messing about. Felix had no clue how powerful the divine archons were, but he could sense that the atmosphere had completely changed around his enemies. Be grateful, for you have the honor to face against two divine archons. Commander Nottingham expressed coldly as he pointed his lance in Felix's direction. Face? It will be over before it starts. Duke Humphrey sneered as he controlled the archon to swing his sword around. Meanwhile, his arms were crossed above his chest, using only his mind to control his archon. Without giving Felix too much time to think, Commander Nottingham was the first to make a move as he launched his glorious lance in Felix's direction yet again. Knowing that his fate would be sealed if he got touched by the divine energy, Felix swiftly attempted to avoid the divine lance by teleporting away. However, before his runic spell could manifest in his eyes, it shattered immediately to his shock and he couldn't activate it again. The divine archon's existence nullifies the creation of any elemental or law-based ability in its range. Duke Humphrey ridiculed as he watched Felix get forced to evade the lance through normal means with great difficulty. When Felix heard him, he tried to check his statement's validity by using another ability. But soon, he was forced to accept the reality before him as nothing he tried to activate worked. When Duke Humphrey joined the confrontation too, Felix understood that only his celestial flames could get him out of this. So, he allowed it to blaze brightly, forming an impenetrable barrier of luminous energy that surrounded him, acting as both a shield and a weapon. Unfazed, Humphrey and Nottingham charged with unwavering resolve and engaged with Felix in a battle of flurry of celestial strikes and counterattacks. With each clash between them, both the divine energies and celestial flames seemed to fade a little. Boom, boom, thud. Yet, neither side had any thoughts of backing off. This will be the end of you. How long will your celestial flames last? Ha! We were bestowed upon by the first ruler himself. Duke Humphrey and Commander Nottingham, operating their divine archons, countered Felix's attacks with formidable prowess. Their celestial weapons clashed with Felix's inflamed fists and legs, creating shockwaves that echoed through the skies. You got this, little one, Elder Kraken muttered as he sat above a rock and watched the unfolding battle, having no intentions of offering assistance. His energy was already on rock bottom, and even if he wanted to help, he would be nothing more but a reliability in this celestial dance. I can't believe he is going toe-to-toe with the commander and the Duke without even a weapon. Were lesser mortals always this powerful? Most of the angels went down to the city to start hunting down the spirits again. But the battle above them was too enchanting to not steal a couple of glances. It was too intense and luminous. Even Miss Sinai and many other spirits far away from the city were still able to see 3 dots of light connecting with each other before separating again. Traveler, don't you dare lose. Miss Sinai wished with a hopeful tone. The entire plane's fate relies on you. It was obvious to everyone by now that the last line of defense for the city or even the entire heavenly plane was Felix. If he fell here, those two would go on an onslaught unchecked and massacre every spirit in sight without anyone having the ability to stop them. Not even Elder Kraken. Starting to feel the heat? Duke Humphrey smiled coldly as he swung his sword from high above and landed it straight on Felix's crossed-out arms, blocking it with his bare flesh. The celestial flames blocked most of the force, but Felix already started to sense that it was getting closer to exhaustion. I can't carry on like this. I have to find a way to finish them off before I get exposed to their divine attacks. Felix thought with a deep frown. The problem with the divine archon was its ability to cancel the activation of abilities in a large area around it, and these two were stuck to Felix akin to glue, making it impossible for him to get away from said range. With such ferociousness, they must be pushing to end the fight even faster than me. Felix noticed, such powerful ability can't possibly operate on a low fuel. Felix wasn't fooled by Duke Humphrey and Commander Nottingham's assured front. He could see the tint of agitation in their eyes, making him understand that the archons were taking a massive toll on their beings. As long as they run about divine energies to sustain the archons, it will be my time to strike. Felix narrowed his eyes dangerously and continued staying on the defensive side, receiving blow after another while making sure to minimize the damage to his body. He planned before on rushing things out, but he understood that was his enemy's plan all along, to bait him into panicking and charging a powerful attack with his celestial flames, which would end up bringing it into complete exhaustion. Since they were baiting him to go for it, it implied that they were confident in their archon's strength to block it successfully. This prick isn't taking the bait. Duke Humphrey cursed in his mind, not liking Felix's cool-headed look. Just keep pressing him. He is bound to crack and go all out. Commander Nottingham said. Duke Humphrey went the extra mile and started provoking Felix with each blow he landed on him. What a weakling! Your inability to protect your beloved whore is a testament to your feeble nature. Felix's expression turned icier and his murderous intent tripled at least the instant he heard his taunt. When Duke Humphrey noticed the change in his expression, he smiled coldly and continued. You must be having retarded thoughts of rescuing her from her imprisonment. How can you even have the nerve to think like this when you can't even defeat us? The moment he finished, Commander Nottingham took advantage of an opening and thrust his lance into Felix's waist. Boom! The lance made contact and Felix got hurled far away against his will with blood dripping down his mouth, receiving a decent amount of damage. In an effort to save up his celestial flames, he concentrated them into his arms and left the rest of his body with a weak version. Now, he paid the price the instant he allowed Duke Humphrey's venomous words to touch his being. Usually, this kind of provocation fell on deaf ears when it came to Felix, but the whole capturing situation happened just a few minutes ago and the wound was still a wide hole. Felix was barely coping with accepting that it even happened, and if it wasn't for his rage and hatred, he would have already let the negative thoughts consume him. Whoosh! Duke Humphrey appeared next to Felix yet again and showed him a venomous grin before uttering word by word. Why are you even trying? Why are you even existing? Haven't you already died, and if it wasn't for that bitch's grace, you wouldn't even be in the heavenly realm. You are a nobody. You always were and will always be. Boom! Duke Humphrey's sword struck Felix's arms, and this time, the result was far more promising as Felix's body got thrown away yet again, losing the confrontation. It was clear that his mind was out of the game as with each sentence, Felix felt like a dagger stabbed into his soul, more painful and agonizing than those strikes. Just give up. Just give up and embrace the peacefulness of the ether. You won't disappoint anyone anymore, and your beloved won't be in constant worry about your safety. Just give up and free yourself and everyone from the trouble of associating with a failure like you. Duke Humphrey's words were targeted at Felix's self, hatred like a poisonous arrow. Felix already was struggling to accept his failures to protect the ones he loved and barely had his head above the water. Duke Humphrey was now drowning him and telling him to stop struggling and let himself drown, which was the answer to all of his current negative thoughts and problems. While doing this, he wasn't forgetting to put him in physical pain as his sword and commander's lance kept finding more and more holes in Felix's defense, giving him a beatdown even those far away were about to see it. Master! Kara yelled with tears dripping down her cheeks as she watched the two golden dots smacking the small white around like it was a ping-pong ball. Miss Sinai covered Kara's eyes and murmured, "He will be fine. Let's get away from this place first." "No, I am not leaving without him." Kara refused to budge from her place. As for Sekiro, he was still passed out on the ground next to them, having no idea what was going on. Miss Sinai could only sigh and remain in her place, not wanting to drag Kara against her will or ditch them behind. As a rational person, she could see that Felix's situation wasn't going to get better anytime soon, and instead of betting on some miracle, it was better to put as much distance as possible from the capital. Alas, Kara wasn't of the rational type, and she could only stay with them at her own risk. Boom! 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 Meanwhile, the celestial battle was shaping up in favor of the invaders as Felix kept being thrown back and forth between the commander and the Duke like a dirty rug. Duke Humphrey didn't even need to continue his provocation as his widened pleased smile showed his confidence in winning the battle at last. His body is all shattered and his celestial flames are giving in, It's time to finish him off once and for all with a combined powerful strike. Commander Nottingham said. Agreed, we barely have less than 10 minutes before the deadline. We can't drag this for another second. Duke Humphrey nodded. Felix's celestial flames were indeed beginning to dim, signaling a moment of vulnerability. Unwilling to drag this any longer, Duke Humphrey and Commander Nottingham channeled their divine powers, gathering an immense amount of celestial energy into their respective weapons. The golden divine lance and the radiant sword. Their celestial authority surged, and the heavens themselves seemed to tremble in anticipation after pointing their weapons in Felix's direction. Felix seemed like a floating, ruined corpse, barely able to stand up straight no matter how much he struggled. I can't believe I will be wasting all my divinity on a vermin. Duke Humphrey spat in disgust one last time before he ironed his will and unleashed their combined attack. A blinding, awe-inspiring beacon of divine energy erupted from the tip of their weapons. The heavens were set ablaze with their divine beams, a force of pure destruction aimed at erasing Felix from existence. Mea ar Oster, don't look. Kara, Miss Sinai, Elder Kraken, and all watching spirits seemed to have been frozen in despair at the sight of the divine beams rushing at Felix. However, just as the combined divine beams neared their target, something unexpected occurred. Felix, who had appeared vulnerable moments before, opened his eyes with a cold, sinister smile spreading across his face. It was a smile that held the promise of retribution. Release! In that critical moment, Felix summoned the last reserves of his celestial flames, erupting them in facade of him like an impervious shield. The celestial flames blazed with newfound intensity, forming an invincible barrier of radiant energy that stood firm against the onslaught of the combined divine beams. Boom! The clash of celestial forces created a stunning spectacle, with blinding light and cosmic energy colliding in a cataclysmic explosion. Duke Humphrey and Commander Nottingham were left with widened eyes at this marvelous scene, not bothering to appreciate its beauty. How could they appreciate it when their most powerful attack faded away into the sky without burning a single strand of Felix's hair? When the light fully disappeared and exposed the battlefield again, there were no more three bright dots. Only three humanoid figures in their flesh and blood. No more divine archons. No more celestial flames. Just unblessed mortals facing each other. You sure spew plenty of crap in my ears earlier. With a bone-chilling smile, Felix cracked his neck as he covered himself in healing water, recovering all of his wounds almost instantly. Then he uttered, I sincerely hope you can back them up. We've been played. Duke Humphrey clenched his fists, his anger mounting. Commander Nottingham shared the same attitude as him. He baited us into unleashing everything we had. He hissed with an irked tone. They quickly figured out that the veneer of vulnerability that Felix had displayed was nothing more than a ruse, a cunning facade that had lured them into committing their full power. Felix had outwitted them, and this notion didn't sit well in their stomachs, making them furious beyond measure. It wasn't like Duke Humphrey's words didn't affect Felix's mentality. Everything that was said had indeed cut Felix's soul, but he wasn't born yesterday to let words affect his focus in a life-and-death battle. Instead of retaliating, he took advantage of the opportunity to set up a trap for them, and they fell for it head first. Now that we got those irritating divinities out of the way, let's see what you got. Felix uttered coldly as he manifested two long crimson swords made out of destruction energy. Not giving them the chance to figure things out, Felix covered himself in sizzling electrical discharges and dashed through 5 emerging electrical rings in front of him, which were boosted by a time acceleration spell. Whoosh! He instantly disappeared from his place, leaving behind him a mirage like he hadn't even moved from his place. The instant the mirage faded away, Felix was already past Commander Nottingham. Commander Nottingham, caught off guard by Felix's incredible speed, turned around just in time to meet his adversary's gaze. However, it was too late to react. In an instant, Felix's crimson swords had already sliced through his celestial armor and body as though they were made of mere paper. A shocked gasp escaped Commander Nottingham's lips as the devastating impact of the attack hit him. Slice. His celestial form seemed to momentarily hang in the air, suspended in disbelief, before his body began to split into two distinct halves. The severed halves of Commander Nottingham's form fell to the ground, their radiant light dimming, akin to a broken fallen star. Duke Humphrey, the angels, and the spirits alike stared at the falling corpse with stunned expressions, finding it hard to accept this extraordinary outcome. Just now, Felix was being beaten senseless left and right. A split second later, Commander Nottingham was killed and disposed of akin to trash in a single strike. As expected, you have been relying on your divinities far too much. Your battle experience is almost null, Felix remarked calmly as he stared at his crimson swords. This wasn't even his most powerful attack, and yet, a brigade commander of the Celestial Army couldn't block it without relying on his divinity. Looks like the Eternal Kingdom's mortals are much weaker than I anticipated, Felix uttered as he approached Duke Humphrey. Duke Humphrey turned to face Felix. His heartbeat started to accelerate in agitation, and fear the instant his eyes made contact with Felix's. He could feel Felix's hatred and murderous intent from here, even when Felix's visage remained indifferent. His guts screamed at him that if he landed in his hands, his fate would be much worse than Commander Nottingham's. As for fighting Felix, he had already failed to win against him and even got almost killed during their first battle. If it wasn't for his divinity saving his ass, he wouldn't have been here to have a rematch. Now that he had exhausted it thoroughly, he was smart enough to recognize that his life wasn't in his hands anymore. Fine, you have won. I surrender. Duke Humphrey raised his hands into the air as he relied on his talk no jutsu to get him out of this mess in one piece. You don't have to take your anger on me. I can help you with information about the Eternal Kingdom and even give you the exact location of your beloved. Realizing that Felix's weakness was Asna, he placed a bet that Felix might consider capturing him alive to extract information instead of killing him. This was all Duke Humphrey wanted, to buy time, until his godfather could save him. Alas, his persuasion technique was about to fail him again. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, Felix manifested in front of Duke Humphrey's face until they were mere inches from each other. They were so close that Duke Humphrey was able to read the exact runic details in the hexagon within Felix's pupils. Before he could break out of his daze, he realized that he couldn't move a single finger anymore. His entire body was frozen in time, and the only thing he was able to control was to show how much despair and terror was reflected in his pupils. I saved a fraction of my celestial flames just for you, Felix whispered in the Duke's ears softly, but his voice was so sinister that Duke Humphrey would have lost complete control over his bowls if it wasn't for the time freeze. What will he do to me? Duke Humphrey's thoughts and emotions were in complete disarray after noticing a tiny candle-like black flame ignite on top of Felix's finger. It was burning softly and dimly, appearing like it couldn't even burn a fly. Yet, the closer Felix's finger got to Duke Humphrey, the more intense the dread he felt. You have spoken 144 words during your taunting barrage. That's the number of millennia you will be sentenced for, Felix uttered icily as he touched Duke Humphrey's forehead with the celestial black flames. In an instant, a profound transformation took place. Duke Humphrey's body, once resplendent in its golden divine armor, was suddenly engulfed in eerie black flames. The infernal fires danced and crackled, consuming his celestial form with an intensity that defied the natural order. Felix snapped his finger and released Duke Humphrey from time constraints. The moment he did so, Duke Humphrey, his voice filled with agonized disbelief, cried out as the black flames consumed him. Please, please, make it stop. I beg you. Please. Duke Humphrey implored with a high-pitched voice as he kept beating himself up and trying to remove his clothes, to kill off the flames. Alas, no matter what he did, the black flames kept burning at the same intensity. The worst part? It could neither turn off nor burn off its target completely. Ignoring his heartbreaking screams, Felix manifested two massive white, crystallized pillars with chains dangling from their sides. Then, he controlled the chains to lock them around Duke Humphrey's waist and feet, before spreading him apart in the shape of a star. This made the pain even worse for the Duke, as he couldn't move even if he wanted, leaving him with only one outlet to ease the pain, if not by a 1%. Please. Please. Save me. Godfather. Save me. His screams echoed throughout the capital sky and reached the ears of the angels and spirits below. It was a music to the spirits' ears, but a terrifying sound to the angels, who had yet to recover from the shock of their commander's corpse lying on the rubble near them. When the angels looked at Felix and saw that he was looking at the ground, their legs almost gave out from dread. Don't want to do this anymore. Monster. He is a monster. Run while you still can. Hold your positions. Anyone who deserted won't return to the kingdom. Just one look was all it took for most of the angels to ditch their duties and fly off into the distance at the top of their speed, knowing that Felix's next targets were them. If even their commander and the Duke failed to take him down with divine archons, how could one expect to stay behind and deal with his wrath? The next in command in the army tried his best to restore order. Alas, Duke Humphrey's heartbreaking screams were like a constant reminder of the angels' fate if Felix caught them, making it impossible for them to not run away. While the angels were either running away or regrouping under the second in command to seek a way out of this doomed situation, the spirits and law enforcers outside of the city were seen cheering at the top of their lungs. A wave of jubilation swept through their ranks as the capital city skies were filled with cheers and an overwhelming sense of relief and triumph. Law enforcers and spirits who had fought tirelessly to protect their city and its inhabitants rejoiced in the knowledge that their unwavering efforts had not been in vain. Even though no one knew Felix's identity due to the far distance between them and the battle, he was hailed as their hero and savior. Meanwhile, Kara, who had endured the torment of Duke Humphrey's cruelty in the past, watched with a mixture of emotions as the once mighty ethereal elder was consumed by black flames. His agonized screams echoed through the skies, a stark contrast to the arrogance and cruelty he had shown before. Sob. Tears flooded down her cheeks uncontrollably the more she listened to his agonized screams. For Kara, this moment was a well-needed vindication, a form of poetic justice that brought a semblance of closure to her own painful experiences. Felix had promised her that everyone who harmed her was going to pay a grave price, and he delivered his promise. Meanwhile, uncaring about Duke Humphrey's constant bitchy screams and the cheering noise below, Felix lifted his head and stared deeply into the Eternal Kingdom portal. Asna. Felix tightened his fists until white showed and lowered his head in disappointment. He was disappointed in himself for not having the courage to go through the portal and seek out his woman. His emotional side wanted him to do it, but his rational side stopped him from committing such foolishness. Be patient, Felix. Be patient. Asna isn't going anywhere, and I doubt anyone will dare harm her. Felix exhaled deeply. You are nothing but a hindrance to her at the moment, and if you want to save her for Real, you need a real plan and the strength to back it up. Felix would never forget how he was a boy handled by the first ruler without even seeing his face. It was a humiliating experience, and it angered him beyond measure, but it made him understand at least the level of strength difference between him and his mortal enemy. As much as he hated to say it, I don't see a way for me to obtain that kind of strength. At least, not without help. Felix understood that it would be nearly impossible to match up with the first ruler or even a Unijin if he wasn't blessed by a miracle. At this moment, he knew only one person capable of showing him at least the way to obtain this miracle. If I am going to ask for his help, I better make sure he owes me the biggest favor possible. Felix lifted his head up again, and this time a cold gaze was etched on his face. Then he took off towards the Eternal Kingdom's portal. Felix! Don't worry, Elder. I haven't lost it yet. Felix replied with a faint smile after hearing Elder Kraken's slightly worried voice in his mind. He knew that his elder must have thought that he was going to enter the portal. That's all I wanted to hear. Elder Kraken smiled kindly and didn't bother Felix with any more questions. Felix's movement hadn't gone unnoticed by the others. Even the escaping angels were forced to halt and look up when they realized that Felix wasn't targeting them. What is he planning to do? Oh no! Don't tell me he is going to guard the portal to make sure none of us leave. Shit. He is even more devious than I thought. The angels' faces went as pale as a paper at such a awful realization. Before, they thought if they escaped and hid somewhere, they could switch their direction to the portal when Felix put some distance from it. But now, they knew that it was doomed for them. Meanwhile, Felix never had such a thought in mind. But, if the angels knew what he was planning to do, they'd be even more mortified. The moment there were a couple of kilometers or less between Felix and the supermassive portal, he came to a halt. I tried this only once and the results were far from promising. I don't know if it will work or not, but it's the only way to achieve my goal, Felix thought to himself while staring at his right fist. He closed his eyes and resonated his mind with the space-time frequency almost instantly. The instant his mind was locked with it, he tightened his fist and drew it backward. Then he took a deep breath and punched forward into the air. Boom! The first punch sent shockwaves echoing through the skies, cracking the space in the area again. However, just as the frequency shockwave was about to reach its peak, Felix threw another punch in the same position. Boom! A much more thunderous noise resounded this time, and the spatial cracks seemed to have at least tripled in size and spread. It was like the second punch built upon the frequency of the first, enhancing its strength. Yet, Felix didn't seem to have any thoughts of stopping as he punched another time and used the built-in momentum to empower the third punch. This was much harder than it looked since Felix had to find the right timing to release his punch or the shockwaves would end up conflicting with each other instead of building upon the other. He continued doing so under the watchful gazes of the angels and spirits, staring at the shattering sky with a dumbfounded look. None of them knew what he was doing, but the notion of a person capable of breaking such a large area of the sky was enough to chill their blood. After the seventh punch, Felix's fist and entire body seemed to be vibrating at a rapid speed like he was put in a mixer. Felix knew this was the result of his punch's recoil, as his body also took a little of the damage each time he forcefully built on the spacetime shockwave. This is the last one. Either the portal gets destroyed or my body will be shattered apart, leaving me as a wisp. With a defying, resolute glare, Felix committed to the last punch, pulling it with great difficulty behind his waist, and then without an ounce of hesitation or fear, he unleashed the culmination of all the built-in momentum, smashing the frequency with the most powerful strike he could muster. The instant his fist reached the end of the line, a sudden deafening silence seemed to have fallen around the entire heavenly plane. Then, shatter! Felix murmured, his soft voice amplified by the vibrational energy in the air, causing a weird phenomenon for everyone in the city to hear it crystal clear in their ears. Before they could react to his voice, an explosion of energy erupted outward like a celestial supernova. The force of the impact was so dominating that it seemed to distort reality itself. The spectral skies fractured and shattered, resembling a vast, fragile glass sphere struck by an unstoppable force. The shards of the spectral sky scattered in all directions, revealing a pitch-black void beyond. The capital city's inhabitants stared in awe and disbelief at the gaping hole in their once vibrant realm, their expressions a mix of humiliation and bewilderment. It was like their brains were incapable of processing the kind of information their eyes were feeding it. As for the Eternal Kingdom portal, it suffered a fate worse than destruction. It was as if it had never existed at all, erased from the fabric of reality. The portal's grandeur and its towering presence all faded into oblivion, leaving only an empty void in its place. Amidst the splintered skies and the void beyond, a sole human stood, his presence barely noticeable against this unholy background. I guess I overdid it a bit. A moment later, the figure's body disintegrated into nothingness, leaving behind him a mere floating spirit flame, heading towards its gaping void. Whoosh! Before Felix's wisp could get dangerously close to the black void, a sudden thin water tentacle came out of nowhere and grabbed it. Then it dragged it rapidly into the city. You sure know how to put on a show. Elder Kraken chuckled as he eyed the wisp. If this is the path you have chosen, then I can only respect it. Elder Kraken figured out that Felix sought to gain favor from Lord Hades to seek out his assistance in dealing with the Eternal Kingdom. As they said, "The enemy of my enemy is my friend." Choosing this risky path meant that Felix had placed his entire life on the fact that Lord Hades would play along. In Elder Kraken's eyes, for all he knows, Lord Hades could ignore Felix completely even after everything he did for the heavenly plane, and worst of all, forbid any chance he had to be revived. Felix knew all of this, but still, he decided to take the gamble, understanding that only a Unijin could provide a path to defeat another Unijin. Felix refused to return to the living world when the only access he had to a Unijin was in the spirit realm. With the wisps safely secured, Elder Kraken retreated into the depths of his half-ruined mansion, not bothering to deal with the remaining angels or the non-stop screaming Duke. He had just received news that the reinforcement was around the corner, and he decided to leave things under their control. As expected, thousands upon thousands of law enforcers from across the heavenly plane were seen rushing towards the city from all directions in vehicles or above beasts. There were even spirit fighters amongst them, ready to battle for the cause, like Evergreen, Zephyr, Draven, and the list goes on. Even though there were still about 1,000 angels or less, the scale of the battle was bound to change in favor of the spirit realm at last. "The reinforcement is here," Celafel expressed with a delighted and relieved look. Her face was dirty and filled with scars, while her outfit was ripped apart like it was handled by a pack of wolves. She was grouped up with the majority of the law enforcers who escaped after they got defeated at the hands of Commander Nottingham and his armies. "At last, we can turn this around and recover the city," Nebula remarked coldly. Her form wasn't any better than her partner. The fights and battles she went through were numbered in the hundreds. If there was a casualties counter, she would come on the top of the law enforcers, as she had eliminated at least a couple hundred angels alone due to her overpowered space/time abilities. Unfortunately, she was forced to escape with the others after Commander Nottingham joined the scene and countered her abilities with his Codex Divinity. "This is all because of that flaming person. I have no idea who he was, but he really saved our asses a big time," one of the law enforcers nearby expressed with a grateful tone. "He must be an ethereal elder or Lord Hades' hidden subordinate. No spirit can reach such a power without Lord Hades' blessings," his colleagues agreed. Not a single law enforcer managed to recognize Felix, since his crystal device was broken and the distance between them was tens of kilometers if not more, making him seem like a tiny black dot in the sky. Everyone knew that spirits had a limit to the strength they could possess, since it was connected to the spiritual prowess and it couldn't be enhanced forever. So, no one bothered to even assume Felix's identity to be lower than an ethereal elder. "It has to be him. I can recognize that wicked punch even from hundreds of kilometers." The only person closer to the truth was Nebula, as she was seen biting her lips while staring at the rapidly closing void gap. Felix's potent spacetime frequency technique played in her mind, and the images overlapped with the punch that ended her career during the tournament. If her assumption wasn't borderline absurd and might label her with a screw loose, she would have already asked the others for their opinion to confirm it. "Ah, forget it. The truth will come out sooner or later. For now." Nebula cracked her fingers with a sinister look. "It's time to be the predators again." On the other side of the coin, a minute or so before Felix shattered the portal and the sky surrounding it, "What are those bastards doing? Hades doesn't even seem weakened. Don't even mention showing signs of forced slumber. Did the first ruler bail on me? It can't be." Godfather Hephaestus narrowed his eyes in disgruntlement as he stared down at the fading light of his divine shield. "It won't be long before the shield gives in and they are still messing about. Weird. Are my people winning?" Even Lord Hades was surprised a bit after noticing that his strength remained somewhat the same. He thought he would be already close to falling apart by now. Godfather Hephaestus and Lord Hades traded a knowing glance between them and swiftly switched their focus to what was happening in the heavenly plane simultaneously. They couldn't do this before without the other punishing them for losing focus. "What they?" Interesting. The sight that greeted them had taken them by surprise, leaving them with slightly raised eyebrows. Felix fighting against the divine archons of Commander Nottingham and Duke Humphrey. Lord Hades recognized Felix immediately while Godfather Hephaestus had no clue who he was even though he was associated with Asna. That's how invisible mortals were in the eyes of Unigens, though the celestial white flames could not be mistaken for anything. As they watched the battle develop, each seemed to back aside even when they had no clue about its context. He is going against two divine archons and still not falling. Who is this brat and why does he possess celestial flames? What's up with those black flames? Godfather Hephaestus frowned in irritation, not liking this development whatsoever. If it wasn't for Felix looking to be receiving the beatdown of his life, he would have already erupted in anger. Alas, the one-sided battle didn't last for long, and soon the battle turned upside down after those two wasted all of their divinities on a useless attack. When Godfather Hephaestus saw how Felix severed the commander in one motion and captured the duke, torturing him with black flames until he was begging for his name, he was left with no words to share. Nothing he saw was in the script or even near the draft paper. He even took Asna under consideration and had plans prepared to pull her away. Now he was watching a nameless mortal, ruining his master plan, his great effort, unfathomable resources, and most importantly, his promotion to upper celestial ranks. Ha ha ha! Who would have thought? Who would have thought indeed? The universe sure works in mysterious ways. Meanwhile, the strict and cold Lord Hades broke into a thunderous laughter. His rugged voice was loud enough it could shake galaxies. It was like he hadn't laughed this loud in billions of years, making him almost forget how to. He would have never believed that the one who would be saving his spirit realm from the clutches of the eternal kingdom to be Felix, the mortal, he didn't bother to bat an eye on during his first meeting. By now, he figured out that Felix retained his memories somehow and received help from Asna by bestowing the celestial flames upon him. What is he doing? Don't, you little insect, don't you dare! Suddenly, Godfather Hephaestus bellowed with an enraged expression. He had just seen Felix punching and destroying the space in front of the Eternal Kingdom's portal, making him recognize his motive immediately. Alas, no matter how loud he shouted, or how livid he appeared, Felix delivered the final punch with such vigor that the entire Eternal Kingdom's portal got blown out of existence right in front of him. What was left behind was the gaping void, which represented the state of his mind at the moment. Absolutely blank. That portal represented his entire effort in this mission, and its destruction was the same as the kingdom's royal palace falling in war. Good, good, good. On the other hand, Lord Hades couldn't be more satisfied with Felix's final move. Understanding how enormous it was for his victory, it might seem like he merely closed a portal and Godfather Hephaestus could open other ones easily, but that was far from the truth. That enormous portal was the sole connection Godfather Hephaestus and the angels had with the Eternal Kingdom. Without it, the connection to the divinity's providers was cut off, which implied, "I hope you will have the same confidence without your divine shield." Lord Hades' eyes turned ethereal as he prepared to launch his sure kill ability, Soul Possession, on Godfather Hephaestus after noticing the divine's shield's light dimming at a rapid pace. Shit! Godfather Hephaestus' expression turned for the worst. He was forced to accept that his master plan had already failed and there was nothing he could do to save it. The divine shield was the only thing protecting him from Lord Hades' true terror, and if he lost it, he may never return to the Eternal Kingdom again, being held a prisoner in the spirit realm for eternity. That's a fate he could not afford. It's time to bail. Now or never. With a decisive gesture, Godfather Hephaestus summoned his law powers and conjured a multitude of stars from the celestial expanse. These stars, each a miniature sun of cosmic proportions, blazed with incandescent brilliance. Expand! In a spectacular display of celestial might, he hurled them toward the immense black hole that had captured the heavenly plane. As the stars hurtled into the abyss, they were subjected to the black hole's overwhelming gravitational pull and they started their inner collapse. Godfather Hephaestus accelerated their absorption, increasing the size and pulling force of the black hole exponentially with each star devoured. The consequences were swift and profound, not leaving room for Lord Hades to interfere. The heavenly plane, still reeling from the earlier shockwaves and destruction, now found itself subjected to an even more powerful gravitational force. What the hell? I can't control my body. Ag. Thud. 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 Spirits on the heavenly plane struggled against the relentless pull, but to no avail as the majority were left hugging the ground without a chance to even sit on their knees. What's going on? Nebula expressed agitation as she watched law enforcers and angels falling to the ground akin to poisoned flies. The gravitational pull is too much. Such a powerful pull can only result from supermassive black holes, Seraphel remarked with a deep frown, using her telekinesis powers to keep herself afloat. It wasn't long before her theory was proved right. The supermassive black hole appeared over the horizon as a small dark dot, and it kept doubling in size with each passing second until it was visible to everyone across the entire heavenly plane. As the celestial realm continued to be inexorably drawn toward the gaping maw of the black hole, the spirits and law enforcers found themselves getting closer and closer to the event horizon. But what truly stunned and bewildered them was the surreal sight that awaited as they drew near the black hole. There, on two opposite sides of the cosmic abyss, stood Lord Hades and Godfather Hephaestus, their cosmic forms dwarfing the massive black hole itself. Godfather Hephaestus, the embodiment of fire and heat, stood as the sole star, lighting up the entire area and allowing their mortals' eyes to feast on this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Some spirits weren't able to handle such a godly sight and passed out immediately, their brains short-circuited. Now choose. You either capture me or save your people. Godfather Hephaestus utterly coldly. If it was up to him, he would have already opened a portal and established the connection to his divine shield. Alas, he could not do this in front of Lord Hades as he would easily stop his attempt. So, he had to create a distraction to facilitate his escape, and the only solution he came up with was this. It seemed like his plan worked as Lord Hades was forced to lower his hand and think his options through. I can let the heavenly plane get devoured and rebuild it again after reviving everyone on it. But, to revive such a large number of spirits in my current state will take a heavy toll on me, and I still need to reinforce the seal on the spirit realm to block another invasion. Lord Hades thought with a deep, irritated look. If it wasn't for the risk of a second invasion, Lord Hades would have no issues with leaving the plane to get eaten by the black hole and everyone on it. After all, they would still remain as wisps and he could revive them later on. It was a fair trade when considering he would be capturing Godfather Hephaestus and have him as a decent bargaining chip against the Eternal Kingdom. Alas, the seal had to be reinforced, and to make it happen with his weakened state, he had to focus all of his powers on it until the punishment ended and his strength returned back to normal. Don't let me see your face here ever again. In the end, Lord Hades turned his back on Godfather Hephaestus and focused on saving the heavenly plane. This isn't it over, Hades. As long as you keep your spirit realm locked from us, we will keep coming at you non-stop. Godfather Hephaestus left a sinister declaration, a reminder that his mission would never die down. Without waiting for a reply, Godfather Hephaestus disappeared into a safe area and decreased his size to match the small portal he had opened. Then, he went through it with a disgruntled expression, not bothering to glance backward even once or think of the angels he left behind him. However, he thought of a single person, Felix. The day you fall in my hands will be the day you shall understand what true agony and pain is. That's a promise from a god. His bone-chilling promise sounded more like a prophecy with the kind of intense emotions buried within it. Felix had no idea what he had done or what people he screwed with by ruining the Spirit Realm Reclamation's mission. Before he even stepped into the Eternal Kingdom, he had already made a decent number of enemies, and right now, not a single thought about it was coursing on his mindless wisp. Meanwhile, Lord Hades picked the least energy-consuming method to save the heavenly plane. It was none other than transporting the entire heavenly plane into a different area in the boundless empty spirit realm. As for the black hole, he left it be, knowing that it wouldn't affect the wandering spirits at all, and there were no other physical planes besides the heavenly plane for it to threaten. The moment the heavenly plane switched its location, its gravitational level was back to normal. Everyone was finally able to sigh in relief after being saved from such a horrific way to die. Now, where were we? Nebula sneered as she cracked her knuckles while walking towards a squad of terrified angels. They had witnessed with their own eyes how their godfather had abandoned them without an ounce of hesitation. We surrender. We surrender. So, cornered, abandoned, and without a real figurehead in command, the angels' surrendering chants resounded across the entire city. Take their weapons and handcuff them. The law enforcers' high inspectors ordered their troops to accept their capitulate even when many law enforcers seemed against it. This is ridiculous. They were slaughtering our defenseless inhabitants left and right, and now that they realize their lives are over, they can capitulate just like that. Nebula retorted, not liking the command as well. Her leader patted her on the shoulder to ease her anger and uttered coldly, "Their death is more merciful than letting them live in our realm as war prisoners." He is right, Celafel commentated while wiping her dirty glasses. Who do you think will reconstruct the devastated cities? TSK. Then we better work them to death. Nebula spat on the ground near the handcuffed angels and took off. Now that the war was over, she wanted to check on her master carbuncle. While the law enforcers were working hard on rescuing the wounded citizens or wisps from under the rubble, Lord Hades was seen sitting on his throne inside the council. Before him, laid out with meticulous care, stretched a long ethereal scroll adorned with intricate and mysterious writings. This scroll bore the weight of ages and was inscribed with the knowledge necessary to sustain the seal on the spirit realm. Knowing that time wasn't his ally, Lord Hades began to chant ancient and enigmatic sentences with a similar language to the divine codex. As Lord Hades's incantations filled the air, the parchment revealed its true nature. It bore cuts and scars, the remnants of Godfather Hephaestus' forceful breakthrough into the spirit realm. But with each uttered phrase, each whispered word, Lord Hades channeled his ethereal energy into the scroll until the cuts and scars began to mend. Slowly but steadily, the scroll's surface smoothed, and the mysterious writings became whole once more. Lord Hades's voice grew in power and resonance, and his aura radiated with a renewed sense of authority. Reseal. With one final shout, the new strengthened and restored seal closed off all the broken gaps connecting the eternal kingdom to the spirit realm. As Lord Hades watched the floating seal glow intensely, he finally slumped into his chair and dropped his guard. The moment he relaxed, the golden chains tightened their grasp on his limbs, sending a new wave of hellish pain only Unigens were capable of feeling and handling. It was like they were under a different concept of pain than mortals. I will have to get used to these waves. Lord Hades smiled bitterly as he wiped the sweat off his forehead. He knew that the punishment would last for a couple of million years, and even for a Unigen that's a decent period of time. Soon, Lord Hades cast his eyes around the heavenly plane, and with one look, he assessed all the damages, from the level of destruction in each city, to how many spirits were killed for real and how many were turned into wisps. Bastards! The aftermath was bad enough that he felt his anger rising again. When he thought about how things would have turned out if it wasn't for Felix and Asna's intervention, he honestly couldn't imagine it. It wasn't like he was sentimental and didn't want spirits to die, but he understood that if the spirit realm was connected to the eternal kingdom, a disaster of incalculable proportions would befall the spirit realm. Lord Hades didn't lock down his realm for no reason or out of spite. He could never forget the day when the higher-ups of the eternal kingdom had taken things way too far. Looks like they haven't given up yet on that. I have to stay alert with anything and anyone from now on. Lord Hades decided to increase the security measures in his realm to avoid any other infiltration attempt. As long as the seal was maintained and he kept rechecking each spirit within the heavenly plane, there wouldn't be another invasion. Kraken, Monica, come to the council. Lord Hades suddenly ordered for the only two remaining ethereal elders still alive. Madame Monica was one of the few lucky elders who was in a different city when the invasion happened. Sometime later, both of them joined Lord Hades and greeted him with a deep respectful bow. With an aura of authority, Lord Hades addressed them with a formal stern tone. We have witnessed a great cosmic upheaval, and the spirit realm bears the scars of our recent trials. It is now our duty to restore the heavenly plane to its normal life. Elder Kraken and Madame Monica nodded in agreement. Lord Hades continued, "While I shall do everything within my power to assist with the revival of the governmental officials and facilitate the post-war recovery efforts, I must confess that my energy stores have been greatly depleted due to recent events. Therefore, I may not be able to aid in reviving all the spirits as well. Any help from yours is greatly appreciated. Lord, you have already done enough by eliminating the greatest threat and restoring balance to the plane." Elder Kraken and Madame Monica accepted this truth with a sense of understanding. They knew that it wouldn't have been an easy task for their lord to kick away Godfather Hephaestus while he was weakened. Plus, it's even better this way. We can work on rebuilding the cities while most of the inhabitants are wisps. Madame Monica mentioned. True. Elder Kraken agreed, knowing that if all inhabitants were revived at once and there was no building to house them, it would be a massive pain in the ass for the government. I will leave the details for you guys to handle. If you need anything, call for me. Understanding that it was time to return to their duties, Elder Kraken and Madame Monica bowed down and turned around, planning to leave. Kraken, stay with me for a moment. Madame Monica glanced at Elder Kraken with an inquisitive look and continued on her way, not wanting to be too nosy. Meanwhile, Elder Kraken expected this to happen, so he didn't seem surprised. After Madame Monica left, Elder Kraken smiled wryly and said, "I believe you want to discuss the elephant in the room. What's that?" "Ah, nothing, just a familiar saying I picked up." Elder Kraken coughed and swiftly got serious. "You want to know why I did it?" Elder Kraken didn't even plan to hide the notion of him retaining his memories from his previous life, knowing that Felix's story was connected to him heavily. "Speak." "It was purely for research purposes," Elder Kraken confessed composedly. "I was always fascinated by souls, spirits, mental energy, spirit realm, and such. After I mastered everything within my powers in the living world, I knew that I had to come down here to continue my research on the mysticals of the soul. This was my purpose, nothing more, nothing less." "I believe you." Lord Hades didn't need much convincing as he could see that Elder Kraken had no intentions of hiding the truth from him anymore. "What about the human?" Lord Hades asked with narrowed eyes. "I owed him a favor in the living world as he had helped with restoring a wisp of my soul, and I had to pay him back." Elder Kraken narrated the details of helping Felix restore his memories through his abilities, making sure to leave no details. It wasn't like he loved to overshare, but he knew that if Lord Hades wasn't respecting the fact he fought for the spirit realm side and remained loyal, he would have infiltrated his memories right away and gotten everything he wanted to know. After he finished his narration and even included many parts of the living world to make his story more believable, Lord Hades began to understand the big picture. "Interesting. So you are telling me that child smitten from the Eternal Kingdom?" Lord Hades rubbed his chin thoughtfully as he went through such information. At the start of their meeting, he didn't pay much attention to Asna and Felix's situation, even though it was unique, since it didn't affect him or his spirit realm whatsoever. But after such a timely invasion, Asna's capture by the first ruler, Felix's ability to use celestial flames, and the weird black flames, he started to notice some abnormalities in Felix/Asna's situation. "Bring the boy here," Lord Hades ordered. He realized that if he wanted to get to the bottom of this, he had to investigate deeper and have all the important details. In his eyes, it was far too much of a coincidence that the year Felix and Asna were sent to the spirit realm would click perfectly with the invasion of his spirit realm. Knowing that Felix wanted this meeting to happen and almost killed himself for it, Elder Kraken didn't need to be asked twice. Right away, sometime later, Felix's floating wisp could be seen placed in the exact spot where his spirit had first stood in the council. Lord Hades channeled an aura of energy and light, surrounding the wisp in a gentle embrace. Slowly but surely, the wisp began to transform. It grew in size and luminosity, its ethereal form coalescing and solidifying just like what happened when Asna revived Felix. As the wisp's form kept getting bigger, Lord Hades raised an eyebrow in intrigue after noticing a mysterious dot of light situated in Felix's heart position. "What's that? Why does it emit a fading celestial energy and a bit of recognition to Asna's soul?" After Felix's body finished its reformation, only then did the dot take its real shape, which left Lord Hades beyond stunned. It can't be. A few moments later, Felix opened his eyes, and the moment he saw Lord Hades and Elder Kraken, he knew what was going on instantly. He bowed his head in both of their directions, a gesture of profound respect and gratitude. "Thank you," he said, his voice echoing through the council, "for saving and reviving me." "Don't mention it, little one." Elder Kraken smiled kindly. "If it weren't for you, we wouldn't be here. Kraken is right. We are the ones who should be grateful of your great work," Lord Hades expressed, seemingly unbothered by showing such a side to a mortal. "I was simply carrying my duties as a law enforcer," Felix responded humbly. "You sure did." Lord Hades seemed a little pleased. After everything he heard from Elder Kraken, he understood that Felix had the most optimal chance to escape the heavenly plane with his memories intact and get revived during the invasion. However, he decided against it and went to defend the citizens and carry on with his responsibilities. In addition, he took a step further and risked his life to close down the portal. Just this alone was enough to speak volumes about Felix's character, and Lord Hades respected anyone with such a backbone, especially when he realized that many Unigens didn't have it. "Listen well, child. Kraken has already told me everything I need to know to understand your situation," Lord Hades informed calmly. "If it was any other time, such a transgression on my rules would warrant an instant kick from the heavenly plane. But in those special times, and with your great efforts in the war, I shall turn a blind eye to it, and you may enjoy your stay within the heavenly plane." Lord Hades was known widely for being a massive stickler for the rules, and he especially abhorred anyone who broke his own rules. So, for him to take a step back on this matter was already an inconceivable favor. But Felix didn't do all of that for the sake of getting forgiven and allowed to stay in the spirit realm with his memories intact. Felix bowed his head and paused a little before speaking his mind freely, knowing that there wouldn't be another opportunity like this again. "Much appreciated, my lord. But, as Elder Kraken told you, I never had plans to stay in the spirit realm, and now that Asna was captured, I have a much bigger reason to leave and seek out a method to rescue her." "How bold and straightforward." Elder Kraken reacted with a faint smile. To tell the guardian of spirits and souls that he refused to stay in his realm was beyond a bold move. But Felix was intelligent enough to add the last part to not make it sound like he just wanted to be disrespectful. "Rescue Asna? Child, you don't even have the qualification to enter the eternal kingdom from the front gates," Lord Hades remarked calmly, not trying to disparage Felix. "Then, tell me, help me." Felix tightened his fists in frustration. "I know that I am too weak. I know that I am a mere mortal and mortals should keep their distance from Unigens. But I just can't live my life in peace knowing that my loved one is imprisoned in some cell. I just can't." Felix raised his head and stared directly into Lord Hades' whirlpool, like eyes. Then, he requested without an ounce of hesitation. "Help me, show me the way if there is any, and whether I failed or succeeded in my conquest, you will know that I have at least caused them a bit of hassle as revenge for their invasion." Felix knew that he needed a miracle to take on Unigens and doubted if it was even possible. After all, becoming a primogenitor itself was almost impossible, and he went through so much bullshit, and he was still not a full-fledged primogenitor blessed by the universe. Now, he was requesting how to defeat Unigens, who were undefeatable even amongst each other. It wasn't far-fetched to call him a lunatic for even thinking of speaking about this matter out loud. Yet, Lord Hades neither made fun of him nor seemed disinterested in listening to him. He had a solemn expression like he was actually considering it, which surprised even Elder Kraken. With what Asna did to him, will it be possible? Lord Hades thought deeply about what to do next. If he didn't see that abnormality within Felix, he would have discarded his request without a second thought. "May I have your permission to read your memories, to explore into the tapestry of your experiences? I need to understand what I am dealing with," Lord Hades asked. "Feel free to browse through everything." Felix permitted instantly. He was delighted with just the fact that Lord Hades decided to entertain his request. He wasn't stupid to ruin it by acting all weird about it. Plus, His memories were like an inexpensive prostitute by now. They had been already run over by a considerable number of primogenitors. Another Unijin wouldn't make any difference. With the exchange of permission, Lord Hades extended his hand and released an ethereal mist towards Felix's head. The moment it enveloped it gently, a connection was formed between them and the memories unfolded like a celestial scroll, allowing Lord Hades to explore deeper into the recesses of Felix's experiences. As Lord Hades delved into Felix's memories, he witnessed a tapestry of memories and events, each one revealing a deeper layer of cosmic truth. Among the memories, a sequence of events stood out, drawing his attention like a beacon. In one memory, Lord Hades saw the moment when Felix and Asna first crossed paths in the sealing hall amidst a ruined city. How they merged together and ended up blowing their souls just to find themselves opening their eyes in a different timeline. Just this secret alone made Lord Hades feel a peculiar sensation related to Asna and Felix, causing him to start questioning so many things about his reality. Still, he put it at the back of his mind and continued exploring the memories, skipping all the useless stuff until he reached another pivotal moment in Felix's life. Nemo's finding and birth. How is this possible? There can't be two Unijins of the same role at the same time unless the universe allows it. But how can it allow anything when it's barely functional without a consciousness? Lord Hades' frown deepened. He saw how Felix and the others mistaken Nemo's birth for being the replacement of the paragon of sins after all the chaos it sowed in the universe. But he knew that was an utter bullshit theory. Unijins could not be replaced just like that, as their origin itself was unreplicable without the interference of a much higher power with an actual thought process. Still, Lord Hades put this also at the back of his mind and continued skipping until he arrived at Felix's journey inside the elemental galaxy. To be exact, he stopped at Felix's meeting with Lord Zervan, where he presented the same sealing hall that had once held Asna. He had heard their conversation and how Lord Zervan told Felix that an anonymous person had left the golden earring for him. While Felix and the others' thought process went towards the eternal kingdom, Lord Hades thought of something else, something he refused to believe or acknowledge, but the evidence kept piling up on him with each memory. Nemo's alter ego gets sealed in the golden earrings, Felix's clash against Lucifer, a cultivated demon created by the paragon of sins herself, and how Lucifer believed that he would ascend to godhood if he merged with Felix. Asna left her most precious thing in this child, and now with this chain of events, it all lines up perfectly for that process. Lord Hades stared at the ceiling of his council with widened pupils, reflecting a newfound truth. Did you know about all of this? Is this why you invaded? Did you plan for it? Were you okay with this? Why are you okay with this? What the hell am I missing? Lord Hades was left puzzled and intrigued beyond measure, his mind filled with unanswerable questions. He had no idea if the three rulers knew about the truth he found beforehand and manipulated the strings of fate to make it a reality, or if this was just one massive cosmic coincidence. The reason he thought like this, even with such evidence piling up against them, was the fact those three rulers would be the first to suffer from this. If it's really as I envisioned, then this child before me is... As he stared at Felix's innocent and humane face, he couldn't even continue the rest of the sentence, finding it beyond absurd. Whether they are on this or not, this is too interesting to pass on. Lord Hades smiled internally. Even though he wasn't a curious individual by heart and would rather live a peaceful and mundane life, this situation was far too intriguing to let it slip by. After going through Felix's memories another time and focusing on other details related to Felix's powers, cultivation systems, and such, he finally disconnected from Felix's mind. Is it done? Felix remarked as he rubbed his forehead, feeling a tingling, painful sensation. Yes, Lord Hades nodded. And, Elder Kraken inquired. I can't believe I am going to say this, but there is actually hope for you, Lord Hades shared. Sigh, that's on 4. Huh? For real? Elder Kraken's eyes widened abruptly after realizing what he said. Even Felix was left staring at Lord Hades in stupefaction, not knowing if he should be delighted or shocked. Who could blame them for their reaction? What Lord Hades said was enough to shock all primogenitors and Unijins across the entire universe. A mere mortal becoming a Unijin? It would have been an unfunny joke if it hadn't come out of Lord Hades' lips. Don't get too excited now. I only said there is hope, not a guarantee. Lord Hades mentioned. Still, my lord, how is it even possible for hope to exist? Elder Kraken proclaimed. Mortal becoming a unijin is 100 times harder than a bottle of water transforming into a bottle of gold on its own. It's just impossible. It wasn't like Elder Kraken was against Felix, but as a man of science and facts, he just couldn't fathom how it would be possible for Felix to become a unijin. It was like a rat sleeping as one for a night and the next morning it woke up as a human. It's indeed impossible for everyone else around the universe, but somehow, it isn't for him. Lord Hades smiled wryly. It can be said this opportunity to be written on the stars for him, as even the fact he is a human is a must. I am willing to do anything to make it happen. Just tell me what I need to do. Felix swiftly requested with an eager and serious look, realizing that the heavens hadn't forsaken him after all. I will call you when I finish preparing the method. It's not a simple process in the slightest. Lord Hades said, for now, you need to empower your soul to its new limitation. This would serve as the foundation upon which the grand transformation would be built. New limitation? Felix was confused. Each spirit has a limitation to which how strong its soul could be, and this depends heavily on the previous life species and race. When spirits die, automatically they become near the limitation since they will have no physical body to hold them back. Lord Hades clarified calmly. The spiritual treasures you consumed brought you closer and closer to the limit. But after what Asna did to you, your spiritual limitation can be uttered to have increased significantly, already surpassing the primogenitor's spiritual prowess. This, Felix and Elder Kraken were both left shocked after hearing the last part. Primogenitor's spiritual pressure came from their social standing in the universe, which was heavily linked to their souls and races. For example, when Felix died, his spiritual pressure fell back to its standardized level, which was a spiritual pressure belonging to a human. That's because he had yet to enter the origin realm and transform his race permanently, which would affect his soul as well permanently. So, when he died, all of the borrowed strength he was relying on was gone and the spiritual pressure resulting from it disappeared too. Meanwhile, Elder Kraken's spiritual prowess was powerful from the moment he entered the spirit realm because he was a primogenitor through and through. If it wasn't for Duke Humphrey relying on the Codex Divinity to cancel Elder Kraken's abilities and telekinesis prowess, he would have wiped the floor with him. What did Asna do exactly to him? Elder Kraken asked with a serious tone what was in Felix's mind. She did something that only that mad woman would be daring enough to do. Lord Hades smiled wryly as he said, she gave him her. A while ago, inside a pocket dimension in the heart of the Eternal Kingdom, a scene of cosmic significance unfolded, a sight that transcended the boundaries of mortal perception. At the center of this celestial tableau stood a tiny, pitch-black hole, an enigma of unfathomable gravity and mystery. This minuscule singularity, a cosmic anomaly in its own right, was surrounded by a circular pool of thick milky white mist. The mist exuded an otherworldly aura, its ethereal tendrils reaching outward as if to enshroud the enigmatic void in a shroud of celestial secrecy. It gave the same sensation as celestial energy. Before this cosmic tableau were arranged 3 high, overreaching thrones, each an embodiment of celestial authority and power. These thrones, cloaked in an opulent radiance, exuded an aura of transcendence. At their pinnacle, where one might expect to find regal occupants, there existed only blinding spheres of light. These radiant spheres, their luminosity too intense for mortal eyes to fully perceive, appeared like the ethereal eyes of celestial deities. Watchful, unerring, and enigmatic, their light seemed to form an impenetrable blockade, obscuring the beings of cosmic significance that may or may not have occupied these thrones. Beneath the overreaching thrones were 6 lower thrones, arranged in 2 tiers of 3. These thrones were equally magnificent, though their presence seemed to acknowledge a ranking within the celestial realm. No one was sitting on those thrones. What have you done? A deep voice echoed akin to a cosmic song around the tableau, addressing the gorgeous crimson-haired Asna. She was seen standing in the center of the tableau with a careless, rebellious look, seemingly unfearful of her situation. Though she looked quite weak and sickly, which should have been impossible considering her identity. "I did what I had to do," Asna replied indifferently. "Have you lost your mind? How can you put your core within a mortal? You didn't just sentence him to a life full of hardships. His body is bound to give in sooner or later and get erased even considering your soul's compatibility. Who cares about him?" One of the three divine lights intervened with a cold tone. "If we don't retrieve her core, she will fall into an eternal slumber sooner or later. An eternal slumber is much better than getting imprisoned by your old fogies again." Asna spat on the ground in disgust. Seeing how uncooperative she was, the three rulers knew that it was useless to argue with her. She was clearly too pissed off at them to bother respecting anything they said. "Don't you realize that you have just put a target on your little mortal?" The first ruler spoke emotionlessly. "We need that core and you know we will do anything to get it back." "What? Are you going to smite him again?" Asna sneered. "Why do you think I have given it to him? I don't trust you fools and I would rather keep my man protected with my core against your cowardly attacks." Although the first ruler seemed to have shown mercy to Felix when he came to retrieve Asna, she didn't trust that he wouldn't hurt him the next time. After all, they had already killed him once and she believed that they could do it easily a second time. However, with her core fused with him, if he was ever reborn with it, such divine smites would be useless against him. The only way to truly kill him was if he dared step inside the eternal kingdom on his own. "You were always a foolish one, Sai, but this is too far." The second ruler's voice was feminine and soft, resembling a warm mother. "What's too far is your refusal to let me live my life in peace ever since I was born." Asna got angered and cursed. "If I knew my life would be this shitty, I would have rather been born as a mortal. We have told you many times that it's for your own good, but you refuse to listen." The first ruler shook his head. "My own good?" Asna scoffed. "You think I don't know about your little plan to take over the other side and how my core is the key to unlocking?" "Enough!" The third ruler's voice boomed across the celestial realm. Even with such a shockwave, the white mist remained unaffected, like it wasn't strong enough to make it dissipate. Asna didn't care about this phenomenon as she was left glaring in irritation at them with her arms crossed above her chest. "We will retrieve the core one way or another. I just hope you won't regret your decision later on." "Heh! The only regret I have is being associated with you." Asna sneered one last time before turning around and leaving. While she was able to move freely, she could not leave the pocket dimension itself. Knowing Felix, he will be coming to get me one way or another, might as well give him the tools to strengthen himself. Asna's irritation melted right away after thinking of Felix. Asna would have honestly wished for nothing more but for Felix to be safe and not endanger his life dealing with her celestial matters. However, after what happened in the spirit realm, she was certain that Felix would never let her go wherever she went. So, it was better to help him facilitate the journey at least. She had no clue what Felix would do with her core. But she understood that he had many intelligent individuals around him who would come up with the best way to utilize it. Asna suddenly felt a wave of exhaustion wash over her, making her almost fall from the sky. "I should take a short nap and keep my energy consumption on the low." Without her core, she was the same as a mortal without a heart. The only difference was that Asna was capable of living even without her core while mortals couldn't. However, being exhausted all the time and forced into slumbers wasn't exactly a dream life. Still, Asna had absolutely no regrets. After she entered her new home, the three rulers were seen still on their thrones. Everything is going as the prophecy suggested. There is a bit of irregularity here and there, but nothing too serious. The third ruler spoke calmly. His tone was no longer enraged, like he was putting a mere act before Asna. "We should watch out for those irregularities. When it comes to maintaining a timeline, a single one can cause our entire efforts to collapse." The second ruler warned with a soft tone. "The prophecies have always been correct and predicted everything so far. All we have to do is put our faith in them, and the day of our liberation will arrive. The first ruler uttered, his golden shimmering eyes affixed on that tiny little black hole, staring at it with such longing and desire even the blinding light couldn't hide them. One could only wonder what those three rulers were planning to do, as it was clear that capturing Asna wasn't even close to the end of the story, and it was a mere part of their grand scheme. Back to the present. On the other side, she bestowed me her core? Felix raised an eyebrow in surprise, not really understanding what that meant, as it was the first time he heard about such a thing. Even Elder Kraken was confused. A Unigen's core is the same as the heart for mortals. Lord Hades explained, we don't possess any particular physical appearance, and we can turn to whatever shape we desire because of this core. It's the source of our powers, strength, and overall identity. A Unijin having his core destroyed is the only way for him to truly die. Lord Hades shook his head. So, for Asna to put it within you, it's beyond a foolish decision, as you are prone to get killed quite easily. After hearing this, Felix was left with no words to respond. He reached out with his hand to his heart and held his chest tightly, feeling Asna's core buried inside his heart. He realized that when Asna said that her heart would always be with him, it wasn't metaphorical at all. Soon, he smiled faintly and murmured, is this your way of telling me that the stakes are still the same? If I die, we die together. When Felix's soul was merged with Asna, their life and death were connected together. The fact that Asna placed herself in a position of having absolutely no control over her life yet again was beyond a loyal gesture. It was a sign of respect, love, and absolute trust in Felix. Wait, if her core with me, how can she be fine? Felix suddenly became concerned, knowing that there was no way Asna would be all right after separating from her heart. Well, she won't die, but she won't have much energy to do anything. Lord Hades shared, she will mostly be sleeping until her core returns to its rightful place. Asna. Even though the stakes weren't so high, Felix still felt horrible at the contemplated of Asna being forced into slumber because of him. He knew that Asna's true motives were to help him get stronger, but to come at the expense of her comfort wasn't easy to accept. Don't waste your time on such useless thoughts, Lord Hades mentioned. You should be grateful to possess her core. Without it, you wouldn't have a shot to become a Unijin too. Upon hearing this, both Elder Kraken and Felix refocused on him with solemn expressions. They didn't need to ask, as Lord Hades continued on. For now, I don't know how much you can use the core, but since your souls were weirdly too compatible, I believe that you can absorb celestial energy directly from the atmosphere and manipulate it into celestial flames or whatnot. Lord Hades expressed. So that's the source of the celestial flames. Felix raised his eyebrow in surprise. I thought she bestowed it upon me like the Duke and the others. Celestial flames are too hard to be bestowed due to their purity, as no mortal can handle them. The divinities were introduced to lower the concentration of the celestial energy and make it accessible. That's why the lower the percentage of the celestial energy, the more people could use them. If it wasn't for Asna's core, you would have been the first one to be burned by them. Felix nodded in understanding, as things were starting to make sense now. He also felt that it was too weird that he could manipulate the celestial flames at his will when it was his first time using it. It turned out that Asna's core was doing most of the work and it was merely responding to his wishes. Is it possible to communicate with Asna through her core? Felix wondered with a hopeful tone. Or maybe she left a wisp in it? It's possible only if she was awake and the connection to the eternal kingdom was established. Lord Hades shook his head. As for her wisp, she left none, and it's for the best. If she kept a wisp within the core, it would recognize her as the owner and you wouldn't have any control over it even if she wanted you to. I see. Felix sighed in disappointment, but there was nothing much he could do about it. Now go help out with stabilizing the heavenly plane. You shall be promoted to the next chief of the law enforcement department, as we are having a massive shortage of capable governmental officials. Lord Hades ordered. I am honored. Felix bowed immediately in appreciation. Not stupid to start complaining about wanting to leave the spirit realm or such. Now that Lord Hades was on his side, he had no plans to leave him until he made sure to milk out all the help he needed to get stronger. If the price was to govern the heavenly plane during his stay, so be it. Just as Felix wanted to take his leave, he suddenly stopped. He realized that it was time to be brave and ask about his grandfather, friends, and earthlings' situation. There was no better person to tell him about the truth than Lord Hades. With a deep breath, he turned to Lord Hades, his voice filled with a sense of longing and uncertainty. "Lord Hades," he began, his words carefully chosen. "I have a request, one that weighs heavily on my heart. I wish to know if my family and friends are here in the heavenly plane." Lord Hades regarded Felix with an expressionless gaze and replied calmly, "No. No? As in no one made it to the heavenly plane." Felix was stunned. Lord Hades nodded. Felix didn't know how to react. He understood that it was extremely challenging to get into the heavenly plane, but not a single person from 40 billion dead Earthlings had stepped into the heavenly plane. It was hard to imagine. "How about my parent?" "Also no." Lord Hades interrupted. "Child, do you know how many wandering spirits are in the spirit realm at the moment?" "No." "Take a guess." Felix thought about it deeply, considering all the races across the universe throughout the entire longevity of the universe. When he was about to estimate a number, he couldn't help but smile bitterly. "I understand your point." He realized that it was almost impossible to even pronounce the number as it should have millions of zeros in it. The spirit realm existed ever since the emergence of the universe, and for the past billions of years, it has been harvesting spirits across its realm non-stop. Meanwhile, the heavenly plane barely had 10 million spirits on it. The heavenly plane is a realm of destiny and transcendence. Those who are destined to find their way here will find it. Lord Hades shook his head. As for the rest, their destiny ended the moment they died. Felix understood everything he said, yet still it didn't make him feel any better. He couldn't accept the notion that his grandfather and friends were wandering mindlessly across the ether when there was a way for them to live a good life here. So he pressed on his request, his voice tinged with a sense of desperation. "Is it possible, then, to bless a couple of them? To offer them the chance to come?" Alas, Lord Hades had no sympathy for him. "No." Lord Hades denied. "As I said, if they were destined to arrive here, then they are more than welcome. But I won't interfere in destiny, as I know that bringing them here will affect the destiny of other spirits. As their guardian, the least of my duties is to be fair and just." Even though millions of spirits had died in the heavenly plane and cleared a decent number of quotas for new wandering spirits, Lord Hades had no intentions of helping anyone skip the queue. Not even for Felix. "I understand." Felix smiled bitterly and dropped the matter at once, knowing that pressing any further would merely irk Lord Hades. Without further ado, Felix thanked him for giving him an ear and took off with the law department chief's outfit on his shoulder. Honestly, after watching everything that happens in the heavenly plane, it's best for them to be wandering spirits. After thinking about it thoroughly, Felix began to have a change of heart. He understood that even if Lord Hades brought his parents, grandfather, and friends here, he wouldn't accept giving them their previous life memories. Since their color and light wouldn't really be that great, they would struggle immensely as bottom-feeder spirits in this capitalistic environment. He would not be here for long to keep an eye on them or such. So, as much as it made his heart feel like it was being stabbed by 1,000 needles, Felix decided to let them go. If there was a possibility in the future to meet them without relying on Lord Hades, then he wouldn't hesitate to snatch it. Since the entire capital city was in ruins and barely 20% of buildings were still standing somewhat strong, Felix's house in the northern district hadn't escaped from the chaos. However, Elder Kraken's house held strong because he protected it from the shockwave, and it was built underground. So, Felix went there straight away and found out that Miss Sinai, Sekiro, Kara, and little Timmy were already there. After a couple of hugs and comforting words, the depressive atmosphere from the war was gone right away. "By the way, I have been elevated to the chief of the law enforcement department. If you would like, I can hire you straight as a squad captain," Felix informed while looking at Miss Sinai. Although Felix sounded dismissive of the declaration since he had no interest in remaining in the heavenly plane for long, the The same couldn't be uttered about them. All of them were left with widened eyes in disbelief, thinking that he was messing with them. None of them had seen a spirit become an ethereal elder a few days after he stepped inside the government. "Congratulations, Master. You deserve it more than anyone." Kara didn't care about how absurd it sounded and hugged Felix in delight. "Thanks." Felix smiled and patted her on the head, making her fluffy ears wiggle in enjoyment. He noticed that Kara was more clingy and upbeat the moment he returned, making him understand that it would be a bit troublesome when it was time to leave. "Well, you have single-handedly took down the greatest threat when no one else stood against it," Sekiro remarked with a proud tone. "It was only natural that Lord Hades rewards you with an adequate status." Felix nodded and turned to Miss Sinai. Then he asked, "So, are you interested?" Miss Sinai waved her hands lazily. "Nope. It's too much of a hassle with those rigid rules you have to abide by. Once shady, always shady." Felix chuckled and didn't press any further, knowing his previous master's character pretty well. Miss Sinai's eyelids twitched but didn't disagree with him, as she indeed wanted to carry on her business in the gray. "By the way, does anyone have an extra crystal device?" Felix suddenly inquired with a solemn expression. "Take." Miss Sinai threw one at him like she had a hidden stash on the side. Felix brought the gadget near the barcode on his wrist and it scanned it once. The gadget got linked to his identity immediately and showed him all the data he had stored in his previously ruined device. Then he swiftly reached out to his previous captain, Charleston, and other squad members to check on them. Unfortunately, no one picked up the call. This gave Felix a bad feeling. Maybe they have been turned into wisps. Before this thought could take root in his mind, Miss Sinai shared with a sorrowful smile after noticing his screen. "My apologies, but I don't think they exist with us anymore. I don't know about Ravager, but I have seen the rest getting erased with the Arbiters and Ethereal Elders by the Duke." "I see." As Felix received the devastating news of his former squadmates' deaths, a shroud of sorrow descended upon him, their memories lingering like ethereal echoes in the depths of his soul. He might not have spent a lot of time with them or cared much to learn about their lives, but they were his squadmates and he hadn't seen anything bad from them ever since their first meeting. Especially Captain Charleston, who stood by his side all the time even when he was a mere trainee. "They have died an honorable death, and I will make sure that their achievements will be etched in the minds of all old and new spirits for eternity," Felix proclaimed. With his new authority, he knew that he could create a memorial for all the lost law enforcers and no one could stop him. But first, he had to help with the restoration of the heavenly plane. He put on the new chief's outfit and it fit him incredibly well, giving him a new sense of unquestionable authority. Then, Felix opened a hologram and called all the law enforcers across the entire heavenly plane, wanting to make his first announcement. It was time for the Grand Supreme Leader to take a role befitting of his previous status. Across the entire heavenly plane, a hologram of Felix Maxwell materialized in front of the law enforcers' devices automatically. His presence commanded attention. Everyone halted their duties as they stared at Felix with a startled expression. All law enforcers had recognized him since his name and image became more popular after his squad took down the Fallen Spectres organization. However, what threw them off wasn't his sudden appearance but the dignified outfit he was wearing with more than 5 strips on each shoulder, representing the highest authority in the law enforcement department. Is this a joke?" Nebula, Celafel, Captain Frederick, Captain Bella, and the rest of the law enforcers who interacted with Felix before felt like their eyes were playing a trick on them. Alas, their new reality was already set in stone. "I am Felix Maxwell, known as the Traveler," Felix declared, his voice carrying an air of authority and sternness. "I have been appointed as the new chief of the law department by Lord Hades." Everyone was left utterly dumbfounded after he confirmed his appointment. Who could blame them? Felix just skipped millennia if not more worthy of promotions, jumping from a rookie law enforcer on his first month to their chief. It was like a classmate becoming the principal overnight, and now you were expected to respect and listen to his commands. This has to be a mistake. Lord Hades wouldn't promo. It's not. Nebula smiled wryly as she recalled Felix destroying the Eternal Kingdom's portal, now more certain than ever that it was him. If Felix just come along and become the chief, she would have been just as upset and irritated. But knowing the achievements and efforts he had made in the war, she could do nothing but approve of it. I don't know how he will lead us, but at this moment, he is the strongest law enforcer, and no one is more qualified for the position than him. Nebula. Her words caught Celafel by surprise, as she didn't expect her partner to compliment Felix. It was like the grievance she had for him was put down to rest. Felix knew that no one would accept the news easily, so he had to give them something to accept him and facilitate the chain of command. I was promoted as a reward for taking down the Angels' commander and more than 1,500 angels. In addition, capturing and punishing the traitor Humphrey. Felix proclaimed calmly, "If you are still unconvinced, take it upon the Lord." The law enforcers stood in stunned silence as Felix revealed his pivotal role in taking down the commander and the Duke, as well as shattering the portal. Then chatter broke in all gatherings. It was him? The spirit in white and black flames? Is he a plant of Lord Hades? No way a normal spirit can get this powerful. Felix couldn't care about their reaction and moved on to the real briefing. As we stand here today, I want to express my profound gratitude to all of you. Your courage, your sacrifices, and your unwavering commitment have not gone unnoticed. You have been the pillars of strength in our heavenly plane's darkest hour. He carried on, his voice tinged with mourning. We also mourn the loss of our brave comrades who made the ultimate sacrifice. They will be forever remembered for their valor and dedication. In their honor, we shall erect a memorial in the center of our city, a symbol of our eternal gratitude and a reminder of the sacrifices made in the name of justice. The order seemed to have touched many law enforcers' heartstrings, as almost everyone had lost a close companion, a dear friend, or a lifelong partner. But our primary focus now is the recovery of wisps and spirits, he asserted, his words resonating with purpose. The heavenly plane has undergone profound destruction, and before we can rebuild, we have to save our citizens. Details of the operations will be shared by your superiors. Stay strong. Everyone depends on you in this critical hour. With that being said, Felix concluded his speech with a formal salute in front of the hologram and turned it off. The moment he closed it shut, his authoritative presence disappeared immediately, and he returned to his old comfortable persona, leaving Miss Sinai and his servants somewhat speechless. What? He raised an eyebrow. How can you have such a powerful and commanding presence? You were like a natural-born leader. Miss Sinai questioned with a distressed expression. How can you be so perfect and have it all? Unbeknownst to them, Felix used to command an entire alliance with thousands of races and an uncountable number of people on it. This was nothing but child's play compared to leading the SG Alliance. Trust me, I don't have it all. Felix smiled faintly, but behind that smile, a hint of pain was hidden. Miss Sinai knew that she had struck a chord, reminding Felix of his captured woman. Just as she wanted to apologize, Felix opened a new hologram and this time contacted only the high inspectors across the realm, surrounding himself in multiple holograms and partaking in his first official meeting. When she saw this, she sighed deeply and took off with Sekiro, who was dragging Kara by the ear, clearly wanting to stay by Felix's side. 7 days later, the capital city was already close to having all of its central and northern zones rebuilt, leaving the outskirts to be a land of junk for now. The rebuilding process went extremely fast only because the spirits, driven by their love for their hometowns, worked tirelessly to rebuild what had been lost voluntarily. Also, because of the captured angels being forced into heartless labor. No one was showing them mercy even when they looked like absolute bums compared to their elegant appearance from before. Amidst this resurgence, Felix had seamlessly transitioned into his new role as chief of the law department. His leadership was marked highly, earning the respect and admiration of those he led. Recognizing the need for a new order, he promoted several high inspectors to temporary arbiters and captains to high inspectors, restoring the broken chain of command. It's time for another dose, Felix remarked as he glanced at his device and stood up from his desk. at the highest floor of the rebuilt law enforcement department. He removed his outfit swiftly and teleported from his location to another one, hundreds of kilometers away from the capital city. When he reappeared, he was in the heart of a well-lit cave. It was enveloped in a soft gray mist, lending an otherworldly ambience to the space. Near one of the cave's walls, a small, crystalline pool shimmered with a faint, captivating luster. Felix showed a wide, joyful smile as he walked towards the pool, almost skipping on the way in happiness. Such a reaction was understandable as this pool was made out of the purest spiritual energy known in the entire universe and its realms. The spiritual energy was so powerful and condensed that it became a liquid, which was simply incomprehensible in Felix's mind. Lord Hades had prepared this pool for Felix to help him reach his new limitations. Felix had been using it in the past 4 days and the results were simply inconceivable. After reaching the pool, he slowly dipped his fingertips into the liquid within the pool, and a ripple of energy coursed through the water, responding to his touch. As Felix submerged himself further into the pool, the liquid seemed to come alive, its ethereal essence intertwining with his own. With each passing moment, Felix's body absorbed the liquid, each drop related to at least thousands of spiritual treasures. So, he could be uttered to be in 9 heavens, embracing and enjoying the sensation. Unfortunately, after exactly 10 minutes, Felix was forced to jump out of the pool against his will. If I can do more time each day. Felix sighed in disappointment as he got dressed. He was told by Lord Hades that his soul had yet to adapt fully to the core, and if he kept accelerating the absorption process, most of the boost would go to the core instead of his soul. It was like the reserve tank was 1,000,000 times bigger than the main tank, and Felix had to fill the main tank only and stop until his soul could digest the spiritual empowerment. If not, the rest of the pool would go into the core and he would be wasting it. Lord Hades had told him that he had concentrated more than 1,000 trillion cubic meters worth of spiritual energy into this pool, and if he wasted it, there would be no more. So, Felix respected the time restriction even when he could feel that he could stay there for years. Just as Felix wanted to teleport back to the office, Lord Hades' emotionless voice echoed deeply in his mind. "Come meet me now. Right away." Felix's heart skipped a beat in excitement. He was told that the next time he would be called, the method to turn him into a Unijin should be ready for disclosure. Back in the council, only Felix and Elder Kraken were called. Lord Hades was already waiting for them on his throne. "Listen well, becoming an Unijin isn't guaranteed. I have merely created this method out of a theory, and you will be the first to test it out in the history of the universe." Lord Hades said composedly. "I understand." Felix nodded. He didn't forget that Lord Hades only said that there was hope for him. "That being said, I have come up with the best method to ensure your ascension, and it has multiple steps that you need to respect and clear without a single mistake." Lord Hades waved his hand and displayed a spiritual mirror, showing an exact clone of Felix from when he was still using Lord Shiva's bloodline. The moment Felix saw that figure, his eyes widened in shock, and exclaimed, "Lucifer!" Even Elder Kraken was surprised. What does he have to do with any of this? As far as I remember, Felix has erased his existence through totality collapse, and I doubt even he can revive after getting hit by it. Elder Kraken expressed. "This is a live feed of his whereabouts." Lord Hades said calmly, "He is nowhere dead." "What? How?" Felix was beyond confused. He never thought about Lucifer the moment he killed him. Lord Shiva's ultimate ability wasn't like any other, where one could take it and revive it later on. It was powerful enough that a significant portion of the universe was deleted by it. Felix watched with his own eyes how nothing was left of Lucifer. "You are truly naive if you thought a being created by that old coot would have his journey end that abruptly. She created him for a reason, and she won't allow him to die until he achieves it." Lord Hades said, "Right now, she is slumbering again, which means she has abused her powers to revive him. Paragon of sins." Felix narrowed his eyes. If it was her doing, Felix wouldn't have any more doubts that Lucifer was still alive and kicking. "Is it related to ascension to demon god or such crap?" Elder Kraken mentioned, "We have watched Lucifer's life inside an illusion based on his fantasy, and it seems like he believes that he will dominate the entire universe if he is able to merge with this boy." "He was merely delusional," Lord Hades said. "He wouldn't have turned to a demon god or whatnot, but he could have possessed the boy's body and got everything that he has." "That's something I always wanted to know about," Felix asked. "How can he even have the possibility of possessing my body? Doesn't his soul need to be compatible with mine?" Felix was told that having Asna's soul compatible with him is already a miracle on its own. But to have another one, what, was his soul some cheap product easily copied? He wondered. "That's something I am not too sure about," Lord Hades replied. "I believe the Paragon used her laws to make your souls compatible." Of course. Felix instantly believed it. He had seen how powerful Unigens were, and the Paragon possessed the greed law ability to wish for anything as long as she could afford the price. But why though? Why is she so hell-bent on making Lucifer possess my body? Felix frowned. The fact that she brought Lucifer back up again, even at the expense of her punishment, made him realize that his story with the Paragon of Sins runs deeper than he thought. This really confused him, since he never really had any bad interactions or any interactions of such sort with her. "I don't know if my judgment is correct or not, but I believe that she isn't doing this for the sake of Lucifer." Lord Hades paused before dropping a bombshell on them. "I think she is doing this so you can possess Lucifer's powers." "Huh. His bold statement startled Felix and Elder Kraken, as they would have never thought of it in this way. Not in a million years. "Why do you think so? What does she have to gain from this? It doesn't make sense." Elder Kraken fired a series of questions. "As I said, I am not too certain about my judgment." Lord Hades shook his head. Lord Hades uttered this only because of his grand assumption being linked to the Paragon of Sin's motive for doing this. He had no interest in sharing his grand presumption with anyone, as they would label him as insane even if he was the guardian of spirits and souls. "Listen, if you want her motives, ask her about them. For now, you need to understand that merging with Lucifer and devouring his powers of evil energy is the beginning of everything." Lord Hades shared, "If you succeeded in doing it, then my theory has a baseline and we can continue with the rest of the plan, but if it failed, there is no need to learn about the rest." "I understand." Felix nodded. He realized that Lord Hades was still skeptical about his plan and didn't want to share it entirely without making sure that they were on the right path. Lucifer was the key. Still, Felix asked, "How can I merge with Lucifer? And what purpose does it serve to have his powers?" "His powers aren't the main focus, but his perfect compatibility to negative/evil energy is what matters," Lord Hades clarified. "He is the personification of evil energy, and merging with him will make you own the same compatibility to evil energy with the Paragon of Sins." "I see." Felix already started to have a feeling of where this was going. As for the merge, if your souls were really compatible, then you could easily dominate his consciousness and take over his powers. Lord Hades uttered calmly, "The moment you return to the living world, your spiritual pressure alone will be enough to make even primogenitors lower their heads at your gaze." Felix didn't know how to feel at the sound of that. All his life, he had been worshipping and looking up at primogenitors akin to untouchable gods. Now, he was being told that all the primogenitors across the universe would be below him in universal social rank. A mere natural-born human? The feeling was simply indescribable. Still, Felix didn't let this get over his head, as his objectives were not primogenitors anymore, but those monstrous Unigens who could flip galaxies upside down with a wave of a hand. "May I know what's the end goal of this? I mean, after I merge with Lucifer and follow the rest of the steps?" Felix questioned. His mind already had an idea about it, but he still had some misgivings. Alas, Lord Hades confirmed his thoughts without an ounce of hesitation. "Well, of course, to make you the next Paragon of Sins." Both Elder Kraken and Felix remained silent at his overbearing declaration. Both of them were smart enough to recognize that this was his goal, but to hear it with their own ears was a different story. "Don't look too shocked now," Lord Hades mentioned. There is only one false Uni-Jin in the universe, and by destiny has it, you already have him sealed in your possession. He is the gateway to your ascension. But first, you need to obtain evil energies compatibility, and then we can take it from there. Soon, Felix and Elder Kraken were excused. Lord Hades had no plans on sharing the rest of the plan, and since Felix couldn't go anywhere without finishing his spiritual empowerment, there was no point in hanging around in the council. After they left, Felix teleported both of them to Elder Kraken's mansion. Lucifer, who would have thought that sleazy demon is still breathing? Felix snickered, not too delighted by the news even when he was the key to his ascension. How could he feel anything but absolute despise and anger after everything Lucifer put the SG Alliance through? Even though you have been dead for a long time, I doubt someone like him with such delusion of greatness would accept his failure to ascension. Elder Kraken mentioned, he must definitely be searching for your corpse, hoping to possess it. With Lady Sphinx being responsible for my corpse's protection, there is no way he is ever going to find me. Felix was told that close to a century was about to pass in the living world, and his masters had yet to report any issues with Lucifer or any of his enemies. Lady Sphinx possessed multiple pocket dimensions, and she could hide Felix in any one of them. We will handle him when you get out. For now, just focus on your spiritual empowerment, Elder Kraken said. True. Felix removed Lucifer from his mind and thought about Nemo and his alter ego. He knitted his eyebrows in concern and wondered, is Nemo part of the plan? Or do I just need to handle his altar? He did say that I have a false Uni-Jin sealed, so he might not care too much about Nemo's existence. Who knows? Elder Kraken shrugged his shoulders. We still don't even know how exactly you will ascend through Nemo. It might be a bestowal or forceful possession. All we know at the moment is to merge with Lucifer, and this should be your priority instead of needlessly worrying about an uncertain future. Felix knew that he was correct and his current attitude wasn't right, but still, the thought of sacrificing Nemo for his own benefit didn't sit well in his mind at all. He knew that if he saved Asna and told her about what he did to Nemo, she would absolutely abhor him. Nemo wasn't just any random Uni-Jin or a pet. He was genuinely thought of as their child, and they had raised him while he was still a cubic egg. We can only hope it wouldn't get that far. Felix grinned wryly and dropped the subject for now. I am more curious about the false Uni-Jin term. Elder Kraken rubbed his tentacle-filled chin thoughtfully. Does he think that Nemo's existence is a glitch or something? It can't be. How can a Uni-Jin be created as a glitch? This isn't any random creature. Felix shook his head. He must have meant that Nemo was considered false Uni-Jin since he hasn't taken over his guardian duties. If even Lord Hades pondered that Nemo's existence was preposterous, how could Felix believe that his birth was nothing but a mistake? He still believed in his master's theory of Nemo's existence was to replace the paragon of sins. At least, their theory had a logical and purpose behind it. But Nemo being born as a mistake or a glitch, it literally meant that he was a rogue Uni-Jin without any duties or responsibilities. It was a far worse situation than primogenitors, as they were at least created for the sake of entertaining those in the eternal kingdom. Most likely, still, we should ask for clarification, Elder Kraken said, knowing that Lord Hades' mind works in mysterious ways. By the way, have you spoken to my masters again? Felix suddenly inquired. No, there is no point when the plan remains the same. I see. Felix nodded while recalling the previous conversation he had with his masters. It happened the next morning after the war ended and the situation was finally settled with Lord Hades. They updated them on the situation and told them about everything that happened, from Asna's capture to bringing Lord Hades to their side and helping Felix become a Uni-Jin. The news had surely stunned them speechless as everything changed so drastically. They had no clue how to accept the current state. A day ago, they were waiting for Elder Kraken to send Felix's soul to them, and now, Lord Hades was on their side and actively helping Felix in his development. After the initial shock faded away, they discussed a new plan on how to revive Felix. At first, everyone assumed that Lord Hades would place Felix's soul in his body without needing the life primogenitor's assistance. Alas, he shut them quickly, telling them that he could not afford to help out in this matter since it was a punishable action by the universe. Reincarnation with no memories was one thing, but to actively revive someone with his memories and gains still intact was another. The fact that Felix possessed Asna's core made it even worse since his social status would be increasing to a new height, which would make it seem like Lord Hades was reviving someone above a primogenitor in the social ladder. This would make the punishment even more gruesome, and at this instant, he couldn't afford to be punished anymore. The seal was literally hanging on by a thread, and if something happened to him, a second invasion would be on the horizon. So, the plan remained the same, and Lord Quetzalcoatl wasn't informed about any changes. Days proceeded by and then weeks. Before long, half a year was concluded ever since the heavenly plane had weathered the storm of war and upheaval. In this decent period, the heavenly plane had undergone a remarkable transformation, emerging stronger and more unified than ever before. New ethereal elders and governmental officials had taken their positions, their wisdom guiding the heavenly plane toward a brighter future. Policies and initiatives were introduced to support the less fortunate spirits, offering a helping hand to those in need. After all, many fallen specters threw themselves at the organization willingly to avoid getting kicked out of the plane. So, some rules had to change in order to avoid making those at the bottom reach such desperation. Amidst these shifts in leadership and governance, the cities had been lovingly rebuilt, their former splendor restored as if the invasion had never occurred. It took less than 4 months to finish the entire rebuilding process for all of them. Now, life had returned to its natural rhythm, and the memory of the invasion began to fade into history. In this peaceful time of healing and progress, Felix was seen sitting inside an empty small pool with a few gray liquid drops here and there. He opened his eyes slowly and glanced at what remained of liquefied spiritual energy. A faint smile broke on his face as he touched them with his finger, not caring that Asna's core would be absorbing it. After clearing the entire pool, he let out a long exhale and thought to himself, "I have truly hit my limitation." For the past 7 days, his spiritual prowess had stopped increasing no matter how much liquefied spiritual energy he fed it. It was like his soul was full 100% and couldn't accept a single drop. Meanwhile, Asna's core was like a hungry hippo, devouring everything his soul had rejected. Now he was certain he had reached the limit. "I guess this is it? Looks like it's time to leave." The moment he realized that it was finally time to return to the living world, memories from his time in the heavenly plane flooded his consciousness, like the pages of a storybook unfurling before him. It had been a whirlwind journey, and each memory held its own significance. He remembered the first day he arrived in the heavenly plane, confused, emotionless, and partnerless. He recalled his climb in the heavenly planes tournament, proving himself against formidable opponents and growing stronger with each victory, even dethroning Nebula, the 10-time champion. He recalled the weeks when he had been homeless, living in a makeshift tent beneath the ethereal skies in the central garden with his servants. He recalled his first case as a detective bringing down Sir Azravan and his operate. Forget that, blackmailing him for his money as a crooked detective. How could he forget about joining the law force and taking down an entire criminal organization operated by an ethereal elder? Or him having a big hand in saving the heavenly plane from destruction? In just 1 year, Felix's journey in the heavenly plane had been a roller coaster of challenges, triumphs, and personal growth. As he recalled these memories, he realized how far he had come and how much he had accomplished. Yet still, his favorite memory was his reunion with his beloved Asna, as it made him understand more than ever that he could not live without her presence. She was the light of his eyes and the sun in his orbit. As they say, whatever great things one does, it would never be great without a partner, a lover, a parent, or a friend to share the moment with. 1 year. It sure has been one of my busiest years. Felix grinned as he scratched his cheek, feeling a bit sentimental. Still, without an ounce of hesitation, he stood up from the pool and strolled out of the cave, letting the glamorous sunlight shower his face. "But it's time to return to my rightful place," Felix uttered with a cold smirk as he teleported away, having no notion of staying here for another day. The pondered of his woman slumbering as a punishment for his weakness could never let him rest for a single day ever again. From today onwards, nothing shall stand in his way to rescue her. Not even those self-proclaimed gods.